We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 111. And Trump is changing everything, and the woke is desperately struggling to survive. And welcome back. Very quickly, yet another week has passed. It's crazy. Time just flies way too fast. I can't even keep up with it. I was still trying to put up open mic clips, and before I know it, freaking it's Saturday again. Then it's like, I can't do it. I need more time. Then Sunday, and then we are back here on Sunday again. So DPA Open Mic. As usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on Twitch, Telegram, Twitter, or X, YouTube Open Mic channel, Rumble Open Mic channel, and Rumble version. Yeah, 5. No, I overcounted. So anyway, I now has dropped the link to join the DPA Open Mic, and I have pinned them on the live chat of the YouTube channel, Rumble channel, and on Twitch. So yeah, so if you want to join and chat, do click the link and join. And so feel free to come and join. For those that are not familiar with the DPA Open Mic, anyone can join as long as you have a webcam and hopefully you have a earpiece and microphone that we can actually not have audio disruptions. And then we can talk about anything you want. But generally, we tend to talk about geopolitics, war, military, and economics, finance, culture. So, and thank you, Johari, for the super sticker. And actually, can you guys hear me? I forgot to ask. It's like hey Wyatt, you're muted. So anyway, thank you for the super sticker from Johari. That profile pic reminds me of Battlefield. Yeah, the game Battlefield. I used to play that a lot, like too much. So good. Abawish say that I'm good. My Wyatt, my mic volume is good. So, and we have the first person in, and is Prata. And hi Prata.
Hey, good evening, or good morning for you.
It's a good midnight. It's 1:42 a.m. for me. So
okay. So that's quite late.
Yeah, it's very usual for me. It's always this timing.
Oh, hey Toby. Is it for you? What is this the same time? I presume, Toby, midnight.
Hi, Prada. I have a new mic cable, so
it's the same. It's fluttered. It just immediately fluttered when you talk. Like.
So Gareth, we haven't seen Gareth for a long time, though. He has been not coming. Yeah. So Gareth is like like Central Europe, so it's late. It's in the evening, I presume.
Yes, quite a few lately. Quite a few lately have been at the most inconvenient moment for me. No complaints on my part though, but it hasn't been easy to be available.
Well, it goes very late until if we want to. Sometimes some of the most interesting conversations developed later, and it is for Europeans a bit hard to take part on it sometimes. But it is how it is. It's global. We have a world open mic, people from everywhere. And yeah, it's how it is, and
it takes a long time to warm up. Sometimes the good conversations come so late. Like when I want to close, people start to get very good conversations, and like, I want to close. Yeah,
that's how
Toby.
It is.
Toby, just now Prata was asking you what time is it for you?
It's 4:45 in the morning.
Oh. Gosh.
So I stayed up because otherwise I wasn't going to get up.
Well, the only one with
leave pretty early and go back to bed. Hi, Gabriel.
So Gabriel is the only one that is really on normal time here, but you are lucky. So right, so we have
going on. I don't think this week, or am I wrong?
I think the Europeans have been digesting what it means. What it means Greenland. What does Putin want? What does Trump wants? And especially, I think many people will be surprised with that press conference where the Prime Minister of Greenland, together with the Prime Minister of Denmark, made together. And one of the things I think many people were not expecting was that Greenland said very openly and precisely they want their independence. They don't want to be part of the United States. They don't want to be part of Denmark. They want to be independent. And I think this has made people a bit perplexed. I think they're still digesting. We'll probably see this week some more reactions to it. And as I may say, this is the best thing that that Trump could ever imagine he could achieve. It's just, I mean, that this thing about invading, taking Greenland by force is a bit of a fairy tale, a good joke, typical from Trump trying to prepare the floor for the next negotiations. But the real thing here that he really managed is if he is able to make Greenland declare its independence, and winning that, put the European Union out of the Arctic Ocean once and for all. And that's pretty much, I think, one of the big achievements that could happen. Once Greenland is independent, there is no one to in the Arctic Council to decide to close the Arctic to all those nations that every summer, with thousands and thousands of ships, most of them from the European Union, go to the international waters inside of the Arctic Ocean and fish everything they can, with no concern for environmental consequences and so on, including the European Union. Sorry, wait.
So just I just want to say the super chat. Greenland and Australia purchased by Trump by Doe. Yeah. So I'm not sure where is Greenland.
It means Greenland, of course.
Poor old Doug's
Gareth is raising his finger, is it?
It's probably India.
Sure.
Gareth.
Thank you. I don't see how Trump can be attributed for the Greenland independence movement that's been going on for a while. I mean, they've basically said no. That's it. I mean, the real issue here is that Europe has suddenly discovered that its guarantor and alleged protector is openly contemplating seizing its territory by force, which has caused a great deal of concern. But I would also like to say that I actually came on to talk about the grossly dishonest coverage that Wyatt did of the UK grooming scandal, and I would like to talk about that.
Okay, so if we could keep it between the Greenland, because it's a good topic. Yeah, you are right. Greenland did not discover today that they want to become independent. It has been a long process that started in the 70s when Denmark accepted the decolonization of the island, giving powers to the island and so on. In 85, Greenland decided to exit the European Economic Community, what is today the European Union. It's one of the very few cases, one of those taboos inside of the European Union that you never talk about. There was, before Britain, there was another country that exited the European Union. Britain was not the first. And Greenland decided to do so because they didn't want to share their fisheries. And they had a very different approach about it. Today, for instance, the European Union has for a long time been trying to get exclusive rights, not just in the fisheries, but also in the resources. And this has, of course, made Trump already in his first mandate preoccupied about it, this attempt to recolonize the island. And because the Americans, since the World War II, have been having a lot of interest, including economic interest in the island, and were a bit preoccupied about these attempts of exclusivity that the European Union was trying to impose to the Greenlanders. And the same could be said about Iceland.
Does anyone know?
Again?
Like what's the indigenous name of Greenland? Like what do the Greenlanders call it?
Oh, I don't know, really.
The Green Party.
Greenland doesn't actually have an indigenous people as such.
Oh yes, they do. The Inuits, and it's their official
They're
language.
Inuit. Come on, Gareth.
And the most of the population are today
typical
a
British
mix of
colonialism, putting his boot down on the neck of the indigenous people.
Most of the population is not indigenous in that sense. They did secularized. Most of them, they are not nomads anymore, but there are still nomad communities in Greenland. Most of them are a mix of Scandinavians with local populations. Actually, the prime minister does look like
the level of abuse that the Greenlanders have suffered from the Denmark colonial power is quite horrendous. And even today, they have like they're second-class citizens in their own land, and all the high-paying jobs. Like the Greenlanders' average wage is like a third or a fourth of what a Denmark national is.
Yeah, I thought there were a bunch of homeless.
The Norse arrived to Greenland before the Inuit did. The Norse also arrived in UK, so
which is true, which is true and not true. We don't know. We don't really know that for sure.
There were all these Greenlanders.
Hey, okay, this is fucking retarded, Gabriel. This is fucking stupid, okay? Listen, first of all, listen to me. No, you hush, listen to me. The Norse arrived to Greenland before the fucking natives did. The natives are not native to Greenland. They are Canadian Inuits that came to Greenland after the Norse had already discovered the unpopulated island. And by the way, no, the Danes do not... The Danes do not, oppress the poor Greenlanders. Actually, the Danes subsidize the shit out of the poor Greenlanders, which is the same thing that the Americans are going to do after we take it over.
Don't get it so personal.
But anyway, my point was, there are homeless Greenlanders there. Trump's son was there, and I saw a report from Europe that said that he had bribed these homeless people to support America. And I thought, goodness me, there's homeless people in Greenland. Like, imagine that. There's so few people on that island.
There's only 50,000 people.
The Danish are so oppressive that there's actually homeless Inuits there. I thought that does it for me. I'd say America has to march in there with freedom and warm puppies and save those poor people.
Yeah, imagine being homeless in Greenland.
Just to introduce something to what Archimedes said. Well, we know there was some Norse colonies or some Scandinavian peoples colonizing the islands around the 800, 900. It's true, but they left because the climate.
There were Inuits there at the same time as well, by the way. I've actually read
probably. That's why I said we don't know. Probably there were more to the north. Yes.
Sorry, guys. Before we go to ancient history. We can just look 6 years ago when Trump said this Greenland stuff, people would look at it as a joke, right? I actually wrote about it 6 years ago, but the reality is the following: the vacation is finished because what is the Danish critical national security interest in Greenland, and can they even defend it? No, they can't. U.S. has a strategic interest there, and they can defend it. But the U.S. used to be richer in the past, more powerful in the past. So you can, be generous with people and ignore reality. Now the U.S. is less rich and less powerful relative to the other big power coming up. So we are all going to see, everybody's going to try to grab their national interests before they think that it's too late to deal with the others. Yeah. So I think it's just back to reality. And it looks funny that Trump wanted Greenland. But remember that the U.S. used to sponsor national liberation movement of the Azores Islands of Portugal because they wanted to put a base there. So this is not even the strangest liberation movement the U.S. is ever going to sponsor. So yeah.
Although in the Azores Islands never took place. It's the most ridiculous thing.
The independence never took place. But the liberation movement took over the local administration and they got an autonomy deal. So it's like, yes, the Azores is ruled by this independence party that just, at least they got the money out of it.
No,
they scammed the Americans and they scammed the Portuguese.
Sorry.
Greenland is a shit show. Denmark don't know what to do. And I also put up the statement that what the Greenland
there
Prime
is
Minister
no.
But of course, nobody knows what to do when your major ally suddenly turns on you and threatens to conquer you.
Can I just say,
Soros was never ruled by an independent pro-party. Soros was always ruled by the same parties that are in the continent, alternating between socialists and social democrats. Always. There were and there is a very small party which is more autonomic oriented. They don't talk about independence of the party. They always get something like 0.51%, whatever, and they are not taken serious by anybody. Whoever studied sociology in that sense, let me answer to the finish. Let me answer to the finish. The identity problem of the Soros people is. Let me just finish, please. The identity problem of the Soros people.
You made your point. Okay, let's use a less diplomatic example.
A lot of
just an example.
Will Greece rather have Cyprus be independent or to have Cyprus as part of Greece instead of what we have now of part of Cyprus being of Turkey? So it's a better comparison. Of course, it was Greece. Yes, because it's Greece will have liked to have Cyprus, but they allowed the option of independent Cyprus. However, independent Cyprus could not defend itself from Turkey. So Turkey tried to take it, and now they are in a constant shit show. So it's easier for you to defend
again, Roberto, I'm sorry. You decided to interrupt me to tell me that's amazing story about Cyprus, which is not correct whatsoever.
Yeah,
the way you're talking,
because look,
it's no better example at all. Yes, it's a very bad example because Cyprus has a very special story, and when actually the religious authorities tried to really unite with Greece.
Before you go on that black hole about
the island was invaded by the Turks, and the Turks were the ones that obliged the fact that Cyprus stays as a country. Okay. That was the reason. So it's not because they couldn't defend or could defend the island. It's because of the Turks that there is a country called Cyprus. Actually, two countries called Cyprus. Just because of that.
The point is the following. It's easier for you to defend something than to retake it. So for the Americans, it's either take Greenland now that they can, nobody is going to oppose it, or they can just wait and somebody else will try to take it and they cannot retake it. Because they have a strategic interest to protect North America from the east flank. Because if now you have hypersonic weapons, you have all of these things, you have now technological parity.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, the US were more powerful and they could ignore all of this. You can be...
I posted 1 hour ago a text where I kind of listed a lot of reasons why is this happening so, and I think we are losing a bit ourselves into populist arguments or reasons that they are not really so objective. The things here is about resources, is about fisheries, is about access to the Arctic, people wanting to block other countries. And the European Union is the bigger loser in all this story. And the US is doing very well in doing this game. And if Greenland becomes independent because finally understands it needs to take over its own destiny, then the better for the Arctic and everybody involved. Go on, Toby.
Can I just say something real quick to answer to Archimedes' hysterical outburst? Dude, Archie, I know how you feel about defending white people, but I was just making an argument for your legitimate conquest of that. How do you call it? That exploited land by evil colonial kingdom of Europe. So don't get too offended, Archie. I was on your side, so to speak. Go on. Totally. Or Commander.
No, Wyatt, it's your channel. You speak.
I just find the whole situation very interesting in the sense that it brings into question about democracy, about rights, about whether you have rights at all, a voice for yourself at all. Like now, Greenland, the entire of Greenland, 50,000 people, very easy to poll whether if they want to have the independence, and if they want it, and if Denmark don't allow it, then what? Is Denmark still a democratic country? No, you know the kind of conundrum. Like this is something that Spain is trying very hard to hide. They don't like Catalonia. No. They don't allow them to. Your referendum is not legitimate. Sending troops. Yeah, what Catalonia? No. You guys are all Spanish. No, but because it's such an inconvenient thing to talk about. Which is why if Greenland issue blows up, then people will start to look at Donbass. Then they're going to have a problem, because what have Ukraine been doing against Donbass? They don't allow them to have a voice. They use the military on them. Then people start to like, are we the bad guys? The kind of thing. Like, are we still democratic? This is the conundrum, because now the Prime Minister of Greenland literally said that they want to be independent. And there's only 50,000 people. You can't even hide this kind of referendum. It's just too small. You can't even staff vote. To staff vote, people will know, So this is what I find it interesting. Toby.
Yeah, well, this raises the question of, is it realistic for a country of 50,000 people or 30 million people in the case of Australia to be independent? Because
it's a scam. It's like Crimea. It's a scam. Well, it's like independent. Then after that, we want to join the United States. It's a scam.
But the thing is, like, it is it's a myth, right? It's like there's loads of people in Australia who wave the flag around, oblivious to the fact that it's got a big Union Jack on it, talking about Australian independence, and we should be independent of China and independent of America. But it's nonsense. Like the Americans have said, the Pentagon has said that they will defend their interests in Australia, right? And what they're talking about is the access to resources that are exploited by the corporations that are based in America. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if Australia didn't have that, whether you call it an ally or an overlord or whatever you want to call the American relationship with Australia, but if we didn't have that, if America went away because a bunch of people in Australia wanted to be, quote, independent, well, then what would happen? You've got 300 million people in Indonesia to the north. You've got China, which is a major importer of Australian resources. What's to stop China just marching in? And so this is the reality. In the world that's run by corporate, hey, Bagari, in a world that's really about corporate interests and exploitation of resources, small countries have alliances with superpowers, and it's a symbiotic relationship. It's not necessarily an exploitative colonial relationship where you have slaves and so on. The corporations negotiate their tax structure, and they allow the people to have some degree of autonomy. But this idea of pure independence it's mythical, and so the real issue is which power gets to exploit Greenland's resources in partnership with the local people. Because if that power is China, and this is what's going on in Panama, right? If China gets to exploit Panama and China gets to exploit Greenland, then that is a strategic problem for America. It's in America's hemisphere, right? And that's why I bring up the case of Australia. America has said that they will defend their interests in Australia. That doesn't mean that they want to stamp out independence in Australia. If people want to believe in that nice idea, they can. They're just saying they're not going to give up their economic investments in Australia just to watch it fall to some other major power. And so this is really the issue that's going on with Greenland. But I would say even beyond that, if you have a look at how hard the Americans have been putting the boot into Europe recently with the UK, Macron is squealing like a stuck pig. He's pretending that France has got a military and is going to do something about it, right? Like, to me, what this is, I think this is Trump ending the war in Ukraine, because Trump is making it very clear that unless America is listened to, right, then they have to, Trump has to get his way. And his way is he wants to end the war in Ukraine. And a lot of European powers don't want to end the war in Ukraine. And they particularly want the Americans to supply all of the ammunitions and the weapon systems to Ukraine because they don't make it, right? And I think that Trump is concerned that the European aristocracy particularly are laundering money in Ukraine, right? And I would not be surprised if the monarchy of Denmark has been particularly grubby in that enterprise. And so what this is doing is it's putting them on notice. It's like, you will come to heel, right? And you will do what I instruct in Ukraine. Because I think Trump, you know, he made that a platform. He was going to end the war in one day, right? But in order to do that, he has to get Europe to come to heel. And so I think that all of the shenanigans in the UK and in Denmark and with France is all about letting Zelensky know that Trump wants to call time on that whole project. And so that's what I think we have to take into account, that background of what's going on. But anyway,
absolutely, Toby. I think that's a complete issue going on there. But go on, Wyatt.
I just want to read the super chat. Why USD is so overt with G-Land? Do you like Okinawa in Japan, or is this Manifest Destiny Go North edition? Why not make G-Land a joint dev project? When would United States want to share? Just now, actually, Toby made some very good points, but I forgot because it's too long. So later, if I remember.
No, but can I say something about that? There's this whole thing that I see going on right now with Greenland and Canada, because it made sense to do that in the previous Cold War because of the control of the Arctic. And I think that one of the reasons that Trump is pushing with this sort of hostile takeover strategy is that before, like with Japan and with the European nations, USA really had to leverage its influence against the Soviet influence. So they had to be the good guys, so to speak. They had to be more benevolent than the Soviets to convince the nations to their side. And right now, Europe has thrown itself so hostile to Russia, has been so overtly, so undiplomatically hostile and aggressive towards Russia, that's no longer a risk. That they can assess that that's no longer a risk. They don't need to fear the countries of Europe going back to Russia because they already burned that bridge. That's a perspective I kind of see.
Super
Go on.
And
this is sweet.
even China,
I can
right?
confirm you should not trust the Danes. And I think next is Bagari.
Yeah, go Bagari.
Yeah. Okay, I have a couple of points. The first one is like really quick and funny one. Toby probably would like it. Who is what is Canada? Canada is a monarchy. Charles III is a monarch of Canada. So basically, Trump is fucking with British monarchy right now. He wants to. He's fucking with British monarchy and then Denmark monarchy. He's saying you are not able to defend your possessions. Like it's the first point. The second one is like I will start with this one. When Wyatt posted on a couple of days ago, like why if you are a country, you don't need to say that you are a country. I came to the Telegram in the comments and said that some countries should not exist, and people got offended. But right now we are living in what's it called? At the end of the 400-year historical period that started in 1648 with the Peace of Westphalia, and the Peace of Westphalia established a world order that was slightly changed when UN came into power. And the main point is that country has its sovereignty over its inside its borders, and its sovereignty just exists out of nowhere. So because you're a country, you're sovereign. End of the story. And right now we are witnessing that this is slightly changing.
Slightly?
If you are just yes, slightly in quotation marks. Just because you're a country, it doesn't mean that you can exist. And people started writing that we have a language, we have cultural traditions, we have an anthem, we have a coat of arms, and like, is it like if you have all of this, do you have right to exist? Like, modernity changed how we view like our ideals, and it's all simulacrums. What are ideals right now? Why people in Ukraine, like only slight, I will take example of Ukraine because Ukraine is the first one to answer the question why you should exist. Other countries will answer that question soon, really soon. And modernity changed the view of the people. Instead of why 30 years war was going on, because Protestants, Catholics, they were so fucking tired of waiting for the second coming of Christ that they started to build the heaven on earth, and they were fighting whose heaven is better. And after 30 years of war and millions of people dead, like people were so fucking afraid of those ideals that can push people to this, that they decided, no, we need to push those ideals out, and so people will not go to war like that ever again. Well, we had Nazis and some bumps along the way, but in in majority, we changed the ideals of people. Right now, what ideals? Like, we want to live in safe space, we want to prosper, we want to have healthcare, blah, blah, blah. You can have all those things in any place on earth. You are not tied to the one place. So if some country, like if Russia invades Ukraine, 70% of Ukrainians like, we can just go to Germany and have those same ideals there. Like, why would we fight for our land? Like, what is tying us to this piece of land? Like the old saying that is like, this is our God-given land. No one believes in God anymore. Like, so no one fights for that. Like, people can just go and live the funny life in the United States, in France, blah, blah, blah. And if Russia invades France, they will go to Spain. And if Spain gets invaded, they will go to Canada and so on. Like, this is the biggest question that countries will have to answer. Like, why should we exist at all? Because what's the point if you are not producing any ideals worth dying for? Because the ultimate price is to die for those ideals, so your country will exist. And the second point I wanted to make about Greenland and what Trump is doing. Like, I think there is two versions of what is going on. The first one is Trump is driving the hard bargain. Like, you need to understand the position of Trumpists and America First people. Like, America lost like 20% of world share of GDP and trade, so other countries can prosper. Like, Europe lives on American defense budget. They don't spend money on defense. They spend on like social programs, blah, blah, blah. America is protecting Europe. Other countries like in Asia, Africa, United States build world trade on the basis of its fleet, of protection of the fleet. They see it as, we brought you prosperity and you are treating us as like very ungrateful, like that meme from Godfather. You're coming to me without respect. Like, that's how they treat it. So right now, Trump is like, you are either paying or we will take this, and we can go into isolationism. Like, if you look at this, like, they are securing the sphere of influence, Greenland, Panama Canal, and they can live prosperously in the United States and let the world burn. Like, they will lose some, but Europe and other countries, other parts of the world will lose way more. And if we secure Greenland and all natural resources, we secure Canada, we secure Panama Canal, something like that, we are set. We don't need you. You can go all fucking rot to shit. That's like the power play. Like, we don't need you, but if you need us, so you will go for our demands. That's all. Okay, Wyatt.
Super chat. Chinese bond use is the biggest news, by the way. I actually went to search what is the news. So it's just 10 is super low at 1.64%. Usually it's 2.5 or 3%, meaning that the China government is not very bullish about the future. The next is Adam. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to touch base back on Toby was talking about with Ukraine and Europe. I think earlier today, Trump's national security advisor, Michael Waltz, he went on ABC News, I believe, and he was talking about how admitted that Ukraine, obviously militarily can't push the Russians out, even in Crimea. So I just want to get your guys' thoughts on, him saying this now, or
is he Trump's guy or is he Biden's guy? Because Trump isn't in power yet, not for another week.
Trump's national security advisor, I think his name is Mike Waltz.
I thought it was Kellogg is Trump's guy who's coming in. I thought Waltz was Biden's guy, but I could be wrong.
No, Waltz is his national security and Kellogg is the envoy.
Yeah. Right. So he said it on the news today. I don't know if you guys saw it or have any thoughts.
Those guys are saying the things that people that are following the war know for 3 years. So, okay, welcome to the club.
But don't worry, people get sacked very fast in the Trump administration. So don't worry. It's like once he don't follow Trump's direction, he gets sacked. Like it doesn't matter what kind of reputation the person comes with. And then next is the who's next? Robo Redo, you wrote future.
I think it's him and then Gordon.
Robo, you're muted. Robo, you're muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Sorry. About what Bigari said about why people don't want to fight anymore for their countries, there is also a cultural aspect to it, because we had 30 years of American sitcom, right? Some people, they already feel American, even if they're still in their own countries. Like Portugal is CNN Portugal. They paid Americans to use the branding, although it is a Portuguese channel. So there is already this cultural affinity with Americans by all the sitcom and cultures. So why would you fight it? And for Greenland, they can just pay them, right? It's 50,000 people. But for Canada, if the Americans are actually going, are the Canadians going actually to fight them, or they are going to be okay, they look familiar, we are tired of our government, they have been treating us badly for some time, so why not? Because if you remember, during the Trump campaign, there was this phenomenon, this TikTok about the Trump dance, right? You had Trump dance in Canada, in Australia, in all these Anglosphere countries. So at some point, there's already some cultural unity between part of this country's population and the US. So of course, it's not something they can do straight away, but I think over time, we'll see this question about why do you exist being asked, especially of Anglosphere people. And what Bigari said about Africa also is big, because at this moment, Rwanda is basically ruling parts of Congo. And the only reason they don't annex it is because Westphalia, right? The UN Charter says something, but at some point, the question is going to be asked, and it cannot be delayed forever. So I yield the floor.
We have two Canadians here. No, I would love to hear what they think about
future
Trump's
Americans
intention to absorb them into the United States. Who's next? Robo.
I mean, it's never going to happen.
Choose Robo. Choose. Who's next?
I think it's Boyd.
Nobody cares.
If nobody wants, then I'll just go.
Go on. Well, I'll say something about it, because nobody cares. To Gary's point, what are we fighting for anymore? What is a nation state? They've spent the last 20 years telling us that we were all citizens of the world and that globalism was the future. And the end result is you've got a bunch of people who just feel little to anything about their countries. So, nobody's going to defend Canada. Why? To what point? Right? We're a vassal state, nothing more. So what am I actually defending? What values am I defending?
So I think Virgin.
Hey guys, I was just watching you or watching Gareth saying that he wanted to say something about that British rape gang topic. Have you discussed this already?
Which one?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay,
we're getting there.
We'll get there. But first, let's finish this because
no, I want to finish this. I want to finish this. I was just curious if this topic was discussed. You know,
we haven't touched it yet, but we will.
So regarding this issue, there is obviously currently happening the paradigm shift from the unipolar world to the multipolar world, and it's an opportunity for all sides to create something new. You know, it's an opportunity to consolidate themselves and merge or change some things like borders or organization or something. You know, there is a saying from a Serbian chess player who once said. Chess is a game where the most important thing is that you decide when you switch from the strategic game where you position your figures on the chessboard for future action. And this moment, and you decide when to start not playing strategic anymore, mostly, but to switch to exploiting the strategic position. This is the most important thing, and I think the world is coming to such a point where it's going to have radical changes. You know, like for instance, what Trump is starting with these topics about Greenland and Canada and whatever. You know, it's an opportunity for the United States to consolidate its part of the world, its Western world, to have more integration. Like merging of big companies into very few, into an oligopoly. And my question is, do you see this happening elsewhere as well? You know, we have this with BRICS partly going on, but it's very loose alignment between states. Do you see this happening elsewhere as outside of the United States, or when United States sets the precedent? Will this happen anywhere? Who will go on?
I think many places. Because like I said last time when we were arguing about multipolar world, I said this is exactly what will happen. Because the powers will start to fight for more power because they have to, you know, because they're afraid that they will lose to the other power. Bigari is like 5 minutes.
Okay, I want to respond.
I will go smoke. Can I get 2 minutes and I will go smoke and you can talk, okay?
Well, I was going to respond to you, but do what you like. Come on, man. All right.
Okay.
We haven't got a national animal, so I will give you this.
I just wanted to say that the argument about multipolar world is not really fair one, because we have the system of Westphalia and UN during the multipolar world eras, like 1800s, the Soviet United States era, and the sovereignty was respected of other countries. To large extent.
The bipolar world is not multipolar world. No, if you have only USSR and United States, that's not multipolar. Multipolar is like more than two. When you have more than two, you get
if you learn history, you will like.
One.
Okay, let's go to the
18th war. No, there's always major war. No, what I mean by multipolar is, you see, multipolar world. What I say is that what I mean is that if you look before World War II. All the major powers are always at war with each other from one time to another time. All the time.
Yes, and no one annexes.
At least even next, not at their border, you'll be like somewhere else in the world. They'll be like fighting. They're also always fighting.
Yes, right. And no one annexes territory. They create puppets because they respect the sovereignty. They create
they conquer land, man. Come on, Napoleon is like.
Look at Napoleonic War. Okay, look at how many territory France annexed. Look at the map of Italy. They created just puppet states. In Germany, they created puppet states. Belgium created puppet states. Hanover created puppet states. Spain just played the relative. They didn't annex any fucking land. They just created puppet states. Warsaw created puppet states in Poland. It was all puppet states in the borders of annexed nations. They just, now you and you, like kingdom of like Sicily, blah, 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 or something like that. They didn't annex the land directly. So they respected the land, respected the sovereignty, but on paper, only on paper. And I also wanted to mention before I go that during one of the open mics, I said that Trump is disruptor and he will bring war, and everyone was like, "No, no, no, we like Trump. Trump is disruptor. He will disrupt the state of things, and the war will come. Maybe not in like the World War, but we will see more conflict because he is that's his messiah mission." Okay.
Okay, so okay.
But I just want to say, if when Mongolia conquered most of Asia, they every place still continue to run themselves. Generally speaking, you can say that they just create puppet states, but it's still the Mongol Empire. I'm just saying that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but so I want to respond to something that was said, which Bagari mentioned, that like nobody wants to fight for the nation anymore, and some other people said this as well. There's a real false equivalence going on here, and we can see it in Europe especially. The thing is, not all countries are the same. The Americans have a right to bear arms, and they have freedom of speech, right? Now, you can laugh at this, and a lot of Europeans do, but just look at what has come out of Europe in the last week. You've got Macron threatening people in America, telling them what they can and can't say. You've got the British chief of police threatening people in America and telling them what they can and can't say. And it's curious, right? Because there are actually federal laws in America, in Code US 294, I think, conspiracy against rights, that make it a criminal offense to oppress Americans in the exercise of their rights. These laws were brought in for the Ku Klux Klan and other things, but they're nevertheless applicable. And so you've got this really weird situation where the chief of police, the commissioner for police in the UK, could be extradited if the Americans chose to, right, to pursue him for criminal offenses against the rights of Americans, like Elon Musk, to say whatever he wants. And here's the rub, right? The aristocracy of Europe, let's call them globalists, right? And there are globalists in America as well, the anti-Trumpers and the rest of it. And there are globalists in China as well. There's globalists all over the world. What they're offering people is no right to bear arms, no freedom of speech, a social credit score system, pretty much totalitarian misery. And on the other side of that, you have the ideals of freedom, right? You have such things as all men are born equal. Now, you can laugh at this, and Europeans do, right? And they mock the Americans for it. But there's a lot of Americans with guns, and there's a lot of Americans who like the freedom of speech. They like being free, right? They really like it. And they don't want to be like Europeans. Like they don't want the situation in the UK that Gareth is going to come and defend in a minute. They don't want the police coming and arresting them for tweets. There are literally thousands of people being prosecuted every year in the UK for saying the wrong thing. Meanwhile, we've got rape gangs going on, right? But they don't get prosecuted, apparently, for mysterious reasons, and the government won't investigate it. And you can't even talk about it without the threat of the state coming in and silencing you. And this is very clear all the way across Europe, right? There's one rule for the globalists, and there's another rule for the commoners, because globalism is pretty much modern feudalism. And so here's the thing. Even if America falls, right? Even if the globalists take over America, and there's a really interesting discussion about like where the Senate is, because there's a lot of Americans now who are globalists because of the cross-ownership of corporations through the OECD structure. A lot of companies that used to be American are now cross-owned, and so they're owned by European aristocrats and American senators. And there are a lot of American senators who are globalists, and they don't care about the rights of Americans, right? Because they're in this upper class. And they endorse the feudalism being put forward by the Europeans and just quietly by the Chinese Communist Party as well, who haven't got much regard for the commoners and their free speech and right to bear arms either, right? But here's the point. America didn't fall out of the sky. America came along because of French philosophers like Rousseau, who talked about the idea of a civil relationship between state and citizen, right? The American founding fathers were educated by these French philosophers and by other philosophers as well, largely Christian philosophers out of England as well, Puritans, who were struggling for their own right to worship as they saw fit without the oppressive system of the Catholic Church. So you know, in the story of mankind, there's always been this struggle for the freedom of the individual, whether you call it the soul, the expression of the soul, or whether you call it the right to free speech, or whatever you want to call it. Because there's always been this struggle between the self-determination and the freedom of people on the one hand, and then the desire to control everything and to own everything and to treat people like livestock and to move your little tin soldiers around on the board and just be in power. This is the corruption of power. And we see this playing out in Europe and America at the moment. So although I don't think it's clear at all if Trump is going to actually side with the globalists or against them, right? Because let's not forget he's a billionaire and he's a deal maker. So, you know, and there are people who argue that he is not on the side of the good fight, and there are people who say that he is, right? I don't take a position on that. I think it's unclear. We'll have to see how that pans out. But nevertheless, even if America falls to globalism, right, and even if America loses their right to free speech and their right to bear arms, and the whole world becomes a totalitarian mess where nobody is free from the secret police, right, and everybody can get prosecuted for doing what we're doing right now, which is speaking our minds. Even if we become so frightened that we can't do this anymore because the secret police have got nothing better to do than come and drag us into a jail cell and take whatever we own because they can, because they're powerful and we're nothing, right? Even if that happens, nevertheless, the drive, the innate drive of people to be free will remain. And that's why I think the globalists are never going to win, right? If that kind of totalitarian nightmare was going to ever win and oppress the spirit of man, it would have done so a long time ago.
They already lost the globalists, okay? Trump destroys them.
I don't think it's that clear, because it's not clear to what extent, it's not clear to me to what extent the American Senate is still American, or whether the American Senate is actually globalist, because there is a real conflict there, right? And
Look at
got to do with the shareholding of multinational corporations.
The fight
we'll have to wait and see. In my view, we'll have to wait and see. But anyway, I just wanted to raise that point that, like, there is not an equivalent.
No, you just raised 12 points. Not one, but 12. Please, Toby, let someone else speak.
Yeah, I will. Okay.
Sorry, Toby, sorry.
That's okay. Just be articulate when you speak.
He should speak until the end. Come on, that's not the point. I hope I don't take that long, but that's not the question. The question is, if people say interesting stuff, they should talk until there is something to talk, and Toby normally has something interesting to say, and I think it's a good point. We are not sure that the globalists were really defeated with the election of Trump. There is a possibility that the transatlantic mafia is going to be put aside. There is a big chance of it, I hope. But let's see how things happen, because there are many of these people that Toby called, I call normally them transatlantic, but Toby calls them globalists, and there are many of these people still in the conservative part, the Republican Party. We call them neocons. Yeah, globalists is the ones we call when they are more in the Democrat Party, but they're all the same. They all have all those characteristics that Toby was describing.
Both neocons and neolibs.
Yeah,
absolute control over the globe.
Yeah. So I was going. Yeah, sure, Gabriel. So I was going to go to a different point, which is what I see now is that when you guys were saying Trump is making kind of ultimatums to all these people in Europe, to the elites or the aristocracy, and this is interesting to say, because what I see is, as we know from Trump from many years before, that one of his main objectives is to stop regulation, to enable industries to find easiest ways to invest and prosper. And the over-regulation is something well known from the US, from the European Union, and this is where the European Union is the major. That's probably the lesson that Trump had to learn in the hard way. Regulation. The biggest regulators in the world is the European Union. Around 70% of all regulation produced in the world is coming from the European Union. Most countries follow it because the European market is quite a big market, and because the United States follows it. pretty much. And Trump learned the hard way that he can really not just with the decree enable that regulation. And what he is doing now, and I find it very interesting, and also very interesting to understand where does Trump wants to leave America to. We are suspicious because the guy is intelligent. Either he doesn't know, or he's a genius, and he understands that he can't talk about it, because if he talks about it, he's like exposing himself to his enemies, which are very strong. We all know. These globalists, these transatlantic networks, they are amazing. They are coming into India now like crazy. And the Indians are really fitting into it and not understanding that's the worst thing it could ever happen to them is to fall into this trap. The international, these international elites that feels beautiful and is over all the rests. Anyways, this aristocracy, like Toby called them. I find it very nice that this is like Trump is getting rid of Europe. Is making the decision. Is trying to free himself, first of all, because of regulations, but many other stuff, like, for instance, ending the war in Ukraine and many other situations. And how does he manage to do this? This is very interesting. Like I said, I see in the case of Greenland an intentionally objective of freeing, for instance, the Arctic from the European Union. The European Union will be, if Greenland becomes independent,
liberating the Arctic from the Europeans. I like
exactly. Exactly, because they are the ones, they are with thousands and thousands of ships in the summer that go inside of the Arctic and fish everything out.
Penguin
and we are not
talking fish oppression.
Fish oppression, you could call that. That's a good point of seeing. And in that sense, if the United States understand it has to defend its own values, it has to separate it from the Europeans. And in that doing so, it's very interesting. They are becoming a normal superpower. Most and foremost, the United States will concentrate its own belly in itself and become a superpower within that. Perhaps with the near Borog, but not as extended as we have been seeing before, like the globalists wanted, the whole world. But if we really look closely, the Ukrainian problem is just one. The whole world is on fire. There are over 70 conflicts. We are talking about civil war, civil unrest. We are talking about countries attacking other countries directly or indirectly. It's the whole world is in chaos. And in order to make the world smoother and less chaotic, in order for you to make trade, because that's the whole point of Trump, is to make trade, to understand that this is a very important thing for him. We understand as well that he needs to sit on the table with all the other big powers and manage the small powers from going wrong. You see, so what everybody, Wyatt was just saying, well, this is going to happen in more places. True, but if the big powers sit at the table, they will manage to do that. And for that, it's clear that Europeans are a problem. The Europeans don't want to solve the Ukrainian war. If the Europeans don't want to solve the European war, it means there are many other places around the world where the French in the Sahel and so on, that they are a source of problem. If they don't want the other big powers to sit on the table and trying to solve and make the world a bit more peaceful, then they have to expel the Europeans out. So many other people. It's very interesting. The movements in Europe, political movements that normally feel themselves supported by Trump, or we have been seeing, for instance, the interview from Elon Musk with the leader of the AfD. It was very interesting. She is, and all these leaders, they are for the strategic autonomy of Europe, to get separated from the United States. That is it looks like the ideological mainframe of the United States is to get Europeans out because they are a problem. So that was my thesis.
Oppression, Musk ox oppression, Arctic fox oppression. Sorry. Pick who goes next.
Super Chat, what do you think about the Svalbard issue?
And I have no idea what that is.
Oh,
it's actually a big island in the Arctic.
A few islands in the Arctic, which everybody wanted to have it for him. Everybody was claiming Norway. on the end of the 19th century. Everybody was claiming those islands: the Russians, the British, the Norwegians, the Swedish, the Danes. Everybody was claiming, and they decided to give Norway the sovereignty of those islands, but under conditions that every country that recognizes sovereignty of Norway to that islands is allowed to explore the resources in equal relationship that exists there. So Norway doesn't have real sovereignty over these islands. This is a shared sovereignty with everybody that recognize Norwegian sovereignty over the islands.
Nice.
The Norwegians, though, the Norwegians, though, have been doing something very smart. They have been placing most of the island and the waters, the territorial waters of the islands under natural reserves. So the thing is that who arrived got a lot, but nobody gets more inside. The party is over. Everything is blocked. And by the way, the Russians have 2 cities in that island. They explore. It's Berenburg and Pyramid. The Pyramid is pretty much abandoned, but the Russians still manage it. And the other one, Barentsburg, still exists. It's vital. They explore cold, but it's a joke. Of course, they don't explore cold. It's just for Russia to have a place there saying this is ours and it is not ours.
They're just there to feel cold.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to feel cold.
And then, by the way, most of the inhabitants of this island are from the Donbass. They are Ukrainians, which is also very funny. So whoever wants to speak after?
You've been waiting for a while.
Boy and then Bigari.
Then I wanted to say a quick comment to Toby, but after you guys.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, Gabriel. I also wanted to comment on the topics from before, from Toby and the others regarding the globalists versus the sovereignists. You know, it's a bit difficult to grasp this word. Anyway, you know, globalists. What is that? It's just some oligarchs, mostly Western oligarchs, in my opinion, who have interests, you know, for global money flows or whatever, and it's hard to then talk. The globalists want this or that, and you know, Toby argued something like American free speech and stuff, you know, and the globalists. Yeah, and the globalists are the evil ones and stuff. And someone said that Trump will maybe defeat the globalists and stuff. Who are the globalists? You know, what is their intent? What do they want? It's oligarchs, and Trump is an oligarch himself, and Musk is an oligarch himself, and they are supported by oligarchs. It's just different cliques, you know. And the question is, what are their intents? It's not so easy just to say, you know, the conservatives are the ones fighting the oligarch or the globalists and stuff. I think it's more the sovereignists versus not conservatives but sovereignists who are for sovereign states, power of states, and especially nation states, which were a concept which is losing in significance because of multinational corporations and their power. And these are the topics that I think should be looked upon. You know, is it just political issues, or it's mostly economic issues? And these globalists want to keep money flows, global money flows, to their benefit. They're not so much interested to take away, you know, free speech and stuff, and
definitely, because that has everything to do with
them, right?
But they definitely do want that, because that's the means to be able to extract resources. Go on.
Yeah, they have maybe this intent, but every state and every oligarchy has this intent, because free speech is a risk, you know, has always been. Especially if the reach of the person that speaks is big, you know. As long as we speak in small rounds, it's not any issue anywhere. But if you have reach, then it's a big problem. Therefore, these problems on the social media, where every private person could have hundreds of thousands of people listen to them, and this is the risky part for
to what we can say. There's never no limit on that. The question is, where is that limit? Is it in a like extreme sense, or is it in whatever they want? Go on, Bigari.
I want to reply because the click thing is very interesting because Trump and Elon Musk are oligarchs, but maybe these oligarchs, this clique, don't believe that it's possible to control the whole world, and so they don't want to. Like they feel like just control United States or just have all the powers concentrating in United States is good enough, and they can control the whole world, by extension, just by having a strong United States, rather than trying to control a direct control over the rest of the world, which is what the globalist is trying to do by forming that global government, right? So,
but what about Trump threatening every state who doesn't use the petrodollar, with high tariffs? So there is interest from Trump as well.
It's the same thing. It's concentrating of the power into United States through United States as a superpower. Then you stretch out and control the world, rather than trying to have a direct control over the entire world like a global government, which is through the UN. I think that's interesting. I thought that inspires me. Bigari, but before the super chat, FP wrote, neocons out, neo-federalists in. Is Trump ready for peace or shifting the battlegrounds to the Arctic? Bigari.
Okay, I just wanted to remember the Bible, and in the Bible it said the greatest power is to name things, and we forgot the meaning of some words, and we because they were replaced. Like right now, if you say oligarch, everyone has negative connotation. If you say empire, everyone thinks it's bad. Let's go back to 15th century, 16th century Italy and Florence, the family of Medici. They were oligarchs. Did people in Florence lived bad or no under Medici? That's the question. Empires, Austro-Hungarian Empire. Everyone says that it was so bad for Hungarians, for Croats, for Serbs.
Italians.
Look what happened after Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed. Fucking massacre. The Holocaust happened mostly because of collapse of Austro-Hungarian Empire. This replacement of meaning of initial meaning of word is really funny because people if you look at the what is the initial meaning of democracy, what is the initial meaning of republic, what was public in ancient Rome? People just created the myth based on the initial meaning and replaced all the fucking meaning behind it. That's just one point. About globalists, I wanted to say, when Toby said that people won, when I look back at 2019, 2020 and COVID, I don't think that the win is necessarily was achieved, because I look back and see how many people got fucking subjected to the propaganda, and they were following the party rule to the COVID narrative.
Like Zuckerberg.
Yeah, like Zuckerberg. Did you hear what Biden said about his comments about removing the restrictions on free speech? He said, what? It's so bad. Now people can go on the internet and read things. We are not fighting for that in America. So they just admitting that the Democratic Party is fighting for censorship. But we already know that. And I just wanted to say that during the COVID, the power of free speech and all that was so close to the fucking brink of extinction. It was not even funny. If you look at the UK, it's not even. It's a joke. What happened in UK. Only people on Twitter, in the United States, were fighting for the all these anti-vax people that make fun of. They were fighting for free speech because not free speech, because for the right to have control over your own body,
their bodily autonomy.
Yeah, and the globalists almost won. In Europe, they won. With the COVID. Europe lost COVID war. Only United States there was a fight.
Russia as well. It turns out that the Russians
Russia, but I don't consider I consider Russia as a separate entity from Europe. So
the Balkan states have vaccination only up to I think 45%. You know, while the
I think
Western
Africa
states...
is the best in COVID fighting. Like they don't give a damn about COVID, and no, COVID don't exist in Africa.
Carried on like they did the British
super chat
plan,
us.
but it actually worked.
NGS said Svalbard is also a very strategic location in the Arctic, more than Greenland, closer to Russia. Impressed by Prata's knowledge of Svalbard. So,
and my other point was what was Prata saying?
Explain? Oh, sorry. Go on. I can add something.
What was Prata saying about what Trump wants? Like, I don't understand why we not only Prata, like all people trying to create put words into other people's mouths. Like when people say, for example, about what Putin wants in Ukraine, Putin said what he wants in Ukraine like 10 million times. Trump said what he wants like 10 million times. Make America great again. You can put it as you want, but he wants America to be the greatest country on earth. Not to fight regulation, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't give a fuck about regulation in Europe. He wants America to be the greatest country on earth. Like, and if there is two ways, like we can talk about how it can become the greatest country on earth again, like and what American Trump thinks like the shining city on the hill. You can improve the life in America by some means, or you can fuck over other worlds that life in America will be so great comparable in comparison to that. But Trump already set his goal, and we don't need to create his goals for him. He set his goal. What Prata was saying are maybe some means, like create deregulation to achieve that goal. But his goal is clear. He said it like 10 million times. It's his campaign goal. Make America great again. We don't need to create the something for Trump that he fighting to fight the regulation. He fights to make America the greatest country on earth.
My argument, Bigari, I think you will agree with my argument too. My argument was that in Trump to make Europe great again, he needs to get rid of Europe. And I explained one of the reasons why. There'll be many. We can make lists without finish. One of those problems that the American economy needs to, in order to grow again, needs to get rid of regulations. And this is where Europe plays a big part in limiting the development. And he probably will go also against the green agenda, which is also one of those anchors that is blocking development in many places. Well, he might believe so. We have been making comments about that. About Svalbard, the person that answered NGS, I think, is right. Svalbard is one of the most important places. The other one is the Bering Sea. So other nations, in order to get to that international waters inside of the Arctic, because that is all the nations that are in the Arctic, they have territorial waters around. They close with their territorial waters the whole Arctic. And in order for other nations to get inside of the Arctic, they have to go through a passage. And there are two main passages where they can go through. Either through the Bering Strait, there is the Russians and the Americans, and if they decide to block it, they do. So how do the Chinese, the Japanese ships go through in these international waters? Well, the Japanese go through the American waters, and the Chinese go to the Russian waters, and the Europeans go through Svalbard around. So that's their only way to get there. But as I said, all the eight Arctic nations, they intended to expand their economic exclusive area. There might be some tension there, but what they really want is to close the Arctic to all these other nations that are using it. And the problem with Denmark, because Denmark was being ambiguous, because they actually don't own Greenland. So Greenland is actually independent, and they have the sovereignty over their international waters. But Denmark is being used by the European Union for that control. Anyway, I'm going away from Bigari's discussion, but I think, you see, Bigari, let's make America great again. It is a very big spectrum. And we can try to make it smaller here and here. And again, it is good for us, for you to remember us, that this is the main objective of Trump and other people. They have these big objectives, true. But on the way, they can't just decide American is great. Again, they will have to go through several steps. And we can talk about the steps he's going to use in order to achieve that America great again. Though, as I said before, I think the Americans also understand their limitations. And in order to understand their limitations, and they look at the world in the complete chaos that doesn't help anybody, also for them to grow economically, that they need to sit at the table with the different other big powers. And to sit at the table with the different powers, there is just one problem at the moment, which we see by the Ukrainian war. The only big power that is not willing to conversate, is not willing to make a peace is some countries in the European Union, the ones that control the European Union. And it's because of that I say it's also one of the many reasons we can see that Trump is going to get loose of Europe, to exit Europe.
Super chat, stop talking bad things about UK. We love the king. And Trump's goal is clear. It's fair to speculate about the means and the method.
Go on, Bigari.
Oh, yeah, totally right. Wait. I was waiting for a long time.
I interrupted Bigari.
Interrupted me. I was talking, man.
I interrupted you. Come on, Gabriel. Give him a second. It was my fault. I interrupted.
Finish your point. Go on.
I will just finish my point, and then we'll go smoke, because I will fucking punch the monitor.
Please don't do that.
And United States don't need Europe. America is one of the most self-sustained countries on earth. They don't really need a lot of other shit. They can go and be isolationist and live in the peace and prosper. They don't need Europe. They don't need to destroy Europe. They just need to leave Europe alone, and Europe will destroy itself. They don't need to do anything. That's a big point. Why fight Europe? They are fighting Europe because just for fun. They can live in isolation perfectly fine. But now they I will make this point and go I listened to the interview with Musk and the spaces with that chick that is running AFD. It was fucking nothing burger. They didn't say fucking anything in that interview. Noteworthy. The most noteworthy thing that I think is the fight against Labour Party in UK. What was started as soft regime change in UK, what was promote Farage to promote Reform UK. I think that they are now starting to move to destroy Labour Party as an entity forever. I don't think that Labour Party, with all these scandals that is coming up, did you see the list of 50 pedophiles from Labour Party on Twitter? Did you see that list? No. 50 pedophiles from Labour Party.
That was what the super chat was.
I don't think they will. Okay.
Yeah. Can we start talking about the Labour pedo ring? I want to see Gareth speak out.
Gareth is a Marxist. Gareth's opinion is invalid because he's a Marxist. The Marxists have we can send them to the land. Labour Party, that's my prediction. They will not survive the coming year. There will be some kind of reform of labor. I don't think they will survive this kind of shit. Because if Musk, with his fucking unlimited resources, will come after them, media-wise, it will be really bad. It will be really bad. And I don't think that the leadership, it will be completely a reform of the labor. That party is done.
Free speech. If the King of England, if Voz's mate could have silenced
can't hear you, Toby.
Right, would have been. But yeah, Gabriel.
Please. Can anyone hear him?
I can barely hear you, Toby.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, but I'll say something as quick as possible because there's been a lot of points and it's been really interesting. But about what Toby was saying before, it's hard for me to understand if it was intentionally or just an accident of fate. But the American experiment and project, which is very interesting as a historical and social experiment, is very correlated with the with the global destruction of individual and collective rights in the sense of means of survival, you know? So, but that's a process that comes from before, it comes from the British. But I think the jury is still out if the experiment of the Americans actually serves for their own emancipation, or if it has just been a way of like diluting the sentiment of a national entity to the point in which they are unable to defend their interests. Like they were saying earlier, what are we fighting for? You know, that sentiment is global and it's very prevalent in America. And so maybe it destroyed its own sense of identity before destroying the identities in the rest of the world. One of the main reasons, beyond cultural differences, for like the level of despotism that is necessary in the alternative global community is that if you don't crack down super hardcore on your political opponents, you're going to be absolutely demolished from within with media and economic influence of the current state of world hegemony. And so that's an absolute pressure point to any government that wants any form of sovereignty to enforce as hardcore restrictive measures on its population as it can, or else it will be subverted and demolished from within. And that's kind of happening with the US and Europe right now. One of the reasons I see why all of these, it's probably not the main reason, but I think it's definitely playing into the situation. Why has Trump started attacking its allies, as Gareth said, and demolishing their legitimacy? All of the main allies, Britain, Germany, the Nordic countries that have been most staunch supporters in their geopolitical projects. And it's because all of them declared enmity towards Trump himself. You know, they all attacked him. And so they might be super loyal vassals to America, but not to America, but to the ruling status quo of America, which is the Senate you talked about. Are they globalists or are they nationalists? The jury is out, but we're now in a situation because the historical process is not of like the individualists against the collectivists. Every culture has more or less individualistic and collectivist characteristics, but the world is now in a state of collapse of the previous order, precisely because national identity has crumbled. People no longer have a reason to fight for their own nation, and that has a divine justification, as was said also. Every nation had its own god, and even in the monotheistic conception of it, their god was an angel, you know, or a demon ruling over that land that was the spiritual identity of the nation, of the collective, you know. And so this spirit is necessary for people to want to defend their own. People have to have a reason for that, and that's also crumbled in the West. And so they can definitely destroy opponents in the world, but how do they sustain their own integrity as a nation? And right now it's threatened, and so Trump is fighting to consolidate that, to create back this mythos, this idea, this ethos of America. What is it? Which was an experiment because it deviated from the divine mandate that was the constitutional foundations of the previous nations. America created this ideal, which is an interesting experiment. We still don't know how is it going to work, but it definitely helped destroy the ideals of the other nations. And now I think the question is, what will survive? Will the new ideals survive, or will the old ideals have to be resurrected to keep on functioning as a society? Go on, Toby. I think
I just want to say super chat. Toronto Brad say army dues paid for week, and DeSantis came out against H1B a bit too late. And also, if let's say I'm off screen, please help me read the super chat so that I don't leave it on screen for so long. So
I'd love to do it. Yeah, I try to do it, but I don't like to interrupt. So.
Okay, so like I want to like point something out here, and that is that Europe has been operating under the self-proclaimed rights of man. They call themselves democracies. They would tell you that they have free speech. right? Because largely they do. Because largely America created their political systems, right? And they have gone along with it, and their economies have thrived. I wish we had Drew on here because he could tell you that he knows better than me, but the Chinese Communist Party are not in the business of persecuting every single person who speaks out of line. They actually put a lot of effort into listening to their people. And there's a good reason for it, right? If you crack down on people, if you are tyrannical, if you actually send people out and arrest them for what they're saying, you end up destroying yourself. You breed resentment. You create enemies within, and you destroy your own economy, right? And so largely the only reason that Europe is not in just an even bigger mess is because of the Pax Americana and because of the American values. But, Gabriel said that this is an American project. I disagree. I'd say it's French, right? I'll go back to Rousseau. But because, in my research of the path of law, Rousseau was the first philosopher in the modern age who really distinguished between martial law and civil law. Rousseau talked about, he was an interesting writer, and he was dreaming of things. And he dreamed about a relationship between the state and the citizen, where the citizen had a civil relationship with the state, which meant that they could see each other in civil courts, and the state didn't have the power to just coerce them with weaponry, right? Which is martial law. We call martial law now the exception. In Rousseau's term, in his life, the whole of Europe was martial law. And if you have a look at where the American experiment, we call it the American experiment, where did it come from? Where did Thomas Jefferson get his ideas from? It came from the French Enlightenment. So I don't think this is an American experiment. I think this is a human experiment. I would say the Americans have carried the torch for the last couple of 100 years, or last 100 years, let's say. And I would also say that it's under threat in America as well. And it is up in the air. But with what Bagari was pointing out about COVID, he said that was odd. And it was, right? And nobody saw that more than the Australians. That was absolute totalitarian abuse of people. But here's the thing. It didn't work. And it didn't work not just because people fought back. It didn't work because what the corporations, the pharma companies did was they destroyed the profession of doctors. They appointed government officials, right, through their political influence, who then took away the right of informed consent and basically destroyed the profession of doctors. Because if doctors don't have independent ethics, if they don't have informed consent, then they're just dudes running around with scalpels and bags full of drugs. They're not doctors anymore. And so you see, the freedom of people underwrites the entire fabric of the modern world. And if the European aristocrats actually had their way, they would ruin their countries, right? They would send them into complete poverty and basically anarchy. They would sow the seeds of dissent everywhere. And so that's why I don't think that the whole world relies on the American people. I think the American people are fabulous for their adherence to these values, but you'll find people all over the world that understand the basics and the necessities and the economic necessities of freedom, including in China. And so I see this as more as a struggle that's always gone on throughout the history of mankind. And I think the globalists are petty tyrants. Their money gives them delusions of power, and they want to move people around like objects, right? But this is a fantasy. The only reason that they've got that money is because of this American dominance of the world and American values.
That's what I was saying about
point on that. So, yeah. So I think Voyan and then Shadoskoy over there.
Well, regarding that freedom of speech topic that you again touched, I don't see that there is so much more freedom of speech in America than for instance, in Europe. It's not good anywhere, Musk is doing something that seems to have improved it, but it's also just, depending on his mood. The H1B topic seemed to have triggered him, and he seems to react like other oligarchs too. Well,
so this is the thing for you. You don't see it, right? But that's because you're a European, right? You don't get it. right? You think that Europe is the garden. You think that Europe is the center of all things. You don't understand that the only reason you're on here now is because an American, right, built the internet. It wasn't a Serbian, right? It wasn't a Frenchman. That was an American company. That's why you're here. And that's why you're speaking.
The Serbian made
you want to believe that the Europeans did
Al Gore built the internet.
Electricity, you know, Tesla made the electricity, so we can have internet. So
and Al Gore,
and come on, Ukrainians make the world. Ukrainians,
and Tesla had to go to America to do it.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, he just invented alternating current.
No, but I'd like to continue. Sorry, John. Toby interrupted me. The thing with the oligarchs is, and you mentioned that the European oligarchs want to make a totalitarian system. What's interesting is there is a big difference between the European oligarchs and the American ones. The Europeans are basically invisible. You don't hear anything about them. There are obviously very rich people in Europe, like the owners of Aldi and this guy who owns the Zara textile company. They are comparably rich to the American oligarchs, like Musk and the others. But you don't hear anything about them because they are doing their things in the background, which is interesting. The topic regarding United States, I wanted to go just shortly back and mention one thing. The United States has obviously problems not just with this political polarization, but there is also a financial crisis, and people are talking about it. And if United States would merge with Canada and other states, it would give them an opportunity to reset their financial system. And these current politicians have talked about a reset a lot, and this would probably mean the financial system reset. And they could just create a new currency or a currency reform, just like Europe did with the euro, which was also a hidden money currency reform, which led to quite some inflation hidden for most people. Then this would be an interesting thing and maybe a solution for some time for the financial issues. Go on, John.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the euro, I think that the euro probably won't even be around in 10 years, at least not in its current form. I believe as Germany goes, so goes the euro dollar. And Germany's talk about economic problems. They got them and they're not going away anytime soon. And if Germany collapses, you can kiss the euro goodbye. And that probably would be a good thing, in my opinion. As far as what's going on in the United States, it probably is very hard for non-Americans to understand it, just as it's probably hard for me to understand like what its life is like in Serbia. But you could talk, Toby said something interesting about Americans like their guns and they like them a lot. Yeah, they'd literally kill and die to keep them. And more so than even their guns is their freedom of speech. One of the things that the lockdown showed, the tyranny of that, is it completely destroyed the average American's faith in government institutions. And Trump, especially his second victory, was a reaction to that, because Trump was seen someone that's outside of the establishment, more so than ever his second time when he ran, because he was attacked by the establishment like no former president ever in the history of this nation. So when people saw that they could even go after Trump, he's literally a convicted felon now. It became official when he was sentenced. So over the most ridiculous reasons, where they literally invented a crime. He's the first person in the history of our judicial system, our criminal justice system, to ever be convicted of that said crime. Okay? They literally went after him and manufactured a crime just so they could, and they didn't sentence him to anything, not even community service, just so they could say he's now a convicted felon. These were activists doing that. So in the United States, there is kind of a civil war. Sounds over dramatic, but there is a war between people who want less government or want the government out of their lives and people who want more of it. And it's very different than Europe. Americans do have this sense of individualism, where Europeans tend to be more accepting of this collectivism. Now, maybe the lockdowns in Europe kind of woke people up and said there's dangers to this, but it's kind of because I think a lot of Europeans are waking up to the fact that they're impotent now. They're powerless people. They do what they're told. And if the United States says do this, if the United States says jump, they better fucking say how high. With a stroke of a pen, Trump could collapse the economy of any single European nation. Most people don't realize that. Literally destroy it. Literally make it so you fucking people would starve on the fucking streets. That's the truth.
And that's a funny thing that, but it's true, no? And if let's say the United States wanted to use its military, they can basically
not even
blockade
using the
any
military,
country.
just the economic power of the United States.
Yeah, so imagine
how many countries are self-sufficient, like in the way that, let's say, Russia is. None of these countries in Europe have any sense of self-sufficiency.
I think even if you think that's funny, Yuri, I think you can at least agree that that's a goal of U.S. imperialism.
It's impossible, if United States wanted to do anything like this, Europe would immediately switch to Russia and have the necessary resources. They would just change their market.
That's the problem now. So, but
it's analysis of
Russia,
idiots.
They just
you guys repeating the analysis of idiots. You just repeating those.
Love to hear your counter.
I didn't. I don't watch. No, I don't watch this video, so no, I just speaking from my own perspective. The problem with Europe right now is they burned the bridge with Russia, just due to the Ukraine war. That's why I keep saying this is the most stupid thing that they have done, because they have demonized Russia to the point where, let's say, if their brainwashing is successful, which I think is quite successful to most of the people who don't read a lot, like there's common folks. Then they really hate Russia. They really think Russia is that demonic country or very evil country. How are you going to tell your population that, now we need to switch to be friends with Russia? How are you going to convince that? They just spend all their political capital. No, they have to change the political leader first, for sure, 100%. Whatever political leader that made all these divisions is dead. Like they're gone.
Probably.
And then the next generation come in, they're going to have a massive struggle trying to convince their population that Russia is actually a good guy, that we need them now. It's going to be a difficult sell.
I mean, honestly, when the T90s roll down the street, they'll know what side they switch to.
No, it's the other way around. Wyatt, the leaders are going to change because the population wants a pro-Russian policy, but they're still going to depend on Russia accepting that new renowned friendship, because Russia might be very pissed at some countries. Go on.
True.
I think you guys. Right? Can I jump in on this one?
No. Do you know? Go ahead. Do you know who Vladislav Surkov is?
Finger up too. So.
Do you know who Vladislav Surkov is?
No.
Probably no. Vladislav Surkov built the modern Russian political culture and system. He was the first, the right hand of Putin for 15, maybe 16 years. He was
right?
What?
He died months ago or recently?
No, he didn't die. He was out of favor after the Minsk Accords didn't work, because Minsk Accords was his child. He worked on that, and before the war, he stepped out like his position in the administration of the president. But he's a demigod in Russian political society. He created it. And he in 2000 wrote one of his columns, and it's called "The Rise of the North," and it's from the creator of the political life in Russia. And he said in that column that in the near future, after we punish Europe for the sins of Europe, there will be a rise of collective North, not collective South. Europe and Russia will be on equal terms as a triumvirate in the world, and they will rule that. After that column, there was news that FSB raided him and blah blah blah. But this is the thinking from the main political actor in Russia behind the scene. He was he was called a puppet master. like he is writing like classical music in his own like free time. So he's like a genius, considered
Like
genius
Hannibal Lecter.
and evil genius, but by Russian liberals, because he's like created this this fucking system that.
What's the point? I'm kind of lost you there. I mean,
The point is that Europe will turn to Russia. Like who's I don't remember who said it. That Europe will just turn to Russia.
Europe turning to Russia is a pipe dream, and that's a good pun actually because of the pipe.
Russia is not against it, but first they will punish Europe for what they did.
Look, I think that Europe will be split, just like it was during the Cold War, right? So look, I'm not. I think that it's entirely possible that countries like Hungary. No,
okay, I finished.
Yeah, thank you. So certain countries like Hungary, Romania, maybe Bulgaria, and so on, parts of Eastern Europe will turn to Russia, parts of the Orthodox Slavic world. But Western Europe is, from everything from Poland and westwards, is completely Americanized already. Germany and Italy have had tens of thousands of American troops sitting in their countries for almost 100 years now, 80, 85 years now at this point, okay? This is not something that can just be undone magically, all right? I don't deny that the eastern parts of Europe, like I said, southeastern, the Balkans and so on, have this very strong historical connection to Russia, and they may go towards Russia. But the Western Europe is completely in the American sphere already, right? The destruction of Nord Stream just proved it, okay? The European countries, the Western European countries, are under extreme economic duress at the moment. And, you know, like somebody mentioned earlier, they're Americanized in their culture, right? Look at how good you guys are at speaking English, you know? It's really admirable, right? And it's very true. This is, and, you know, as Europe continues to go downhill, more and more European immigrants will come to America. The skilled workers are going to come to America, and they're going to work here, or to places like China.
You are speaking the English European language.
No. I'm speaking.
Yeah,
British
no. But you see, England.
I'm proud of the British Empire.
England. Well, of course, right? But England has a special relationship with America, right? England is itself. It's sort of a portal to America, right? In Europe, it's the offshore carrier, in a sense, the sort of the aircraft carrier sitting on the shore of Europe, from which America can dominate Europe. I mean, England is not going anywhere. That's why they left the European Union. One thing that Toby said like over a year ago was that this war is a war between NATO and the European Union, and NATO has won decisively, and it's going to continue to win. Look, Wyatt, you know, you have affinity with Serbia. I mean, you're a Serbian, right? And you know, you talk about Serbia. Serbia can go to Russia, certainly. Turkey is, you know, it's its own independent pole, but everything west of that is very much in the American sphere, and it will continue.
It's not guaranteed. Can I continue? Can I answer?
Yes, well, as an American, I give you permission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You don't look a lot like an American to me.
Thank you very much, sir.
Give me 1 second.
He's going to put on his cowboy hat. I know it.
Yeah. So to answer to John, you know, the starting back from Mackinder, you know, it's the American and the Anglo-Saxon goal to split Russia and Central Europe, you know, continental Europe. And why should Russia give them the favor if Europe wants to swing back to Russia and decline it? No, they would not decline it. They would probably make some deals, you know, and some countries would get better deals and some less good deals.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
They will
quit NATO. You want guess? Quit NATO.
My brain is too big for this hat.
So the topic that you have the pendulum is swinging currently in the opposite direction from the globalism to the sovereignists, not just in America but in Europe as well. Just look at the German AfD. You know, they're not nationalist and conservative in extreme, but
they're more Mexican, Archie.
They're more sovereignist. They're more sovereignist looking for their interest. And if their interests would be, you know, let's say 10, 20 years down the road to align with Russia more than with America, it's a clear opportunity for both continental Europe and Russia.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree. I just don't think it's like turning on a light switch. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like you flick a light switch and you go from America to Russia.
No, not the switch, but it takes time, but it's possible. It's not impossible.
Not impossible, but I mean, think about how much you'd have to, especially Western Europe, how much you'd have to turn that upside down to literally form, for Western Europe to form alliances with the United States. What are we going to do? Just abandon all our bases there? I don't think so.
The argument that Archimedes had was the cultural, alignment or cultural attractivity of America. Europe is basically a copy of America. If you can go to Europe and find, you see our historic culture, our architecture and everything, but then you also have these big malls and shopping centers and whatever. It's basically similar like United States. So we're living that already. That there is not something that is attracting us to be more like Americans, because Western Europe is already a lot like that, and there are also people who don't like it, and they want to go to sovereignist ideas again. So more.
More. Come on, sovereignty? Really? You think a country like the Netherlands or Belgium can be sovereign? It's ridiculous, right? These are American territories. In all but name.
Glenn, you're always a Debbie Downer about Trump and Trump's agenda and Trump's vision. You can shit on it all you want, but you're never going to stop Operation Hat Trick. It's going to start January 20th.
Operation Hat Trick?
Yeah.
No, we can ask you in 4 years.
Ask me in 4 years. I don't know. Maybe Operation Hat Trick. That's the recovery of the Panama Canal, Greenland, and Canada.
Okay. Well, and not just that, but the additional power that we gain is only going to centralize NATO in the United States, right? The capital of Europe is in Washington, D.C., okay? You might as well get used to it. At least Western Europe, okay? I'm not saying that Serbia and Hungary aren't going to break away. That's fine. Russia can have those places.
Like Trump's trying to consolidate.
We might liberate those territories too, but first we got to liberate Canada and Greenland.
Like I've said, you could take Canada down in 24 hours or less.
Yeah, Vaughn actually war gamed that out. Vaughn on the voice chat. Vaughn literally war gamed out how he could take out Canada if he was put in charge of the Joint Chiefs in less than 24 hours. So he's former military.
And it's not like it's not hard. All you got to do is do a little research, and then you figure out what you got available. But and with Greenland, you don't need no military. I mean, you just bring some fucking McDonald's there and give it to the homeless, and they'll vote for it. You're in. In the Panama Canal, well, that might be a hard fight, but that would be the hardest fight of all, because Canada would push over in less than 24 hours guaranteed. That's funny. If you're out there, Wayne, I know you guys do lots of war crimes that you're famous for, but they ain't going to save you when Uncle Sam comes knocking.
Right.
I'm listening to a lot of U.S. chauvinism right now, especially from Archimedes, if you allow me. Well, it's not true that...
we're only going to allow you a short amount of time, Product, because you have a tendency to dominate.
Of course.
Super chat, Norway is the best example of
if you just came here to just offend other people, you can go back to your bed. The thing is that there are some countries that are more independent than others, and we have to recognize it. It depends also on the money they have. The Netherlands is not a complete subject, or Germany, complete subject of the US. Well, the German politicians are, but this is because of the transatlantic mafia, and this is going to die out. Macron, all these guys from the new economic forum and so on, the young leaders and so on. Ariel would explain us everything he knows very much about it.
And they'll be replaced not by Europeans, but by the American mafia. That's what's going to replace the transatlantic mafia. Okay, look, Europe is over. I saw a statistic that amongst the under 18s in Germany, 42% have a migrant background. You think that there's going to be some sovereignist European movement? Highly unlikely.
No,
Highly unlikely.
The thing is that Europe is going to split in several parts, and this has something
That's
that
what we've
I
been
have
saying,
predicted
dude.
for.
So if it's going to split, then I mean, you're arguing with yourself here.
No, I'm not arguing with myself. It is. I'm just trying to say it depends. Each power, each country has more or less its power. So when Archimedes said that the Germany and the Netherlands are just colonies of the US, I said no, it's not so much like this, because some countries are more subject than others, and I don't think the Netherlands are completely an object. I think they are quite much of a subject. They do have a lot of power, especially inside of the European Union. But the European Union will split, and the moment the European Union splits, this is when what Archimedes was saying might happen. Because
and it'll die. It can't survive if it becomes fragmented. That's the whole point.
Hey, can I amend the super chat? U.S. is from Nunavut to the Strait of Magellan. It's not true. I think the United States is from South Korea to Poland. That's what I say. That's the United States. South Korea to Poland, baby. Including Australia, including Panama Canal, including Canada, and including all of Western Europe's west.
And Russia, of course. And
No. That does not include Russia.
Not Russia.
Of course not. Does not include Russia. Does not include Turkey or China or the Middle East.
Yes.
Certainly, hopefully not Israel. But that's another topic.
Archimedes. There you go. So why don't you put Turkey there? Because Turkey has been building their autonomic and strategic independence. And
unlike the Western Europeans.
Exactly. So that's what, once the European Union starts to split, many of these countries will finally have to do their homework. And that's why I said, well, perhaps or the Germany is not so much of a colony. The Germans do have ability, especially if that woman wins. I don't know. I think it's very difficult. But if that woman wins, what she said, she's going to open the Nord Stream again. If she opens the Nord Stream again, she regains autonomous strategic power again, in a way like nobody was expecting to, and that's why Poland.
Yeah, get your filthy hands off Magellan.
Yeah, and then ago, just to finish, and then ago, I think Bigario was right in the sense that some of Europe, in the fight to regain autonomous strategic independence, will turn to Russia, and many Europeans. And I wouldn't be surprised that countries like Finland will make a mea culpa and will exit NATO, because they notice how much that destroyed their country. And because Voyagin is from Serbia, I have this idea that we might be talking about, in the splitting of a very interesting formation, political group formation, which I called the new confederation. But that's another talk. So, Voyagin, you have your finger. You can talk.
Well, the Danube Confederation is not a big topic right now. It will take time if it happens, But you mentioned the AfD leader, the Alice Weidel, saying that if she would become the leader of Germany, she would immediately switch on the remaining Nord Stream, which is a signal that Germany would try to repair relations with Russia, obviously. And it's not so guaranteed that Western Europe would stay put if United States would push into Canada and Greenland. There would be a reaction from Europe. Obviously, Western Europe are vassal states in a way, and still they have economic power, not so much as before, and we don't have a lot of growth now, but still we are relatively powerful, and it's not guaranteed that Europe would take it kindly. What the United States does.
The United States doesn't care if there's nothing you can do about it. What are you going to do?
Look, I mean, in all of the protests and all of the demonstrations that have happened for all political reasons in Europe, has there ever been a single stone thrown at the gates of Ramstein Air Base? A single one in Germany?
I'm not saying, everything happens first time at one point.
You should address the super chat too.
Yeah, first read the
super chat. Definitely.
Super chat.
Wyatt, super chat.
Yeah, 50 pounds.
The boys do a lot of talking. When the money goes down, they run under mommy's skirt. Any man there willing to take an African lady's money? Why can't hold? My bet is that the United States will not get hold of Canada, Greenland, and Panama in the next 4 years.
Gauntlet. Wow. Sorry, which African currency are you paying with?
There's a
I don't recognize that symbol. Is that an African money? You're talking about African ladies' money. Which African currency is that?
RT.
The same one as Voss. Voss is also African, right?
Africans don't have
you have to have some respect for the sacred,
a little bit better.
To finish my
you have
point,
to have some respect for the sacred coin, okay? No,
to finish
but
my point, not taking kindly would mean not, stopping America from taking Canada and Greenland, but they would move away, I think, politically from US. And
well, one last point. I have to run, but I just want to make one last point about the European subjugation of or the American subjugation of Western Europe and of quite a lot of Eastern Europe as well. Right after the Soviet Union fell, all these Warsaw Pact countries had a huge stockpile of Soviet weaponry, and now they don't after the Ukraine war. All of these European, Central European countries, places like Slovakia and so on, that had tons and
Poland.
tons, Czech Republic and all these, that had all these, Poland, right, that had all these Soviet weapons. They've given them all to Ukraine. They've all been destroyed on the fields of Donbass. And now they're going to have to replace them with F-35s, which, you might not know this, but whenever you get your American passport, there's a little button in there that says, disable European F-35s. Any American can press that button at any moment, disable all the European F-35s. It's amazing. Yeah. All right, I got to run, you guys.
Hey,
about the American takeover of Europe, like, I think that it's pretty clear that all these attempts to destroy Europe that have been carried out by the Biden administration have clearly strengthened China. So it's very likely that if Trump is serious about confronting China, maybe not in a military sense, but at least in an economic sense, that it makes sense to empower Europe. And that's why they're supporting like these sovereigntists in Europe, like the Vidal and
Gabriel, what do you mean that Biden tried to destroy Europe? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you mean like intentionally destroy? I mean,
sacking Europe.
Didn't the European elite go along with?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so
but
the European
it's against the European nation. The Europeans that have been complicit with this sacking of Europe that has been Biden's administration, they've enriched themselves, but at the cost of the European Union's economic and political power. And they've done like a complete scorched earth on Europe, and Europe cut itself out of the Russian gas and cheap resources, and they've cut themselves off from China, and they've been like extracted by the USA of all their investment power. Like, all European corporations want to invest in America because they have subsidies, while the Europeans are getting more expensive logistics and energy and regulation wise all the time. They're completely uncompetitive. And so I think that if Trump's serious about undermining China, he has to rehabilitate Europe with allied governments that want to empower their nation. So if Trump succeeds in removing Scholz and Starmer and Macron and puts in power like nationalists that want to trade with Russia again, they can start luring Russia away from China back into the West, which was the strategic blunder of the Biden administration.
I mean, they've signed contracts with China that are decades long. Like, they built infrastructure to.
I don't know if it's going to work, but it's the best bet. I don't know if it's going to work, but it's the best bet.
That would take decades to happen. I mean, you have to be realistic like that. I mean, the Russians
have no choice but to
make these economic and military alliances with China. So, Wyatt, you want to read that?
Yes, super chat by Thomas. USA will buy Nord Stream and charge the Germans fees, and of course, also Voss say that 2/3 of the EU power are under occupation. The EU is done.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, but quickly to John. If Germany opens Nord Stream 2, that is still functional, that immediately will increase the price of gas in China. So it doesn't matter if they cut the ties with China. It's just a matter of reducing the lean over of Russia towards China. That's the only thing that they can do. Like, even if they just open the pipeline, that will automatically lift the prices in China.
Bradley's been waiting to speak a long time, man.
Yeah. So I don't know. Are you guys done? Okay. Well, if we are, then. So 2 things. Number 1, responding to Prada. What he was describing sounds to me kind of like the same as multipolarity. In a multipolar world, countries are free to balance themselves between multiple poles, and kind of like look at maybe Turkey or India, or like look at North Korea. Like you would have thought that the North Koreans would have belonged in China's orbit, but they've become closer with actually the Russians, and they're going to probably balance themselves between the Russians and the Chinese as much as they can, to not be completely shoehorned. And if there's multiple poles, then they can maybe even balance themselves with a third counterweight, and a more precisely fine-tune their foreign kind of approach. So I think in a way that's exactly what we're trying to not allow. Bradley is a spiritual European. Do not allow him to speak.
It's too late. He's too late.
Yes, I'm speaking.
Keep going, Bradley.
But yes, but in a way, like that kind of dovetails nicely with the other point that we were discussing just right now, where in terms of America's quote unquote takeover of Europe, Michael Hudson likes to call the Ukraine war actually a war on Europe first and foremost. So like if we're moving rapidly towards a multipolar world, and maybe Ukraine was a gamble to try to see what we could claw back and salvage of the hegemonic world order, it's not going totally our way, but we were able to more or less cement and secure Europe. Like if we can totally monopolize their energy, we can basically have them between a rock and a hard place, and we can tell them how many dollars the energy is worth. And Nunya likes to say that, well, the Europeans don't have anything of value, but I think that us locking down the Western Europeans and as much of the Eastern Europeans as we can is part of us getting ready for that multipolar world order, to try to have as many pieces in our corner while we still can claw them as we can. So I don't believe any of this. We're gonna turn the remaining Nord Stream pipeline on. They're gonna bomb that too if they have to, because the whole point is lock Europe down. Anyway.
Yeah, but think about this, Bradley, real quick.
Gabriel,
after Trump's interview, Trump's interview with Vidal, she announced that she was going to open the pipeline. So I'm pretty sure there could have been consultations there before making that proclaimment. Just that. Go on, Vojian.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there were consultations, but she said it openly even before, but it was not so much in the news, especially for you American guys, that she would reopen the gas pipeline. Obviously, if the Americans would bomb it again, the real interesting point would be how would Germany react this time, because it's obviously not so hard to destroy a gas pipeline for a state actor like the United States. This is the thing, and if Germany had this opportunity to go back to cooperation with Russia, if it would be allowed by the Trump administration or supported to again make a modus vivendi with Russia, like United States, Europe, and Russia, in looking at the situation against China as a possible alignment of the Europe, United States, and Russia against China, so to take Russia away from the side of China.
Don't you think that boat's sailed, though, Vojian? Like, I mean, in theory, I get what you're saying, but do you really think that Russia can just cut these ties that they made with China over the last?
I don't think that they would. I don't think they would cut them, but they would not be reliant on China as much as now. So this, I don't think that they have a lesson learned. The West tried to destroy Russia, and if they help the West to destroy China, what would hinder the West then to try again and to destroy Russia. So I don't think it would be so easy to bring Russia on the Western side anyway. But I also wanted to answer Archimedes from before. I think in your passport, at least, the button was wrongly wired. It didn't switch off the F-35s, but it switched off all the firefighting planes in California. So
absolutely, yeah. It's dysfunctional.
Shots fired. Nunya's up.
Before Nunya, I just want to highlight. I just saw that Andrew Tate is actually running for prime minister or something.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
I was like, what?
So Andrew Tate, it is. He's definitely going to be an ally of Trump. He's definitely going to be an ally of Trump.
So I just want to explain the BRUF is an abbreviation for Britain Restoring Underlying Values.
It's also a double entendre that means brother.
But it's also broken English. So anyway, Nonya.
Well, just to follow up on a couple of the points that were just made with respect to the Russian-European relationship, I think we need to, recognize that the world is very, very different now than it was back in 2022, right? So, Project Ukraine, and we keep making this point, we were going to economically crush Russia, break it up, and beat it that way, right? It was never intended to be a military conflict. And now for the last 3 years, the West has been scrambling and panicking because Plan A never worked. So, and Bradley and I were talking about this a couple days ago on our show, Hell in a Handbasket. Check us out. And what I said on that one was, when you start messing with somebody, when you start messing with somebody's standard of living, it really messes with them, like psychologically. And I think you're starting to see that happen in Europe right now. You're starting to see a lot more people protest. You're starting to see a lot more violence. And I think that that's going to continue. So the whole idea of, breaking from, the hegemon, I think will happen. I think it will absolutely happen. It'll start with Germany and go from there. I think the EU is going to die sometime within my lifetime for sure. Now, to John's point about the contracts and stuff, he's absolutely right. I've been reading a lot lately, a lot of these articles in some of these Western think tanks, and they're starting to panic now, or they've been panicking for a while, and they're starting to, come up with these copium type of articles about how do we make good with Russia again, and more importantly, get them back into, Project Europe and on the European side. And I have to believe, because it's not just one article, you're starting to read a lot of these articles, and I think that these think tanks are trying to send these out there because they're trying to come up with what the future looks like. And this is a whole lot of hope, because to John's point, now Russia's moved on. They've got contracts with the Chinas and Indias of the world. Does that mean that they can't do both? No, but everything is going to be based on contracts. So as Alice Vidal said, she's going to start up Nord Stream if AfD gets in. Okay, fine. If Russia has the capacity and they're willing to sit down with Gazprom and come up with some sort of, negotiated contract, I'm sure Russia might be able to accommodate them. But, it's not going to be like it was in the past. I think that Russia's going to be Russia's and Russian companies like Gazprom are going to have a whole lot more negotiation or what's the word I'm looking for?
Leverage.
Leverage in negotiations for sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
I was gonna say before Prada goes, I wanted to read off Archimedes' super chat, but if you're still going. If Russia needs a backup customer to avoid being under total control of China, they have India. Europe is unnecessary for Russia. I agree with him.
I would like to answer that point.
Okay.
Do you want to go first?
I was just going to pick up the point. Well, Russia made strategic decision when they invaded Ukraine. They were going to turn back to their Eurasian concept of localization. And in that sense, this is made. It will take a long time for them to turn anywhere else. But they also, in that concept of Eurasian, they see Eurasianism. They are aware of the dangers that China also creates for them. It's not because China is dangerous on itself. It's because China, it is what it is. And some people here even created this idea, we have to destroy China. This is completely foolish. The Americans also need China. And Americans have been working with China for a long time when it still was a strong country. So let's not put ourselves in front. They have 1 billion people, and their market is quite attractive. But nevertheless, as I said, the Russians are very aware of what China represents from them in terms of dangers. If you are too much connected with China, you can't develop your own economy. You are somehow going to be strangulated by their enormous production capacity. Even if the Russians are very... No, it depends. I don't know. The Chinese don't have a history of creating protectorates.
No, I mean economic
for a long
dependence,
time.
economic and supply chain dependence, like that.
Yes, exactly. It's not because the Chinese want to destroy your economy. They just think like that. I think Drew has explained this many times. But nevertheless, the thing is about balancing, and the Russians were very intelligent, understanding, yes, we need to create a new Asian dimension, and then we have to counterbalance China. Who are they helping? They're really helping India to grow. And this is in the interest, actually, of everybody, for India to grow and create the balancing side of Asia.
And
India
North Korea,
is very
too.
far
North Korea as well.
And Iran, exactly, and Iran and other places. So India, it's very important. It will never be the China. It will never be the other China. This is a completely, this is stupidity. But the fact that India is growing, it becomes also, in terms of balancing the power in Asia, is very important, especially to cultivate other countries to grow, the countries that go through the other Central Asia country. So also not put the whole Russian backyard into the hands of the Chinese. This is one of the biggest dangers of China to Russia, than the direct danger of of China to Russia is the fact that they would lose their backyard. And so the thing is that the Russian elites now are a bit sore about what happened to Europe, about what Europeans said. They wanted to destroy Russia. They wanted to strategically defeat Russia and so on. And in that fact, the Russians are aware of that, and will be they will create their defense lines in that sense. And this is important to notice. As I said, I see European Union splitting and the countries regaining a new understanding of the European Union as a European of nations. More and more politicians in Europe are talking about that. That means getting rid of a lot of things there is in the European Union and concentrated on what it's really important: the common market, the economical cooperation, and so on. But not anymore these political impositions, these over-reglementations, and so on. So the point is, the Europeans in finding themselves not anymore under the American umbrella, will try to look for their strategic autonomy, and then it's there where Russia will start building, with some Europeans, not everybody, with some Europeans, they will start to build new relationships. But let's also take into account there are more Europe than just Central Europe or the Europe that is near to Russia. I'm from Portugal. What about Portugal and Spain? Where is our strategic interest? Our strategic interest is where it has always been in Latin America, in Africa. So our connections to the Atlantic are our most and foremost important connection to the world. So that also disconnects us already. That's why I'm saying we are splitting from Europe. That disconnects us from this Europe that is completely obsessed with Eastern Europe. And this Eastern Europe that is completely obsessed, that some of you guys said it very well, is so Americanized in their way of thinking, in this globalist perception. This is a danger for everybody. So what do we do with Poland, the Baltics, and some other haters around? Go on, Pigari. Oh, it's Wojciech. Sorry.
Super chat. Everyone has mentioned China and still no Drew, but Drew actually replied.
Where's Drew? Vojan. Vojan, then Bigari.
Yeah, Drew
yes,
replied. Nothing is forced yet. You go.
Okay. So the topic that Archimedes mentioned, that Russia does not need Europe because they have China and India. India is a bit problematic if Russia exports too much to India, because India has nothing or not a lot to export back to Russia. So either Russia is being forced to take a lot of rupees and not have a lot of use for them, or they have to trade again with some kind of reserve currency like the dollar, which they probably don't want to, or they have to first create another means of currency.
My understanding on that topic, sorry to interrupt, but on that topic, I understand that they're doing their swaps in gold, or at least partially.
Yes, but in the end, India would run out of gold. They need to have something to export back to Russia in the long run, if the trade is really big, because there is a big difference in the trade they have. Trade balance is very, very bad for India. Russia, interestingly, also still has a quite strongly positive trade balance with China, but they can import obviously a lot from China, which is not the case with India. Therefore, having trade with Europe again would be realistically positive for Russia, because they can import a lot of stuff from Europe, like luxury consumer goods and stuff, and also machines and stuff. What they cannot do currently with India. If India develops more and faster later on, then obviously it's a possibility. Or if they agree on a different trade system with BRICS means of payment, currency or whatever you want to call it, then it will be possible. But currently, dealing with India more is not so much beneficial for Russia.
Bigari's up.
Yeah. Man, when I listen to this shit, it's like so fucking surface level. I'm sorry if I sound like arrogant or something, but trade balance, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. How political relations and relations between country are built on ideology, philosophy, ideas, values. Russia is fundamentally a Western country. Western ideals, Western values. Like when people are saying, "Oh, Russia will never go to Europe," Russia and Europe are intertwined. Like you need to understand it. Like, oh, we will just pivot to that because economy. Like economy is secondary to values. Everything is built on values. Without values, you are nothing. Like when people are saying that, oh, blah, 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 Russia considers themselves as a third Rome. Europe considers themselves as a Rome. Like, what is the hill in the Washington named Capitol? Where is the capital? Capitol Hill from Rome. Like it's all same values, same Western values. They are intertwined. Like I linked the article from Surkov in the chat. You can scroll back. You need to understand, like, this is the political philosopher that built the fucking Russia as we know today. And we are talking about, oh, the trade with China, the trade with India. It's secondary. It's something fun to talk about when you have nothing to talk about.
Quickly though, just a clarification. Just a clarification. I don't mean I'm not disagreeing with you per se, but like for example, I would have agreed with you 15 years ago. But are you telling me that Russia is going to embrace transsexualism for children, minor attracted persons, godlessness? No. These are all, when you say Western values, people throw that phrase around. And I mean, what the fuck is a Western value, man? Have you been to a major city in the United States?
Like tradition.
Please, respect the finger.
God, country mentioned Western value. He just said he's the Western.
Let me answer. Did Trump represent those values?
No. He was the antithesis.
He represents the Western values.
Yes.
Right now, America, like you were, John, you were talking about like about civil war in America. There is a civil war in America. Civil war for values, for the heart of America.
Yep.
Right now. And Russia is with the side of Trump. Like they share those values. Those are Western values. Like
yeah, but don't you think that's true of America? But don't you believe that Europe has more or less lost that battle? Like there's not a civil war.
No. Those battles are still going on. If you look at Europe, you will see that that battle is.
That may be true. I don't know. I can't speak to Europe.
Look at Poland.
If you look at Poland, look at
at
Hungary, look at Slovakia, look at Austria, look at Britain, look at the rise of Britain. Like I saw a statistic today that only 38% of the Greater London right now are white Brits or Irish. Like
yeah, that's
more
my
than
point.
60%.
So Britain's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
No, people are fighting back. People want to fight back for the values, and those values will go back. Will
look at it. Look at it this way, just real quick. Look at it this way, John. The countries you mentioned, like Poland and Hungary and stuff, they're as a whole, their country and the government is still fighting that fight. Whereas in places like England, they've lost a lot, but there are still fighting. So it's not a total loss yet. You still have countries that are fighting.
I will just give you an example. My cousin, he's like he has some rich friends in like he was in like a couple months ago in South France, like in some mansion, and when the doors are closed, there is no like people of like immigrants, blah blah blah. What are they talking about? They listen to Russian classical music. They listen to like. The Western values leaves, but people are afraid, like in Europe, afraid to show that they are living to the Western values. Like, but if you look at the movement of like AfD in Germany, like they are fighting for the Western values. They're fighting for that, and a lot of people are not agreeing. Like they don't think that the war is lost, quote unquote war. Like, and the Russia is still. Shares those values with them. Like in 19th century, Russian imperators and all the aristocrats were speaking French, not Russian. Like you need to understand, they are deeply intertwined with Europe, and it's
there's a long, great, like, beautiful history.
And regular people are still love Europe. Like they love Europe, but they consider Europe as a museum right now. Because they love the idea of Europe of the past.
They don't love the Europe of the past. Exactly. They love the idea of what Europe was. Not. I mean, if you go to England now, or excuse me, London now, and you look at that place, does it look European to you?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but like the idea is that okay, Wyatt, read the super chat.
Yeah. Let me read the super chat. I think people overestimate how long America will continue to exist. Okay, then you guys can continue arguing.
Yeah, but I'm saying that those ideas and values, like they are not so easy to die because they have meaning behind them. Like it's not some fucking transgender shit that comes and goes. Like it will go. Those values and ideas are 1,000 years old in the making. Like they are not easy to get rid of.
I pray you're right. I sincerely, I hope you're 100% right. I mean,
you want to call out next?
Or was it Euro?
I think it was
Euro.
So, as we knew a while back, EU is American project, and purpose is easy of control, right? First, NATO is the major way to control Europe, and then EU is a project to control Europe. So saying that EU is going to fall apart because Americans are attacking it, I mean, it's funny because it's much easier to control one unit, EU, instead of all those small countries and big ones, right? So EU is actually the way the United States control economic and civilian life in Europe. Another thing, everybody in the school economics learned that stuff, matter, is real value. And money is only abstract value. Everybody learns that because every economic schools agree with that. So when the Russia sells to someone its resources that could use itself, it's a loss because it's a real value. It gets money that is not real value. It's abstract value in order to get real value. That's what value of the money is. It's a way to get a real value, not to have it, to possess it. So Russia doesn't need to sell gas to anyone, but it wants to have an influence by selling gas, grain, and everything. That's what Russia wants. That's why it's giving the grain for free, too, because it wants that influence in a trade that gets through economic trade. It doesn't need, Russia wouldn't suffer anything if it stops completely selling anyone gas and oil. It will lose some jobs. Yes, some jobs will lose, but they need them also in other sectors, right? So that's the only consequence that Russia will suffer if it completely stops selling gas and oil to anyone. Because those jobs can easily be transferred to something else useful that they need, that they suffer now, so much need for labor. So perspective is so wrong how you guys postulate it and assume. It's completely wrong. Another thing, how to say, the problem with US is that it's falling apart, basically, and it's self-destructing, destroying other countries in order to still be above it. It's not going to work for long. It's working now. And if we look at the long cycles, historical cycles, whenever this winter time comes, the chaos is increasing, right? We cannot predict nothing, what's going to happen in the future. We cannot predict, we cannot postulate properly. I mean, in 5 years, Russia might completely split up and fall apart. It might happen. You know, chaos is increasing at exponential rate. That's what's happening. So predictions are really, we can just see if, you know, like Europe is always consistent, and in the end, after so much fighting, it still comes together, right? At some point.
Time to ask once again, what are European values?
Transsexualism, minor attracted person.
Let me go with this one.
Any specific European values?
Nanya's a Western person, so
there's none of the specific European values anymore. But that's also same with the United States. It's only the basis. We have an anchor in Russia now. That's what we're looking at. Our anchor for the values, old values, is actually Russia has become. That's the trick, right?
Well, here's the thing about the whole values discussion that I think a lot of us could probably appreciate. You know, when I was growing up, it was very, very easy to understand what Western values were, because during the Cold War, you know, the poles were pretty well defined. You had democracy on one side and all that comes with that versus communism on the other side and all that comes with that. So, you know, when they kind of taught us about, you know, what democracy is and what our values should be, it was things around, you know, freedom of speech, you know, capitalism, religion. Religion was actually a really big one back then, right? Because the communists
do you remember meritocracy? Do you remember when that was?
Yes. Yeah. And the thing about religion, though, it was a big thing back then because the communists were seen as a bunch of godless heathens, right? Now, this was 40 years ago. Now, fast forward to 15 years ago, let's say, all the values that we had, they started telling us that they weren't good values all of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, religion, you couldn't be religious, right? And capitalism was still good, but it was really, really broken. So they didn't want us talking about it. So that's where free speech comes in. All of a sudden, we start talking about this broken capitalist system, and then they started tapping down our freedoms of speech. This is all within the last 15 years. So to answer your question, MGS, what is Western values? Fucked if I know, because all the values that I grew up with, sometime within the last 10, 15 years, I've been told that they're the wrong values. So now here in the West, we're all kind of in this kind of crisis where we don't know what we stand for anymore. And that's where we're at. Go ahead, Bubba. If you still wanted to speak.
I'm going
to answer
introduce
yourself.
So,
no, Bubba.
Let Vaughn go first if he's going to stay on topic. I think I want to go back a couple minutes.
Anyway, I was just going to say the simplest example of Western values is simple. Look at a series of ads for the Ministry of Defense from Russia to recruit. What do they use in their ads, and what does the U.S. Army use in its ads? There's a perfect example of the difference between the values.
Yeah,
I mean, that's an easy example.
Western. Yeah, but you're making the point, though, right?
That's what I'm saying. So you could even take it to even a more extent. To some extent, even China is starting to do that with some of their recruiting videos. They're pushing what a lot of people would see as traditional values as they try to recruit people. Whereas you look at the United States, they have Emma and her two moms and people who are oppressed by something. It's all victims. It's not anything positive or it's nothing that like old, people would think of, family, a good community, a life, a job, a family, maybe a little bit of an adventurous youth, but
Can Baba introduce himself?
Yeah, sorry, I'm done.
Good afternoon, guys. Actually, I'm glad Figgery just relogged on because I've been in and out just a little bit, but it felt like you guys were talking about sort of where Russia sees itself. And one thing I wanted to talk about is sort of first and second hand accounts in Ukraine, like people in Kharkiv. Kharkov. To me, it's Kharkov. You can call it Kharkiv. It was Kharkov for the last 150 years. It's still Kharkov to me. 4 and 5 years ago, they thought of themselves as Russians. They really did. And I've heard firsthand people that have family there and everything. Their mind has completely changed. Not even saying that they've been injured, but they've seen stuff, and now they are the most hardcore converted Ukrainian. That's what they are. They didn't even know how to speak Ukrainian 3 years ago. No one spoke Ukraine. I mean,
they have to survive.
But I don't think it's fake. I think something has worked on them, and they really. I'm telling you, some of these people, they went from being Russians to hating Russians.
But that might just be the population of people that make up the nationalist battalions and stuff. That's getting,
it's fake. They're trying to survive.
Let Bagari go. He's there. Let him go.
Have you forgotten the young guy who was on the open mic pretending to be the spokesman of European value and defending the EU? Yeah, the guy that.
That's the guy that I made fun of.
From Europe.
Matt.
Is anal sex a European value?
As historian in me.
Hey, in Greece it is.
That Euro is talking shit, by the way, because the idea of EU. Do you know who is Otto von Habsburg is? You living in the former Austro-Hungarian Empire, you should know who Habsburg is. Do you know when he first spoke about the idea of EU?
Oh yeah,
I'm
that's
asking you.
Bismarck.
The year.
Bismarck. Yeah. Oh no.
Like 1848.
No, Otto von Habsburg was the heir after the. He died recently, so. It was not. It was 1936. Did United States have any fucking influence in Europe in 1936?
Yes.
Very little.
Yeah.
Very little.
I'm not aware that the United States have any influence in European politics in 1936.
The Anglo-Saxon world did.
Yeah, but the United States
it was
made the European project.
Very little.
European project was basically what Toby says, European aristocrats. It was a project from Habsburgs after the Austro-Hungarian Empire fell. Like in middle 30s, there was idea of EU. In 1936, the first idea was floated around. In 1952, Otto von Habsburg wrote his EU vision, and after that, the EU started to fall. Like, it's not a fucking American project, man. Like, not everything in the world is American project. Please stop talking this shit. Like, please. Okay, now addressing the point about people. Okay, there is a super chat. Maybe Bradley will read.
You want to fight back for your values? 40% of NHS consultants are foreign nationals. That doesn't count people like my daughters. One anesthetist.
Anesthetist. It means a nurse that puts you to sleep.
Thank you. One orthopedic surgeon. Careful what you wish for. Anesthetist.
Okay, boss. Regarding what Baba said about people in Kharkov, and like a lot of people are just going with the flow, as to say, like pretending to be. That's the majority. Like, if climate will change, they will go back. Like, to stand for the values right now in Ukraine, you need to understand it's a fascist country right now. We have one source of news, official. Everything else is suppressed. We have military police on the streets patrolling. Like, it's a fascist country by definition. So people are saying what they are supposed to say. And when they are saying that they are hardcore Ukrainians, some of course are, because a recent study showed that Ukraine is the last in IQ in the whole Europe and 78th in the world. Like, people are fucking dumb here, so you need to take into consideration that. But people are like, I'm like, when I'm talking to other people that not like close, like basically not my brother and like my mom, I'm not saying my real thoughts about situation, because the problem is that you don't know if somebody will say something to SBU and you will get into the fucking
potentially dangerous to
concentration camp in a couple of days. Like, people are saying what people want to hear.
No, yeah, I would say
that's
that
why,
he's 100%
like,
right about that. Even in the United States, to a much smaller degree, I know a lot of people that supported Trump, and if you lived in like an enclave like where I do, where it's overwhelmingly liberal, people would be like whispering if they said anything about Trump, like pro-Trump. You was literally worried, like,
yes,
what would
but
happen to you?
In that
Not the
situation,
same way,
it's like public opinion. Here is like you can get fucking killed. So there is like a slight little bit of a difference, if you know.
It's not just the war though, Bagari. Like, when my wife is Lithuanian, I've been to the Baltic states a lot, and it's the Eastern European way of things. They tell you what they think you want to hear, and they're so they're well educated, right? And they've got a very, very good idea of what they think you want to hear. Like, I had to talk to people for weeks, right, and have long historical discussions about their history before they would start to open up about their real opinions. In my experience of Eastern Europe, you get told what they think you want to hear, and that's a real thing. And if you dig down, if you really dig down, you find they're very well educated. Their history is very complex, Like, you know, there have been armies going back and forth across the region, and they have family ties everywhere, right? Everybody's got a Russian relative not that far away, and everybody's got a Polish relative. And you know, because there's not such a big place, there are relatives everywhere, and everybody is prepared to take any kind of position depending on who they're talking to. And when you're a Westerner in that part of the world, it's really, really difficult. Like, it takes a long time and a lot of vodka before you start to listen, before people actually tell you what they think. Yeah.
What you said right now is the great like truth about the difference in mentality. Like, it's not even in like what you think. Like, it's how people behave with strangers and so on. Like in Western
is
countries,
agreeing
like,
with Bigari. Toby, stop exposing us. Continue.
Yeah, in Western countries, like, people are so like friendly, blah blah blah. Even to strangers, like they're smiling, like we can talk, small talk. Here, like, if I don't know you, I will not smile to you. I will not get into in the conversation with you. We are strangers. We are just on our own path. Like, what do you fucking want with me? But if you know me, then of course we will talk deep conversations for hours, like about other some shit. But if you don't know me and I don't know you, we will not talk. Like, I will not say to you what I think. Like, that's the difference in mentality. Not
Is
like
that just Eastern Europe, or is that all of Europe?
No,
I don't know. It's our Russian
Homo
mentality.
Soveticus, you know, like they're very well educated. Like, this is the thing you've got to understand. Eastern Europeans might be relatively poor, or at least they were when I was there in the 90s and 2000s. But their education is pretty high. Like,
Toby, want to hear some funny shit? I will reply to Toby and then Prata. In Ukraine, we have a new educational reform stated for like 2027, and they will remove biology, physics, chemistry from school. So you don't need to learn that. You need to learn only history, Ukrainian language. They left out mathematics, math. So
Why?
so
I
you
don't
can
understand.
count.
Why would they do that?
And instead of German, now it's English, right?
They left what's it called? Physical education. So you are fit. So they are
Gender
preparing
equality.
like no. They are preparing brain dead patriots. They are preparing brain dead patriots. It's the same as what has Nazi Germany had in plans for Eastern Europe education. They had like 4 years of school and some basic like language and some basic math. And the same is going right now in Ukraine. They are preparing
difference
brain dead
is
population.
now it's English. Difference is now it's English instead of German required. That's the only difference, right?
It's not required. It's not required. They removed every foreign literature, so you don't need to learn like Dostoevsky. No, don't need to read Dostoevsky. That Ukrainian traitor. Like chemistry, why you don't need to know chemistry, biology. Oh no, physics. What is E equal mc in square? Like, we don't need to know that. We only need to be fit and brain-dead patriot soldiers that will fight for Bandera values. That's what is going on. Like, if you have a brain, you want to run from this country as far as possible until those people are in power. Okay, Prata.
I just said one more thing.
Is running.
Brother, I just want to finish up what I was saying. Listen, I studied Russian history, Soviet history at a military academy. I studied Russian literature, right? I was only just able to keep pace with the ordinary people I met in Eastern Europe. They knew everything I'd studied. It was actually disconcerting. And I'm talking about school teachers and doctors and lawyers. I'm not talking about professors or anything. So I really think that unless you know the region very, very well to a Western standard, though you're not going to learn very much talking to them.
I just want to say that our high school education was like on the level of like I'm like watching some people in Europe and United States from universities talking about shit. I learned that in high school. We learned that in high school, like, and those people are learning that shit in universities. So we had that education from Soviet Union, but it's dead now.
When you have social engineers making identity politics, that's what you get, Bigari, and they can get even worse. I heard that primary school books in Ukraine say that the Jews come from Israel. And yes, and they also the Portuguese are also descendants of Ukrainians. That's why we went and discovered the world. I think I heard something like that. So it doesn't matter. As I said, when social engineers start planning social change, identity politics can be really shit. The idea of unifying Europe is a very old thing, as you all guys know. So this idea of creating create a new empire, so with Charles the Magnon has been there all the time. And it is true that after you talked about the Westphalian Peace, after the Napoleon Wars, with a lot of Russian contribution, we created a new system in Europe. The system based on the treaties of Vienna and so on. And it is interesting that during this time, it's born this movement, the idea of the United States of Europe. Because the Napoleon Wars were extremely bloody, and people had it. They saw, they felt. It was everybody. So many people were killed, and the idea of creating a peaceful Europe. It was in their minds. First of all, with that more autocratic way coming from Russia, the fraternity of the families in Austria, monarch families. But some of that more liberal part of the French Revolution really had in mind some kind of United States of Europe. And I remember there was several books during that time who were built. They're amazing writers in Portuguese, and they were very fascinated with that. But it's very interesting how you read their final works, how much delusional they are with their idea of Europe itself, because it doesn't work. The United States of Europe would always be what it has always been, like European Union. Each country has an interest, and countries will fight for their interests. They don't give anything for free. Everybody is into something, and I think we have to take that into account, and that's it. So
talking about uniting Europe is one thing. Talking about idea is one thing, but doing something is different, right? Here we talk about Russia winning in 2 days, Europe collapsing in 5 months, or we talk about it. That's one thing. Same thing happened with Yugoslavia when it was created. Yeah, some people across Yugoslavia were talking about it, idea was, but it took British to create it. British created Yugoslavia after First World War. What? Nobody else. Same thing with Europe. It's someone else's act that has more power. Same as British created Yugoslavia. Yeah, it gave the Austrian parts of Austria-Hungary to Serbia. It was the Serbian king, ruler of Yugoslavia.
Nevertheless, people can get. There are two types of nationalism. There are the nationalist that wants to split apart, and it's very charging and it's very, very motivating. And there is also the nationalism also started in the beginnings of the 1800s, which is the agglomerating nationalism. So we saw the creation of Italy, the creation of Germany. The Prussians didn't conquest or annex everything. Many people, many Germans everywhere.
Can I correct you?
Yeah, go on.
nationalism as a
collective, yes, it.
Nationalism started in the 1900s. Like there was not nationalism before. It was creation of Germans to unite Germany.
Exactly. So when it started, you have two types of nationals. The one that want to split apart, and it's very emotional and very imposing and very. And there's the other one which is agglomerating, annexating everything around in the basis of nationalism. So
the concept of nation did not exist until around 1820s.
I think we're kind of arguing about nationalism, but what Prada is kind of right. Like the Pan-Slavism, it wasn't nationalism as in a country. It was a nationalism as in like an identity. In, the 1870s, 1890s.
It still exists.
Well, yes, but I think he's using nationalism. He's kind of saying, okay, on one hand, we've got sort of like a tribalism where, Catalonians have a nationalism about wanting to split off from Spain. But at the same time, there's also these broader nationalism's not really the right word. It's almost like a large group identity.
Well, yeah, I think we're getting into semantic argument, which is dangerous. Because I think,
John,
personally,
but this argument is important.
Ancient Greece, for example,
this argument is
Spartans
important.
were very nationalistic against the Athenians.
No. They weren't. This argument is very important because we use the words that we don't understand the meaning of in everyday life. Nationalism, what is nation? What is nation? People use the word nation
right. I agree. That's the danger of the
people need to understand
the same word can mean different things to different people, and I'm not sure how you mean the word nationalism. There's a difference between a nation and a state. For example, you can have many nations inside one state or one country, whatever you want to call it.
It all goes back to the ancient Rome when you have the word populace. What do you understand by when I say populace?
Are you going to give us a lecture on?
I'm role playing Putin
right now.
I'm role playing Putin. What do you understand by the word populace?
The word populace.
Well, the populares was a political faction.
No.
Yeah, there was a schism in ancient Rome.
Romans meant by that word just the people that live on the land. They were not political entity. They were not political subject. They were just populace, the people that live on the land.
Right, but like I said, this is the danger of semantics. A word can have
it's
more
not
than
dangerous.
one meaning.
We need to understand the semantics.
Yes, technically speaking, if you translate Latin into English, popularity means people. Yes, but it also was the name of a political movement in ancient Rome. Before the Roman Empire, back in the days of the Roman Republic, popularity were literally a political movement.
It was not political movement.
Yes, it was. Look it up. Google.
What do you think the social wars were about, Bagari?
I think if you ever learn Latin, you understand that things are very complicated. We're talking about 1,000 years of history where many things happened, and Latin itself was a dead language already by the end of the Republic.
Yeah, we don't need to go a history of the etymology of the words, but the point is that the words can mean different things to different people. It's the idea behind the words is what we're trying to get at. I think that's what we're trying to get at. Instead of arguing over the etymology of certain words and where they came from, what do they mean now in modern parlance, modern nomenclature? What does the word actually mean to us?
Well, I would say
you don't understand where the word came from, it doesn't
have any difficult to discuss what's happening
today, let
alone 2,000 years ago. Okay, it's so difficult.
The thing about the nation state,
what's happening today. It's important to know that, right? What's an important difference? What Bigari wants to say, there's a patriotism and nationalism. How I would describe the difference is, as Kennedy says, don't ask what your country can do for you, which is nationalism. Ask what you can do for your country, which is patriotism. That's such a slight difference, right? That's what's important. That's why the nationalism is so misused lately. It's and also patriotism is changing. Now the nationalists like to make it as it's same as patriotism, but it's not. There's a slight difference.
I just wanted to say, like, I'm going to smoke.
Usually
One second.
nationalists destroy their own country. Why? Because they have their idea what nation should be, but nation is not a single culture, not a single people, not a single nation, not nationality, different ethnicities, different religions, pretty much every country. So what it should be a nation, they declare that they know, but it should be. But usually it's a criminals hiding behind that. That's what usually reality is. It's criminals.
I wanted just to say that
I don't know.
terms are artificially created.
Basically explaining what Bigari is thinking, and Bigari says that that's not what he's thinking. So you're explaining for him, but you said So Bigari, I'll read it. Wait, I will read it. 1 second. Bigari is trying to explain what he's actually thinking. Yuri interrupts and says, "This is what Bigari's thinking." Bigari's like, "No, this is not what I'm thinking." Yuri keeps talking. I don't know. Anyway, guys, it's time to get out of this black hole. Okay. Bigari, explain what you're actually thinking.
I'm going to pivot out of this black hole.
I'm going to smoke.
Just try to make it short.
I just wanted to say that the whole concept of nation and nationalism is artificial fucking creation in the 19th century to get the Germany to unify. That's all. That's all. And then people all over the world went with that concept.
It's a very powerful
It didn't exist for 2,000 years before that, and then it's somehow it's widely accepted.
But it's a thing now. It's the most powerful ideology in the world now.
Yep. Yeah, well, I'm not sure that's true. Like, the thing is, you can believe in nations if you want, but you can also believe in other things. So you can believe in, like, faiths, or you can believe in corporations and the OECD. I'll give you an example.
Has the Pope?
Right, but also, like, I was talking with Voyan about this in the voice chat, and he posted a list of exports, and we're talking about who makes money exporting to China. And on the list, on the top of the list, I think was South Korea, right? And then there was Japan, and there were these other nations that were importing into China. And when you look at these nations, these lists of nations, there's almost the impression that mum and dad small businesses in South Korea are like harvesting their wheat or their rice and then selling that to mums and dads in China, because the name of the nation implies that these are South Koreans exporting to Chinese people. What it actually is South Korea's heavy industry, which is multinational corporations using cheap South Korean labor to manufacture heavy industry goods and exporting that to China. And the money actually goes to the shareholders of the multinational corporations. And so when we look at this world of nation states, we get a very false impression that these nations are actually meaningful things. The reality of the world is that most interactions between nation states are done at the corporate level, and those multinational corporations are owned by Chinese shareholders, American shareholders, Dutch shareholders, British shareholders, German shareholders, right, in varying proportions, and this is globalism. And in my view, we do need to get away from the idea of nation states if we want to understand the modern world and what we were talking about earlier, which is the conflict between globalism and perhaps, if you like, patriotism. But anyway, I'll leave it at there, and we can talk about something else.
What is your thoughts on quote unquote Christian nationalism? It's probably an improper, might even be an oxymoron, the phrase Christian nationalism.
Well, people are probably going to hate me talking about Christianity, but like there is a large discussion going on at the moment that there's like a spiritual war going on in the world. And in my view, there's always been a spiritual war going on in the world. But it does seem to be that there are a lot of people in Russia who are Christians and a lot of people in America who are Christians who see eye to eye way more than the furries in America see eye to eye with the Christians in America. And so I think, as globalism takes hold, you're seeing these other kinds of unions coming together. And so you're seeing Christians interact with each other a lot more. Even in the UK now, people are being told that they have to be multicultural, and there's a real rejection of Islam. right? There's this idea that Islam does not belong in the UK because it's a Christian nation. I haven't heard the British talk about themselves being a Christian nation in my lifetime. It wasn't fashionable when I was a kid, and it's like it still isn't.
Can't you get locked up for saying that in Britain now?
For saying what, that you're a Christian nation? Possibly, yeah. Yeah, listen, Australia's just passed these vilification laws that basically make it illegal to offend people. And there's a special exception if you're a priest in a church, as long as it's reasonable. So quite frankly, you can get locked up for quoting the Old Testament in Australia right now. And it's really weird because the Israeli lobby and the Jews are pushing this law, and they don't seem to think that it can be used against them. Absolutely, it will be used against them, right? They can guarantee it, but they don't see that. They think it will only be used against their enemies, right? And so we're seeing more of a spiritual bonding between people of faith. And it's not necessarily a good thing either, because it's turning into like ecumenical hatred instead of sharing of ideas. And that's unfortunate, but we are seeing that. And I think that's actually more powerful than nationalism or patriotism. You know, people want to kick out. They like you see people saying, deport those people. And they're talking about people who were born there in that country. You know, they might have been third generation and people are still saying, deport them. It's like, well, where to? What they're really saying is, you know, those people are my enemy because they're either not Christian or they're not Muslim or they're not a Jew. And so alongside globalism and corporatism, we're seeing like a reversion back to spiritual identity, which takes us right back to the Reformation in Europe and like the massive wars that went on.
When you talk about Islam, don't you believe that there's a possibility that the tenets of Islam and the tenets of Christianity are not necessarily compatible? Like, can't you make an argument for that?
Yeah, you can make an argument as much as you like, or you can make an argument the other way. You know, This is the thing. You can use religion to do whatever you want.
Okay.
You know, you can either make peace and treat it as a personal salvation, or you can turn it into a political crutch and make war with it.
Super chat.
Like patriotism is employed to get the poor of one country or race to fight the poor of another country or race for the rich. Sure,
that's
and religion
true,
into that as well, right?
All these things can keep countries together. But it's also kept countries together. Not to split up in a city-states.
What Yuri said is right. Religion can be used, or nationalism can be used for good or for evil, right? It can be a unifying force. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, very important thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Origin itself, it's true, but still, it's useful. It's
Bagari, yeah. No, Yuri's right. Bagari, go ahead.
Super chat.
It was read already. Read by Toby.
Toby read it, but very.
Oh, Toby. I wanted to add to what Toby said about Christian. Like, it was the point that I made when I was like at the start of the open mic when I joined. Like, exactly the point that Christianity and religion is so powerful as an idea that after the 30 Years' War after like you were talking about Rousseau, but Rousseau was not the first one who put the ideas. The first one was Thomas Hobbes in his Leviathan. That's why they were like so afraid of those ideas, because they are so powerful. And they moved away from them, and they built the society on all those materialistic ideas. That's
well, some people think the Enlightenment is a great thing, and other people think it was the death of faith. You know, like there was this period where all of these writers came out. People like,
but wasn't it the death of faith though? In a lot of ways,
yeah,
it was.
You had Darwin and Karl Marx and Adam Smith and all these people, and they wrote these all-encompassing books. You know, that told the whole of history. And the thing was, they were all kind of anti-Christian in their nature as well. And this happened at the same time as the liberalization of capital markets and the lessening of the strength of the church. And so, arguably, the Enlightenment was like if you speak to spiritual people, they say it was a descent into barbarism. And what they'll do is they'll show you all the wars that were done in the name of nationalism. And it's kind of true, right? If you have a look at what happened to Europe, we call the Dark Ages of Europe the Dark Ages, and people say nothing happened. But what that means is like that you didn't have constant war. And then when you had the Enlightenment, you had like industrial scale war and pretty much perpetual war between nations. So, you know, which is better kind of depends on who you are. If you're a Marxist or if you're a, you know, another kind of godless, maybe you're a Darwinist and you believe in the science, you know, you tend to celebrate the Enlightenment and all the Enlightenment writers, and you worship Marx or you worship Darwin or you worship Adam Smith and economics. The more spiritual people would say, you know, this was a turning away from God and losing morality, which resulted in horrific violence and hatred. So, you know, and this is an interesting debate now. I hesitate to promote anything because, like, my faith is a very personal thing, and the scamps get upset, especially people like Outtro who worships money. You know, he has no God, and then you've got
my name is Outtro. My name is Outtro. What do you want to say? Well,
yeah. No, listen.
My name is
I pray
Outtro.
for you, Outtro. I pray that you will come back to humanity at some point. And look at Votion. You know, he knows all about Constantinople.
What's happening with Tartus and Khomeini? What's happening with Tartus and Khomeini?
Bagari's up, guys.
Bagari's
up.
No, I think Votion is up, but I'm just want to say, like, maybe we should switch conversation because I can go on philosophy rants with Toby for 10 years, but if somebody, I just want to say
some topics.
Okay,
What's
go
happening
on.
with Tartus?
Well, there are, you know, the fire in the United States, in LA. We could talk a bit about that and the political things around it. Also, we have not touched Ukraine yet, and what I would maybe want to discuss sometime, at least in the open mic, is the topic of AI. It's a big topic. It's becoming a big topic. Hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested in this, and it will have a lot of impact on society.
Okay, pick one. Which one do you want to talk about? We'll talk about it.
Well, I have a question on Ukraine for the panel. I'd love to ask it.
Yeah, let's
start with Ukraine.
All right. So, my question kind of for the whole panel. Okay, so the brainwashing of Ukraine's future generation that we were talking about before is kind of a very disconcerting thing, as well as the exodus of the hardcore Ukrainian nationalists to nations in the West like Canada. But the Ukrainian war doesn't seem sustainable at this point, and Zelensky apparently even said that the Ukrainian war has to end in 2025. So, like, what are your guys' thoughts for what 2025 might look like for Ukraine? I guess
Wyatt goes first. Wyatt goes first.
All right, I guess Wyatt.
What's the question again? I zoned out. Sorry.
So what's in store for Ukraine war in 2025? Because it looks like they can't keep it up, but at the same time, they're already like trying to in advance propagandize the people for a long war.
There's only two options. So one is that they cut the losses and just negotiate, depending on what Trump's gonna do. Trump's team, despite he haven't even get off office, is doing a lot of work. So it's hard to say. Like they say that they are already arranging a meeting between Putin and Trump. So let's see how that happens. But if in the event that Zelensky and the European supporters want to continue, regardless of what happened to United States, then we will see an acceleration of the ground losses, because Ukraine is losing ground, like even in places where I don't think they should be losing ground. So there is no positive that I can see for the Ukrainian military.
Well, just quickly, you said they're losing ground in places where they shouldn't be. What? Because you follow it closer than any of us. Why do you think that is? Like what?
Yeah, there's no way you can. Firstly, the soldiers can't defend, or they don't want to defend. Another thing is that once you for example, like in the SITREP I just posted today, like I said, the moment the Russians fire a TOS, a thermobaric rocket, into the defensive position, then everybody died there. The next wave of soldiers, would they want to go back to the same place, to the trench where all everyone is like fried chicken? Then it's like, you know that there's going to be another rocket to hit you, and you just going to die for nothing. People are not going to go there because there's no there's no air support, there's no artillery support, there's no way to counter all this weaponry. Then you're just going there to die. I think this is very demoralizing. I think, yeah, I mean, no, most soldiers will just give up. That's what I think. So who's next? You guys decide.
Vojin, maybe he's next to you.
We can go along the
Gagari had his finger up. He lives in Ukraine. Ask him.
Okay, Bigari, go on.
But Super Chat, if you want to understand what Western values were, you have to look prior to 1940, and everything else that claims to be Western values is skin suit. So colonialism is Western value. Okay, that's it.
Okay, there is a big misconception about what's being said in by Ukrainian official sources and so on. And Wyatt also has misconceptions that Ukrainians hard nationalists are dead. I can give you example from Chasov Yar. There is a brigade from Pravy sector. They are hardcore right wingers, nationalists, and there is a story that every reinforcement that is not from original from them, they just send them to front line and they sit in the back. So those hardcore nationalists are not dying. Regular conscripts are dying in the brigade that are reinforcement, and they are sitting back. The same can be said about Azov Brigade and all that shit, because they have their business interests in the back. They're sitting back, they are not dying. They are bought off by Zelensky and co. Because if you read news, officers in Azov Brigade received $500,000 apartments in Kiev, luxurious apartments. They are well bought off. And what will happen is that by the probably end of March, the Wyatt, that's Russian propaganda, Ukraine is winning. Yeah. By the end of March, the conscription age will be lowered to 21.
Did they pass that? Is that law now? Did the
no.
parliament pass it?
That's my prediction.
Oh, okay.
It will be lowered by 21, so they will have some more, to get to 18 later if needed. Because even if Trump cuts off the aid, Zelensky is in such a big shit that he will continue the war. You need to understand that Trump cannot just turn off the war.
Hey, Bagari, I saw a story. They were talking about how a lot of parents are starting to arrange trips to camps or tours out of Ukraine for their 18 and 16-year-olds.
Yeah, that's happened.
Yeah, because of the 21 age thing is coming up, they think, so they're afraid.
Yeah. Everyone knows that it's coming. So young kids, parents are moving away young kids from the country. So not only the middle of the age pyramid is dying, but the bottom of the pyramid is moving away from the country. So the country is actually fucking dead and done. So that's all. But the war will continue until there is no man to fight. That's all.
But why don't the Ukrainians are they that stupid? They don't realize that this is
Yeah, they realize, but what they can do? You need to understand that the idea
Nazis
that
are the ones with the guns.
that Ukrainians propagated the idea that they did the 2014 Maidan on their own, just by the will of the people, is the most fucking stupidest and fake shit ever. And they were mocking Russians that you stupid Russians, you weakling Russians, you cannot overthrow Putin because we are Ukrainians, we are so low, we love freedom so much that we can do revolution at any point. It's all fucking bullshit, because you cannot do revolution unless there is a foreign actor involved, or maybe not foreign even, but someone who is interested and who has influence to push that. the guy from Bangladesh were coming from on the open mic like a couple of months ago, like in the summer, and was saying that it's our students that did the revolution in Bangladesh. I was like fucking laughing my ass off because it was students. It's only students that did it. Like, okay, boss, it's not working like that. People are afraid as fuck. Yeah, people are afraid as fuck. People like look for themselves. There is no like it's completely totalitarian regime.
Let Vaughn go and then Wayne wants to speak.
Yeah, real quick for the question. Either there's going to be a deal that gets the war over between Trump and Putin that Putin can live with and the U.S. can live with, or the war continues until Ukraine is totally defeated and surrenders, I guess. But like I said, I don't expect the war to last, past 2025. I mean, there might still be some fighting, but I mean, I think this is going to be a really bad year
for Ukraine. I see. All right, I guess go ahead, Wayne. You're muted right now, though. After Wayne, it's Bubba.
It happens. I get clumsy. You guys are missing some points here, some really important points. First off, Russia's still fighting World War II. I think Ukraine's on World War IV. They have reinvented. No, you fucking morons don't know what you're looking at. You know what a closed blockade is? What's a closed blockade? Tell me.
That's like when you got an open blockade and you close it.
No, what is a closed blockade? It's when you put your ships right up next to the enemy's port and you block them in port.
I just said that.
No, it's not what you said. You said it in a way that could be misinterpreted. I re-said it so it wouldn't be misinterpreted. The point is, closed blockade went out about 1900. Okay? Ukraine bought it back in 2023. They've got the Russians blockaded in the ports. The warships that were supposed to be having all this huge impact are doing fuck all. The Russians cannot cut off the Ukrainian train corridor. They do not have the capabilities. They don't have the financial resources to last. I mean, you guys keep on saying, oh, yeah, Russia's got all this money. They've got all this construction. They've got all these factories that build all these plants.
Dude, look how much they're paying their soldiers. Look how much they're paying the Eskimo to fucking sign up.
Wayne, I want to ask you a question about the ports. How do Russians launch ship-based missiles from Black Sea, Kinzhals from Black Sea, or calibers from Black Sea, if they like the ships are useless? How do they launch it from Black Sea? I want to ask this question.
No need to They're being launched in the Caspian, boy.
So let
from Caspian. Yeah.
Bubba,
you are so fucking retarded. I want to
Bradley, I had my finger up for half an hour.
Sorry, okay, you're here before. I didn't realize. I guess you go first, then Bob.
Yeah, so
you guys are funny. You are so funny.
I want to answer Bubba and Wayne also comment on Wayne. Obviously, it depends a lot how the war will go, how the support from the United States will continue or not, and also from
the United States. They don't matter. They don't matter. Seriously, the United States doesn't matter. Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants. Trump is the great unifier. He is absolutely the best unifier around. You know how I can tell that? Because every single fucking Canadian political party is telling them to. Okay.
Wayne, when America comes into Canada, I am coming to fight you. The Australian Legion, right? Because we always fight with the US. I'm going to come and hunt you down.
Toby, I will enlist in the Russian Legion to fuck Wayne too.
If I told you some of the shit I done, you wouldn't believe me.
No.
We will fuck you that you would believe it.
Bubba,
have you ever caught a rabbit with your bare hands?
Let me continue.
24 hours. 24 hours.
Go because he wants
Ukraine.
to talk about
Ukraine can continue. They still have quite some manpower. Not as much as Russia anymore. They earlier had much more than Russians, but I think they can continue for at least a year. it depends obviously on the support, but even without the United States support, they I think have enough weapons to fight in this way that the fight is right now going, because Russia does not want to move too fast, and they are doing that because they want to avoid too many losses on the Russian side.
Hey, it's like
let me finish, then you can answer. This is the point that the war, if it continues with the current pace, it will go on for a year. It also depends on the money support for Ukraine, because if the Ukrainian government or regime, or what you want to name it, cannot feed their people and cannot, give them the basic needs, then the state could collapse under pressure of the war and then of the economic pressure, because they basically don't have an economy that can support itself. And regarding Wayne's point that he seems to think that Ukraine beat the Russian Navy or something, but Russia has beaten the Ukrainian Navy, and there are only Russian Navy ships in the Black Sea, so it's like if you're playing a football game or a soccer game, and there is only a goal on one side, and the other team has no goal behind it. So the Ukrainians can hit Russian ships with their boat drones. The Russians can't obviously hit any Ukrainian ship because there is no Ukrainian military ship. So if you play such a soccer game, if Brazil plays against Faroe Islands, probably such a soccer game would end 0-0 most of the time. But sometime Faroe Island could score a goal. Brazil could not, because there is no goal on the Faroe Island side. So this is the situation in the Black Sea, in my opinion. Go on. Who is next? Buba.
So we were talking about what we see 2025 happening. I think things are going to wrap up between Russia and Ukraine. But what I see is this is not going to be an unconditional surrender. And if you look at Germany post-World War I, like Western history and stuff seems to imply that Germany surrendered and everything went to peace and all this stuff. Germany was a shit show in 1919 through about 1921. You had the Freikorps, you had the communists, you had monarchists all battling for power, because essentially what had been a functional system was no longer functional.
Even much longer than that, it did. But there was 23 different political parties in the Reichstag in 1933. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, the Freikorps were fighting in Russia.
So yes, you also have the warlords in the Baltic states and all that stuff. But my point is, you're still going to have 200,000-300,000 angry, hungry, broke Ukrainian men with guns. Okay, that does not spell a recipe for a peaceful situation. I think you're going to see. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am wrong for the Ukrainians, okay, the actual people. But Wayne, yeah, whatever. Okay, I know they're going to conquer Vladivostok tomorrow afternoon, but that's just not going to happen. I don't think Ukraine will just go to a peaceful thing after everything's over. I think there's going to be massive, violent internal unrest. I'm not saying full-fledged civil war, but I would not want to be there in the next 18 months. I think it's going to get worse for the people. I really do. And I kind of hate that.
A failed state like Libya or Syria or something like
that. So until someone unites it, because Zelensky doesn't have any real power. At his core is going to lose power, or they're going to have to fight other groups in order to keep the power. Now, it's just a prediction. So,
okay, awesome. Well, I guess Vaughn's gone now, so we can't ask him. So
I was going to read the super chat. Azov will have to run eventually. When Andrei, that guy, runs, there are many people in the UK waiting for him. The police will have to protect him 24/7. Tommy Robinson.
Can I comment on that? Because I know it was a guy.
I want to continue what Bubba said. I think Bubba is absolutely spot on. I think he's made a really, really important point that a lot of people have overlooked, which is the number
Wait, can you
of...
post Toby's volume, man?
I'll try and speak more into the microphone. Is that better?
Okay, so Toby, I think it's better to lower your microphone volume because I think that's why it's scratching.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you can hear it now, but
okay. Well, Wayne was trying to speak. Vaughn was trying to.
Yeah, it's very good.
And
then
okay.
Toby and Bulgari were trying to answer the super chat.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. It's both the super chat and what Bubba was saying, right? It's like, what happens to the Ukrainian military if a peace is called? Because there's a couple of things we have to take into account. One of them is that Russia does not like those people and sees them as an actual threat to Russia, and there's a real feeling in the Russian military that their job isn't done, right? And so it's going to be very difficult for Trump to convince Russia that those people aren't a threat. Russia is not going to allow Ukraine to rearm under NATO. And what that means is that Bubba is almost certainly right that there'll be a civil war in Ukraine, because any peace is going to have to allow Russia to make a client state out of Ukraine, which would result either in a civil war in Ukraine or 300,000 angry Ukrainian troops fleeing into Poland and Romania, right? And this is not fantasy. If you listen to what the new head of NATO has said, the very first thing he said when he took office was, we have to keep fighting Russia because otherwise we'll be fighting the Ukrainian army, right? So Bubba's making a very good point here, and it's not lost on NATO either. Ukraine has got a huge,
pardon me, but you keep on forgetting one thing. What about the people in Russia?
Please shut up for a minute, right? Like the point Bubba is making is there's a large army of nationalists. As Bagari said, it's mostly conscripts who are being fed into the cannons at the front line. The nationalists are keeping their power together. They hate the Poles. Like Bandera's traditional enemy were the Poles, right? Not only that, they're going to feel betrayed, right? Wayne, you're a giggling idiot. You don't know the history. They're going to feel betrayed just like the Germans did. It's a really interesting analogy that Bubba made, right? The Germans had the stab in the back theory, right? And I've already seen the memes on X about like the Ukrainians complaining that they're being stabbed in the back by Trump, and they're saying they're being stabbed in the back by Germany, right? There's going to be real anger and hostility if the war gets called off and they've lost heaps of territory to Russia. So if Russia gets a say in the future of Ukraine, I think there'll be a massive civil war and a purge of the Banderites, and the West will basically put their legions on the Polish border to just stop those people fleeing into Europe and creating havoc, because the Polish military cannot withstand the Ukrainian military. It's not big enough. They're rearming like crazy. So I think in 2025, it's very interesting and diabolical, but it's going to be bad. I agree with Bubba. It's going to be bad because there's so many radicalized, well-armed, very, very bitter and angry Ukrainian soldiers, and nobody wants them. They have no friends anymore. So the piece is going to be very ugly.
Just really quickly about what Toby's last point was, just to dovetail on that. You talked about the Ukrainians are going to be angry about the Poles. The Poles have no love for the Ukrainians. Like Toby, as you're well aware, like they don't really.
They hate them.
Right. So that's my point. So what happens then? Like it's not like the Poles love the Ukrainians.
So the Poles garrison their border, right, and shoot anyone who crosses.
If I may
help the Russians extinguish the Banderites.
Yeah.
Wayne, if I may answer previous super chat.
Let's try to keep it short because Vaughn was still speaking, Wayne was still speaking, JS wants to speak, Vaughn wants to speak again. So everybody's trying to speak at the same time.
Yeah, I didn't answer anything about previous question.
Please. Well, Vaughn was before you. After Vaughn, I guess it's Wayne. Then it would be you. But Vaughn's gone now. So Wayne, then you, then Wayne.
No, let Euro go first. He was asking me a question.
Okay, Euro, go first.
No, this is the super chat. I'm answering. Okay. I'm ignoring you, Wayne, totally because you're trolling. I'm not gonna fall for it. Okay. I don't know why others fall for it, for such stupidity. I don't get it. But everybody wants to argue. Go ahead, guys, argue with Wayne. It's stupid, but go ahead. Maybe you can win. But what I wanted to say, like in a case, if there's a peace agreement and Ukraine stays like that now, which is not going to happen, right? But if there is, what's going to happen with these Nazi battalions and the very very nationalist battalion? Well, they will do just as Syrian army did. They will loot their people. They don't care if they're not pushed out of the Ukraine. They will keep looting their people, set up the checkpoints and blackmail everyone. That's what's going to happen. Maybe even for 5 years. It can last for 5 years until one point.
You don't believe the Ukrainian people will put a stop to that? They will just, No, I'm not disagreeing.
They're very, very harsh people. They don't care. They'll molest everyone, rape. They don't care. Regular people cannot resist that. That's the case everywhere until some point. So it can last for a long time like that, until people don't have nothing to lose. So it can last for 5 years. We see it in Syria, right? It lasted for a long time. So that's what can happen. And then just suddenly collapse, everyone abandons, runs away. That's what Bilecki, but also Bilecki can lose all these coal mines, right, that are stretching between Pokrovsk and Pavlograd, right? Bilecki, Kolomytsky, right? They can lose those mines before they run away, because there's so many mines that can be taken over, right?
So Wayne doesn't buy Russian propaganda. Slow Ukraine.
All right, Wayne, go ahead.
Who's next?
After Wayne,
Bradley, who's next?
It's Wayne, then Wayne. Go.
Okay, there's a couple things you guys are missing badly. Let's go back 2022. No, I'm serious, Bagari. Think of the Moskva. It got sank, right? How did it get sunk? I'm asking this from a logical point of view. How did it get sunk? Okay, it's a couple missiles, right? That's the story everybody's been told. It's probably what happened. But listen to the logic behind this. This ship was designed with the best air defense systems that the Soviets could build and then upgraded by the Russians after. These systems were designed to take out cruise missiles and airplanes. There's no way cruise missiles should have got through the defense systems in the first place. Second, there was a huge rumor going around at one point that the ship's design was shit and there was all these empty space inside. So I checked with the naval architect and he confirmed to me that no, the ship wasn't designed that way, that it was properly subdivided. So it shouldn't have easily sunk. Okay? Now, we've been hearing all these bits and pieces for the last couple of years about how Russian air defense is no bloody good because it can't stop drones, right? Now, but think about this logically. If Russian air defense was no good, the Ukrainians would be flying their airplanes into Russia, and the Russians would be flying their airplanes into Ukraine on a regular basis. The air defense works fine for what it is designed to target. And that's the point. It's designed to target airplanes and cruise missiles. It's not designed to target drones. Moscow should have been able to handle those two cruise missiles.
Wasn't it reported that the systems weren't even on?
Vaughn, just let him go.
Shut up.
Let him go.
Shut up. There's no way those cruise missiles should have hit. Now, that ship was supposed to have been on patrol
your point
as
is
an anti-air asset. So the system should have been on. There is no damn way they should have been off. Get what I mean?
So
you don't put an air defense
I'm not sure
ship out there.
what's your overall point, though? Like, you're giving us
The point is, there's no damn way the ship should have gone down.
He's fucking retard, man.
What's the point?
So we want to get the point so that we can move on from him. Okay, so Wayne, your point is that it was not a cruise missile that took it down, or your point is that
No, my point is the ship should not have sank. Even if it took 2 hits, it should not have sank.
Okay, and it did. Okay. It should not have
super chat. 90% of us agree with you, Wayne. Go get them. And so what Wayne is trying to say is that Russia actually did a false flag. No, they to let Ukraine fight.
Not what I'm saying.
I'm just joking. I'm not saying
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's something wrong here. There's something we don't understand, or this wouldn't have happened.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's something in the Russian military, or whether the Ukrainians build a special hyperspeed Mach 5 close.
Or maybe it was a war and shit happens.
Wayne. I will buy you a ticket so you can go and fight in Ukraine on Ukrainian side.
Okay.
Will you go? I will buy you a fucking ticket to Ukraine so we'll go and fight on Ukrainian side. Will you go? I will hope you go. Please.
I'll pay half.
Go
I'll
fight.
pay half. But Gary, I'll pay half of the ticket.
You're too old.
Because when
I don't care that you're old. You can die. That's all that matters.
Arrange his meeting with right sector. You should arrange his
Well,
meeting
Ukraine,
with
they
right
put me on the engineering side, not the fighting side.
Look, guys, it's fine. It's fine that everyone can talk. Oh, Commander, go ahead.
Please.
So no. I just want to respond to Wayne because when things happen that shouldn't happen, usually we associate that with false flags. There's usually the Americans always do that. When it shouldn't happen. Or the Israeli, right? How can October 7th happen? This false flag. So that's why I joke about it. But the reality from my reporting was that it was a British anti-ship missile. It was transported. It was launched in the surprise attack. The Russians wasn't entirely expecting it, so it hit. They are not prepared for it. That's all. Because this kind of the mid-range area denial missile is just effective. It's just what it is. So and also there's one more.
You're telling me a ship that's designed to take out missiles like this didn't even bother to have its systems on? Because it should have seen them.
Why not?
It should have hit them.
Yeah,
I mean,
other ships that have the system on, right?
No matter how badly some of it's performed, it isn't garbage.
Yeah, so it's a false flag. So
Putin
wanted to escalate the war. So that's the other. No, because it's going nowhere if you're asking hypothetical and then there's no conclusion to it. I just wanted to read one more super chat. Madeleine Takam said, "I am paying to ask a question of Bulgaria and Bulgaria alone. We already know that Azov are well funded and have a large say in Ukraine. I'm inquiring about escape routes. Which way are they going to run?"
Sorry?
Which way Azov are going to run?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Probably somewhere to Europe. UK, probably.
Canada.
Like Beletsky, Madeleine mentioned Beletsky previously.
Yeah.
He already said in the interview this week, last week, that he is agreeing to any peace with Russia. So they are bought off. So they are already we are for any peace. So that's the question. What's happening behind the scenes? I don't know. Where do they go?
Would they even run it? Would they run it all though? Would they just stay?
Just stay.
She's asking.
What will happen in Ukraine is
She's asking if they cannot get through Poland, which way they're gonna run out Ukraine, to Romania, to Transnistria.
You can go to the Baltics, no?
Through where?
The planes are going, no?
I'll go to Lithuania.
You go to you go to Moldavia, then you go to Baltics. What's the problem?
I think they'll go to Canada to fight America in the coming war.
Yeah, I think Bulgaria's right. They're gonna escape to somewhere in Europe, basically.
That talk about isn't that like the pot into the frying pan or whatever, the frying pan into the fire kind of a thing?
No, they'll be whitewashed. Okay, Boyan is next, then it's Bagari, then Vaughn. Vaughn, if you don't escape, you will lose your place in line again. Okay, go ahead, Boyan.
Do I have my mic on? Yes. What Toby said and what Buba was arguing about possible civil war, it's possible. If Ukraine loses in a quick way or faster, and things start to collapse, then there might be some unrest and even a civil war. But the people have been talking that wars go on as long as they can physically, with support from arms industry or from wherever, and as long as there are people to fight. And they point to the Germans in the World War II. They fought to the bitter end. I'm not exactly sure this is true. I think Syria, things can collapse once there is the less will to fight. And Germany had a problem that they have killed 25 plus million people in the east, and they had a fear what the revenge would be. They had reason to fight as long as possible to avoid that happening,
Well, just to dovetail on that point, the same thing was true in World War I. The amount of people that the Germans had killed, the biggest loser population-wise, especially percentage-wise, was actually France, not Germany in World War I. But yet the Germans collapsed. And actually, I spoke about this in VC. I won't go into it here as to why the Germans didn't collapse as quickly in World War II as they did in World War I. But anyway, please continue.
But my point
it wasn't because necessarily just because they were afraid of the Russians. There was other reasons why they didn't collapse.
Yeah, but the point here is, if you look at at least official numbers, there have not been so many civilian casualties on either side. This seems to be a quite, let's say, humane war in a sense that both sides spare the civilian population, at least when you compare it to other wars. So there is not the reason for the Ukrainian side to continue fighting to avoid possible revenge, whatever that would be. This is one point, but I think if you look at the elections before, even the Maidan, there has been this split of 50-50 roughly, pro-West and pro-Russian Ukraine. So it's not just the 300,000 or 500,000 or however many Bandera supporters who would resist Russian takeover. So that there could be, in my opinion, some quite big numbers still left who would support the fight on the Ukrainian side. So that's my closing because I have to go now, guys. Have fun in discussion.
Take care. Guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. All right, bye. Okay. All right, Big R.
Yeah, what Wojin said was completely wrong, by the way, about 50-50 split, because you need to understand that 50-50 split was not about it's Bandera supporters against Russia supporters. It was we want free Schengen visas to Europe against we want closed tariffs to Russia. It was not Bandera. It was we want to travel to Europe for free. That was the main point of the fucking Maidan. People just wanted to go to Europe for free. It was that simple.
Well, it's economics. A lot of it was economics. They wanted.
People don't care about economics. They want to go and travel for free. Don't pay for the visa.
Very selfish. He's saying it was much more selfish. They just wanted to travel to Europe for free, hide their money there.
Yeah, they want to go to Europe to work. Yeah, so they want to.
That's economics. That's what economics is.
And you know what? In 2013, the visa cost was 20 euros or something like that, and right now it's 5 euros. So we killed our countries for 15 euros. Really cool, really cool. I wanted to say about what was that? I remembered that the point from last open mic from last week. I was so fucking mad about when people were discussing that Ukrainian army, due to war in Donbass, was so fucking trained. You're so my man out of touch. Do you know what happened during the war in during those 10 years? Do you know the casualties numbers?
Tell us.
Do you know the casualties numbers? Any guesses on both sides?
No, just tell us.
During the 10 years.
Tell us.
Around 7,000 on both sides during the 10 years. It's just monthly casualty numbers right now. It was not a war. It was skirmishes and mostly just artillery counterfire. No one was fucking prepared to this. And then I just remember that because I watched the History Legends Alex video about like preparation of like brigade in France. Do you know that Ukraine pays France 70,000 euros for one soldier to be prepared? Good money laundering scheme, by the way. Good money laundering scheme.
They say total number is 1 billion for that brigade. 1 billion for
they
France.
spent
But Bakar, you're leaving out
900 million euros for that brigade.
Yeah, but you're leaving out the point that who is giving them the money? It's the United States, right? Who's giving them the money to give it to France?
No,
Yes,
money is spinning around, and
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it goes from Europe to Ukraine. It goes from Europe to Ukraine, from Europe and US to Ukraine, from Ukraine it goes to US and Europe. It's and they get some cuts in the middle. That's the way it is.
And my point
spinning.
is like, what can NATO soldiers teach Ukrainians right now? What? How to only thing they can teach is how to drive NATO vehicles, because NATO soldiers have fucking zero experience in war. When was the last war that NATO soldiers fought? Like, I was listening to Willy OM, like, and he was talking about his mates from Afghanistan, and they all quit. And it was like 10 years ago. Right now, NATO has zero fucking experience. Like, what can they teach Ukrainians? Like, Ukrainian, like, good commanders from Ukrainian front, like Ukrainian commanders, they can teach more about modern war to Ukrainian, like, conscripts than fucking NATO soldiers. Like, I don't know why people are so obsessed with NATO training. NATO is fucking irrelevant in the terms of modern war. They have zero experience. Zero fucking experience.
You're muted though.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make my
question am I answering?
Whoa, well, Wayne came on.
I mean,
and
as far as like after the war, you know, like with the desertions and the disgruntled soldiers and stuff. I mean, you've seen videos of guys flat out saying, you know, I mean, I'm gonna remember your name. You know, you're the guy that threw me in the van. You better, you know, basically. Hopefully, you better hope I die, because if I ever see, you know, there's obviously going to be all kinds of violence and bloodshed. But I would imagine, like, for the conscripts and the people that really fight back, either the nationalist people would have to be gone, or Russia would have to target them, so it would be easier for regular people to rise up. But I mean, I would imagine it'd be a bloodbath anyways, because you got so much bad blood between so many different people. You know, the political parties, the people that lost family, the people that got dragged off. I mean, you know, I mean, I would imagine it's going to be chaotic. I don't know if it would be civil war. I think it would just be a lot of payback.
People who lost everything against people who made themselves.
Is that true, or it's a Russian psyop about deserter, one Ukrainian deserter coming back and taking hold of that policeman?
Don't tell that story. No, we don't know. That's.
I'm asking you if that's true, or was that on Ukrainian news?
Look, I'm going to close here because I've got to go. But listen, one thing I want to point out is if you have a look at the pressure that Trump is putting on Europe, I think Trump genuinely wants to bring this war to a close, but I'm not sure that Europe does. Partly because it's money laundering, right? And the Europeans are laundering a huge amount of their own money through Ukraine into the pockets of the people who are running the European side of things. But also it's partly ideological as well. I think the Europeans would like to keep the Ukrainians fighting because they don't want to admit the loss, right? And I think one of the reasons that Trump is putting so much pressure on Europe is so that Europe stop the funding. Because if Europe and America stop the funding, then that is what is going to cripple the ability of the Ukrainian military to keep fighting, either inside Ukraine or inside Poland or at all. So I think that that's kind of like the equation here. And I think that that's possibly a negotiation between Trump and Russia, which is the funding has to be cut off, right, in order for the war to end. Because even if Trump cuts off American funding and ammunition, I think there's a lot of Europeans who will keep funding the Ukrainian military in one way or another. And then you'll end up with a horrible civil war or the continuation until the last Ukrainian dies on the Russian front. So I guess
Toby, before you go, I want to ask you a question though, because you said that the Europeans would keep funding the war even if Trump cuts off funding. Then it's just at that point they know it's a lost cause, right? So why would they?
I don't think they care. Well, firstly to kill Russians, secondly to kill Ukrainians, and thirdly so that they don't have to wear a big loss and look like gimps, right?
But they're going to end up like gimps anyway. I mean, if the United States,
I know, but if you can kick that can down the road, then you will. Like there is a lot of rabid anti-Russian sentiment in Europe, right? And they don't care if the Ukrainian young men are dying fighting Russians as long as they're killing Russians, right? They say it openly. I'm not making this up, right? And they even say that they have headquarters for Group in Russia, and possibly they even believe that Russia is about to collapse any moment. So the last real war that any Western military fought was the Falklands. Shepherds, children, and wedding parties don't count. Yeah,
and they barely won, right?
Yeah, and that was kind of a pretty funny war anyway. I'm not sure how much of a real war that was. There wasn't much of a ground war there. But anyway,
I thought
thank you
that
very much.
Argentina would have won the war easily. If they just continue to stay on, I think UK will just burn out. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Argentinians just surrender. I thought that they have home ground advantage, but
they couldn't keep their ships afloat against the submarines of the Royal Navy.
Well, yeah, the reason they went to war wasn't it because if memory serves, this a long time ago, it's in the 80s during Margaret Thatcher's reign. It was basically because the guy was facing like an insurrection amongst his own government. So anyway, whatever.
I thought it was because of the island, literally.
No, but he
when
took
they
the
lost
island. Good.
That when they lost that battleship, the Belgrano, like what they were doing fighting with the battleship in a modern war was a bit funny anyway, but they couldn't keep their naval routes to the Falklands open. So it was a wash. And they lost thousands of men when the Belgrano sunk. So, yeah. But anyway, I just think we have to wait until Trump comes in and see what kind of deal he can hammer. But I do think Trump genuinely wants to end the war.
Yeah,
so I look forward to seeing what happens with that, and hopefully it will come to an end. But anyway, thank you, Wyatt, for the open mic, and thank you guys. And Lambo, you behave yourself. No potty mouth from you, please. It's been a good open mic. There's been very little profanity. Come on, give us a smile. All right, ciao.
All right, man. Peace.
Thanks, Toby.
You look at I'm very tired.
It's nice to see you, Mr. Lambo.
Hello.
Yeah. So
what? Yeah.
So Bradley, who's up, Bradley?
Well, at this point in time, I don't know who's still trying to answer the question. Everybody's already kind of gone around once. But Vaughn didn't really address what do you think is going to happen in 2025 in Ukraine on the ground?
I mean, I said that I would, if there's no peace deal, I would assume the Russians are going to keep going.
Yeah,
and grind away, and they'll stop when they get where they want to be, or they're happy with what they need. But if it goes that way, I mean, that's going to mean pretty much an unconditional surrender and a total breakdown of Ukraine's army, probably. But a couple other people, I mean, I just don't see it going past this year because I just don't see what they could throw at the Russians anymore. I mean, they might still be able to hold on up north around Kharkov because they got a lot of stuff up there, concentrated. So maybe they could hold out until there's a peace deal. But I mean, I kind of feel like everything, from probably Lehman south all the way down towards Zaporizhzhia is probably at risk of being gone, just because that's where the Russians are making the most moves and it's where it's most open. It seems like that's where they're just getting hammered the most. I mean, up north, you can hide in the cities and the woods and hang out a lot longer probably and survive it. So I kind of feel like they might try to hold up north and keep that. And I mean, they'll probably write off everything down south. Hell, at least below Shavish Yar. I just kind of feel like it's all on the table. I mean, if it doesn't get taken, I'd be surprised. But I feel like that's
all
that's gone, by the end of the year.
Lambo.
I think and I hope it will end this year, and it's going to be because of Trump. I am really prepared to see some. I'm just going to give you all one tip: buy a popcorn machine, because you're going to need it. It's going to be, and the 3D glasses. You're going to need it. Trump is not. I didn't follow the whole open mic, so Trump is busy trolling, but so hard, saying we're going to have it 51 states, Canada. We're going to take Greenland. We're going to take Panama Canal. The guy is trolling, and he's trolling the press. He's trolling the media. They're all like panicking. Trump is crazy. He wants to take Canada. He wants to take Panama, and everybody is just jumping on it. I saw something on a Jimmy Dore show with an ex-colonel from the United States, and the guy said it. Trump is trolling, is playing. I'm still going to come back with Notre Dame. When the guy was in Notre Dame and you saw all these politicians salivating, open mouth, seeing like, oh, Trump is here. Oh, the guy looking amazing. Oh my God. You had the Italian prime minister that had the wet underpants. Says enough. They are afraid of Trump. And like that colonel, I forgot his name, the colonel said, he is so unpredictable. You don't know how Trump is going to react. He's a businessman. The guy is prepared. Don't forget, he had 4 years of time to prepare himself to make an amazing team, and he's going to attack everything. And he's going to attack Europe. The NATO is going to be crushed by Trump. You say, guys, we made an agreement, 2%. Where are they? I see a few countries like Poland paying the 2%. Belgium, 1.3. Fucking assholes. What are you doing? And then he's going to say, we need 5% because you are not prepared for a war. If there's a war, you're in big shit. So you need to raise up your military budget. And you still don't do it. NK is off. Nothing going to happen with Russia inside of Europe. Nothing. They just need to stop that fucking war. That's it. And just need to stop the spent useless money to destroy your country, to destroy civilians, to destroy civilian infrastructure, to destroy military, useless military. I mean, the killing is useless. It just needs to stop. It's enough. It's already almost 3 years. It just needs to stop. Nothing changed for Ukraine. It's going worse for Ukraine. They are not in plus, they are in minus. And Trump is going to say that. Stop that fucking bullshit. You're going to destroy all yourselves economically and all that shit. And also for the future of Ukraine itself. You just need to stop. That is Trump is going to do. Every other theory, pocket, not going to happen. He said in the beginning during elections, I'm going to stop it in 1 day. Not going to happen because negotiation is going to be difficult. He already said it. I don't going to manage to do it in 1 day, but I'm going to stop it. If some politicians are already busy, also the media in Europe is busy to say more real shit also by the casualties. They are now giving 2 options on the television screen. So that source say 50,000 and that source said 500,000. That they are already now busy saying in Europe. So we already knowing the media is busy turning also. So what's happening? Like our media is based on CNN. CNN is useless now in USA. They're still surviving because they are working internationally with contracts. But they are done. But we are still using stats about Trump or about the world that is given by the CNN to play the propaganda. It's all going to stop. I think Trump is going to hammer very hard. I know he's just busy trolling, and it's so funny to see it on the television, like these news channels. He wants to annex Canada. He wants to annex Greenland. Never going to do that. Greenland is part of a NATO country. Never going to attack all NATO countries. Never going to do that. So I just hope for Ukraine it's going to finally stop because the damage has already been done. Like clearing all the mines. We still have the mines and bombs from First World War in Belgium. We're still busy cleaning them up. We are 2025, and we're speaking about the war that was in 1914 to 18. We're still cleaning the fucking shells up. So it needs to stop. Just need to stop, and it's going to stop. I believe in that. I hope 2025. Bigari?
Okay. Go ahead.
Bigari.
Okay, I'm just a fucking retarded Ukrainian, so I want you explain to me how NATO works. Okay, Trump says that he wants to annex Canada, that is NATO member, and he wants to annex Greenland, which is part of the NATO member, Denmark. And his future head of national security says that when they ask him, is military intervention out of the question, he says nothing is out of the question. So they say that they can act militarily against Denmark and Greenland. What is the point of NATO? Can somebody explain to me
I can't
say how NATO works?
Can I answer the question about I can't explain NATO to you right now, and the reason Trump talks like that, and actually, I think
this was rhetorical question. What is the point of NATO? Trump was anti-NATO, and he
has no point.
And he just hammering that NATO is useless shit.
Yes, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. The reason Trump talks like that when he says nothing is off the table, it's because, one, it creates a fear of anxiety in anybody that's up against him. He'll never tell you. It's kind of like if you're playing poker, you don't tell people what cards you're holding, right? What? Are you right on me on this? If you're playing poker, you don't say, is it possible you have two aces? You say, maybe I do, maybe I don't. Go suck a dick. That's the way Trump works. He never tells you. No. I don't take anything off the fucking table. I'm president of the United States of America. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Deal with it.
John. My question was fucking sarcastic and basically I was making the point that NATO has no point outside. If United States is out of the NATO,
I agree.
Exactly.
1,000%. 1,000%. 100% right.
He also reminds me of Toby's note in the beginning where he talked about he had this very long speech, and I heard this and I forgot about it. And it's like Trump is treating Europe like kids. It's like the adult has now come into the room and he's trying to teach these kids a lesson about not stepping on the head of the adult, that is controlling everything. So it's basically warning them, no, you shall not, I'm going to confiscate your handphone and confiscate your iPad if you don't behave.
I'm going to put you in timeout. You're going to put you in timeout.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's showing American power, actually. He's showing American power. Biden was president. Everybody was laughing at him. Nobody took him serious. Like, oh, Biden, what are you going to do? And Trump is just showing, I am America. I am just fucking America.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
You were before Biden, my ass licker, and you're going to continue to do that when I'm going to empower again. That is what he's saying.
You're wrong, Lambo.
You can say Biden was weak, but I mean, being weak, he still was able to start, take out Syria, start escalations with Russia, start a war with Russia. I mean, even a senile, incapacitated president is powerful and obviously dangerous. But I mean, look what he's doing on the way out. He's throwing more gas on the fire, even though he supposedly doesn't know what's going on.
Europe wasn't laughing at Biden. Europe was saying, "Sir, yes, sir," and doing everything that Biden said. Absolutely everything.
Hey, just real quick. Remember what I said way back when Biden got elected? What the people that were laughing at Biden were the rivals. Everybody, when he got elected, everybody that had a beef with America, anyone that wanted to make a move, take a chance, try something new like BRICS or whatever, saw that this was their chance to do it, and that's why things spun out of control. And all Biden did Biden did was enable that to get worse and worse.
Yeah. So the Biden administration is a bit weird one. It's like Biden tried to assert his power on Europe. So they did some things, and like Germany went back in line. But not everybody actually fears Biden or United States. So it's like there's this very weird dynamics between Europe and United States, because like sometimes US is like slapping Europe, but sometimes Europe is just taking advantage of the United States. So Trump is just coming in, to put everything in order. And I got a good analogy. Is like, have you watched Cesar Millan dealing with dogs? You know, is when you lose control of the dog, if you're not the pack leader, the dogs will just control you. They will take the leash, they will attack other people, and then is that you do whatever they want, like a chihuahua. What Trump is now doing is that he psst the dogs. He just keep poking all these different dogs to get them to sit down and calm down. And then that's what Trump's trying to do, I feel. And we have RL, long time no see, RL.
Hello.
Hey, Wyatt. I would like to ask you to do like two polls, 2 questions in a chat, if possible. Like it's about names. Like I'm wondering how to name something. Like how to because Los Angeles is burning. So should we name it Sodom, Gomorrah, Los Angeles, or Roast Angeles?
Say Los Angeles. I would like to answer the question of Bigari. What is the usefulness of NATO? You have to understand, it's like the European Union for United States. It's a tool. It's a tool of dominance. What does it mean to be part of NATO? It means that Uncle Sam can create a military base and can have access to that military base without any restriction, without sovereignty. But France or Great Britain or Poland can't have a military base in the United States.
It's a way to control, as I said previously, a way of control.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Super Chat, what's the motivation to stop the war?
All the countries that have to put X% of their GDP into military spending means for most of NATO countries buying made in USA military equipment. Voila, nothing more.
One more poll.
Read the Super Chat first. What's the motivation to stop the war if the US get to sell LNG and weapons to EU? Follow the money by Logizen.
Okay, can I quick answer to RL? Okay, RL, but what if Trump and his people are really isolationist? What if they say, fuck all of the world, we will concentrate on the United States and we don't care about our military bases?
Never going to happen.
You just all mentioned about. Wait,
he was promising that long time ago.
Never going to happen. But what will happen?
Yeah, listen. You and others. You just have mentioned about Canada, Greenland, Panama Canal. He's not isolationist.
It is isolationist.
That is isolationist.
He wants to lock all North America under his control.
Yeah,
and be.
It is isolationist because we're turning in and focusing on our hemisphere, which is what we should do, and stay the fuck out of
instead of China, Russia,
China. Other than to make agreements with them to trade freely and have open markets, that's all we should be doing with them.
Yeah, but the good point that RL made, he's never going to leave Ramstein. He's never going to leave Orkane or Brogel. He's never going to leave that. So he's never going to leave his strategic points they already built in for the Cold War. So all these big bases, never going to abandon them. It's very strategically important.
Because
Mr. Lambert, what if I say that Trump leaves NATO and says our military bases still stand there? What can you do?
Yeah, he can
what can you do?
If you think
what
that
can you
is
do?
possible,
NATO is dissolved and our bases still stand there. What can you do against it?
I don't know if you went one time in your life to Spangladem or to Ramstein Air Base. These bases are like 100% American. You see American police vehicles. You see everything is American there. Even driving cars around that city is.
I'm saying like Trump is saying
and he says they don't leave.
Over, but our bases stay. What is Germany going to do?
Nothing.
But what is America going to do? Look at their army with their transgender and thingy. They are not in a good shape either. Look at their military-industrial complex. They are not even able to manufacture
the great German army will fight America. Yeah.
Still less stronger than
if
Europeans.
United
So we don't
States,
have more weapons than the Europeans.
if Uncle Sam decide to isolate, if Uncle Sam decide to isolate and to focus on its own continent, that means there will be no point to keep military base in Europe. Instead of I'm going to keep those military still throwing thousands of Marines and equipments there, and you don't have and I don't have to guarantee you anything. No, that makes no sense. What you have to imagine is if you have a real isolated United States or isolationist United States, what will potentially become a Europe connected with Russia, connected with the rest of the world?
Yeah, but no one's talking about a real isolationist policy. We're talking about an isolationist policy in comparison with the previous world dominance policy. And so to retreat from the whole globe, from Russia, from China, from Middle East, and concentrate on your sphere of influence, which is Europe, North America, and maybe Central America, South America, that's an isolationist policy in comparison to the global dominance policy that preceded it. And so you don't need 100% isolationist to be isolationist. And also keep in mind that many of these threats of conquest, they can be 100% leverage, and instead of an actual plan to take over. Like, for example, when he's attacking Germany and when he's attacking Britain through Musk, that's not a threat of occupation. When he attacks Canada and when he attacks Greenland, that's a threat of occupation to European nations, but he's not threatening all of them. But he's not threatening all of them with occupation, but he is threatening all of them with regime change, which is the attack on the British political class and the attack on the Germans. And what that means, if it happens, is that Trump is actually interested in strengthening Europe, contrary to what Biden was doing, strengthening Europe against China and against Russia, even with the help of Russia.
Whatsoever.
And there's also some points you need to consider.
I would like
after the Cold War, the NATO, the European countries of the NATO started to lower their army because it was not needed anymore. So actually, we have nothing of real army anymore left, and we are always like in the mindset like we're going to have been helped by United States, and if they're going to the war, we're going to help them like we did in Afghanistan, like we did in Iraq. We're going to help them. The NATO now and the state it's now, it's useless without America because we have nothing anymore left. Plus, don't forget, all these countries that bought F-35s, American. It's fucking controlled by America.
No, there's no way. There's no way that Europe can resist American military power, even if America is full of plans and have a overbloated military-industrial complex. It's still far greater than the European one, and more than that, Europeans don't have the political will to resist. And what's been happening is that Europe has been attacking. Europe has been so subservient to America that it's been like irrationally attacking the next president of America. And so it makes total sense that Trump wants to remove all the current regimes in Europe because they're his enemies by their loyalty to America. That doesn't mean that he's going to abandon Europe. That means that he's going to put governments that are loyal to him in America, in Europe.
For the super chat, he's not really. I don't call him an isolationist. I just call him a border protector, his own border protector.
It will isolate to its borders from Poland to Panama, no more. Yeah, that's his 100% isolationism. You're totally right, Logizm.
But I just wanted to refer about Trump. We're going to have him as a president in 8 days. And sadly, the things that's going to happen, actually, it's a sad thing that is going to be a good thing, like to see how Trump is going to act as the big fires in LA. That is a fucking big mess. I don't know if you talked about it, but the mess is so big that we're going to see a Trump in action. I mean by that, 20th of January, he's going to be president. And now he's still very silent, but you're going to see a very big explosion in the United States. Like a lot of people are getting fired directly. Things that Biden never did. All these guys, all the head peoples in LA, is it from the fire department? Is it as a mayor, governor? These guys are going to be fired, I think, already January 20th. We're going to see a Trump. We're going to see a Trump that's going to say, that's my point. I do that in LA right now.
Those people are all elected and positioned there. Trump has no authority over them other than to put pressure on. All he can do is put pressure on them. But he already told Gavin Newsom resign, and he ain't resigning. So you can bet the 3 lesbian musketeers and all the others ain't going to resign either.
They're going to be thrown out. You will see that. You will see that.
Yeah, I would say that from what I can gather as someone who lives on the west coast of the United States is that there probably will be some sort of because they're all going to request federal aid, right, under FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, right, which is at the discretion of the executive. So Trump could simply say something to the effect of, you know what, it's impossible for the federal government to work with the socialist, Gareth supporting government of California, and until you remove him,
that's a fine demonstration of the dishonesty.
All federal aid. So, well, yeah, Gareth. Well, you're a communist, so you don't count. Well, not just because you're a communist, you don't count anyway. By the way, Wyatt, I don't think you ever addressed Gareth's concerns about your post.
We haven't reached the point. We haven't talked about the topic yet.
Yeah, we need to talk about the rape gangs. That's why I really want to talk about that. That Gareth got the thing that got Gareth so inflamed was your response about rape gangs. Like that really ticked him off. I mean, of all the things for him to get worried about in the world, he got upset about the way you described rape gangs and the way you called out the Labor Party. Like Gareth, you want to explain why that bothered you so much?
Sure, that's what I came on for. If you're okay to go to the topic,
go ahead. No preamble. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. Wyatt's coverage of that issue was so slanted and manipulated as to be completely dishonest.
Dude, no racial slurs. You don't have to call them slanted. Can we stop with the racist shit, please?
Why don't you say your point instead of trying to
I'm trying to. If you'd shut the fuck up for a minute.
Dude, you're not saying anything. You're just giving adjectives. State the facts. Don't be a pussy.
Okay. The fact is that Wyatt thoroughly manipulated what was going on by leaving out salient information. He carefully did not tell his audience that the Tory party that was putting forward the spurious motion had sat on their own inquiry for years and done nothing about any of the recommendations that came out of it. Okay, this was an entirely cynical procedural stunt. There was no content to it at all. Even worse than that, they put this forward as an amendment to the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, which was currently going through Parliament, and which will implement one of the recommendations from the inquiry that the Tories did nothing about. Okay. And the amendment that they added would have only possibly have had the effect of preventing that bill from going through. It did not call for an inquiry. All it said is that it wished that at some future point there would be an inquiry. And if it had been accepted, the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill would have been completely blocked. It would have failed in Parliament. And that whole project of trying to protect children would have been sabotaged. So Wyatt spins a cynical manipulation of parliamentary process by the Tories, sickeningly trying to ride the coattails of Elon Musk as they sabotage legislation aimed at protecting children. Okay, and he says himself in his video that he did not know why the Labour Party was opposing the amendment. He said that himself, and yet he made no effort whatsoever to find out why. None at all. Okay. Now, I want to furthermore talk about.
So how do you spin something that you don't know? You say,
well, then look it up before you make a fucking video about it, huh?
So I didn't spin.
So I'd like to come on to the central allegation that keeps getting thrown around with this nonsense, okay? Which is that there has supposed to have been a memo which told police not to prosecute people of ethnic minority groups, specifically in this case Pakistani, all right? And nobody has been able to find such a memo in 15 years. It is nothing more than something that one cop said once as an excuse for their own inaction. No other cop. No, fine. No other cop. Shut up. No other cop has claimed to see such a memo. It does not exist. It's a myth that's been circulating for years. Okay.
Why didn't they prosecute the Pakistanis for raping white women?
You mean apart from the hundreds who were prosecuted?
Right, but we're talking about tens of thousands of girls that were raped. What about the tens of thousands that were not prosecuted? Is my question to you.
That did not happen, or at least there's no evidence of that happening.
Yes,
no Tory has said.
Yes,
no, there isn't.
Plenty of evidence. Yes, there is evidence. It's like
you don't live in this country. You don't know what you're talking about. You literally do not know what you're talking about. There was an inquiry, John, for 7 fucking years.
Right. And who led this inquiry? These are people.
The Tories.
Yes, people like you, who does
the conservatives.
There's no fuck what you call conservative. We call fucking progressive faggot liberal. Okay, and those are the people that were in charge of this bullshit. These are the people. Look,
okay.
Hey,
so why? So then, okay.
More Pakis entered your country under the quote unquote conservative government. Now, this is a fact that even you will have to concede. Entered your country under the quote unquote conservative government than they ever did under Labour. That's a fucking truism, dude. Deal with it.
Yeah, I know. All the Brexiteers got conned, but we warned them where they were being conned before Brexit. So I don't know what you're talking about, what you're trying to say here. Everybody knows the Tories are lying bastards. That's exactly why they shouldn't be taken at face value when they pretend to care about children. They don't.
No argument here.
Okay, well then stop defending them.
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking people who protect child rapists, like those fucking Pakis. You defend them. And it's weird that was the thing.
I'm saying that.
No. You
minimize what you are claiming did not happen.
You minimize the attacks that these people did on white children. You minimize it. You're dismissive of it.
I haven't minimized anything. I'm pointing out.
Obfuscate it. Yes.
I haven't said anything of the sort.
Yeah, bullshit.
I haven't said anything of the sort.
You admit there was tens of thousands of white girls, underage girls, that were raped by Pakis. Yes or no? I want to see you.
Do you understand? Do you understand that 88% of people of rapes are conducted by white men?
No. I'm not talking about white men. I'm talking about Pakis.
No, exactly. I know you. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point.
Now you're trying to just minimize it. You're trying to say that race.
I'm pointing out that you are not concerned about the actual assaults. The only thing you are interested in is race.
Irrelevant. Whether or not it happened is irrelevant.
Yes, you're right. Your concerns are totally irrelevant.
Yes, I say that. But what is not irrelevant is the fact that you try to obfuscate the real crimes that happened. You literally will try to.
I haven't done anything of the sort.
Yes. Okay. Well, I
haven't done anything of the sort.
I'll give you a chance right now. Were tens of thousands of white girls raped by Pakis? Yes or fucking no, motherfucker?
Even
I don't think it's tens of thousands, but many. But nobody is denying that. Why are you so obsessed with only those victims?
John, the problem is...
I just want to give one remark. Before talking... No, wait, Aurel.
Why we are talking about this. In a geopolitical point of view, it makes no sense, apart from showing how the British elites are totally degenerate. That's all it shows.
But it doesn't get John off the hook for misrepresenting reality here, nor Wyatt.
Girls were conditioned.
No, wait. Well, I'm just going to jump in for one.
And the question which is never talked about are the customers of those Paki gangs. How many thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people went to see those guys to fuck those young girls? for money, of course.
But
So
before
you're saying that the Pakistanis is your argument, RL, that the Pakistanis led a child rape pimp operation that literally involved hundreds of thousands of British citizens? Is that your argument? So shouldn't that be more
argument?
Let me finish my fucking point, motherfucker.
Argument for what?
Shouldn't that be more of a reason why they're more of a danger to British society
about
they allowed this to fucking happen?
Exactly.
Now, how is it that because there was actually a British father of a white girl who was raped by a Pakistani, and you can find the fucking video on this. Probably not on YouTube. You probably have to go to Rumble now to find it, but it used to be on YouTube. How he was told to stand down, that his own white daughter was raped by a fucking Paki, and just take it. Now you're gonna have liars like Gareth trying to minimize that or deny it, outright deny it. Call this guy a liar. You're gonna say he was a liar
again? That's okay.
Again,
you've got one anecdote. You got a video and an anecdote, whereas the other argument is an inquiry that went on for 7 years and cost £20 million. I don't know. I find it totally implausible.
How much money it costs? I don't know what difference it makes. How much money it costs? Did it happen or did it not happen? Were the Pakis not raping white girls? Yes or no?
Happened. Stop it.
Nobody is
Gareth.
denying that it happened. You're trying to accuse the government of engaging in a cover-up, but you're blaming the wrong party. Yes, I know you are saying it flat out.
I don't give a shit which party it was. That's irrelevant to me.
Well, you clearly do.
No, I clearly don't. I've said to you that both in voice chat and right here on the open mic. I don't give a shit which party. Both of your parties are fucking fags anyway.
Well, then why not let them actually go ahead and implement the recommendations of the inquiry?
As you mentioned, to let them do their things. And as I said, it just showed how the political elite and the elites of that country, remember Jimmy Savile, they are all degenerate. That's the UK.
But don't post a bad comment on Facebook because the police are going to arrest you.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Well, speaking of,
you spend more time in prison for a mean tweet in the fucking UK than you do for fucking raping a white girl.
Yeah.
Fuck your country.
You see, he's obsessed by race. That's the only thing he ever actually talks about. He's not concerned at all about the race.
Paki's doing it with white girls. There's nothing racist about it. It's just facts. And before you give,
but nobody's disputing those facts.
Wait. Before you giving some criticize to Wyatt, I ask, please, can you first make that all the Western media doing their fact checks and post correct information? Before
I don't understand.
Wyatt, if you can do that first,
I can hold him responsible for his own output.
Fox News, VTM, BRT, NMPO, and Holland. I don't care. Téléfin France. I don't care. The day that they're all not lying to us, you can maybe accuse something to Wyatt. Can I ask that to you?
No, that's bollocks. That's absolute nonsense.
Outrage. I think what he's trying to say is it's selective outrage. You like voiced.
No, what you are doing is selective outrage.
Okay, fair enough. But let's deal with yours first. You called out Wyatt both in the Telegram and open mic specifically.
Yes.
But I don't see you. I don't see you calling out. How do I say it? Your own government for covering up this grooming gang, which is a euphemism for fucking Paki rape gangs.
Well, again, it was the police who were covering it up, not the government, because you just don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the government. What's the difference? What's the difference?
Of course, how would you know if I was criticizing my government?
Arm of the government. Like, isn't the police an arm of the government?
Okay. So then why then?
I mean, at least according to you, they are, right? I mean, they're arm of the government. So I didn't see you get upset about that, but all of a sudden you got so upset about Wyatt to the point that you both in the voice chat and you did it in text as well on the Telegram.
Absolutely.
And by the way, just hold on a side, quick.
Because it was
by the way, those who are first timer on here's, you can I don't know if Wyatt, if you sent them all the link to join the Telegram group. If there were any
first timers?
Did we have first timers, Wyatt? Yes or no? Oh no, we didn't. I thought Bob was first timer.
Nope.
All right, I'm sorry.
Everyone today is
okay. All right, Garrett, I apologize. Go ahead. I thought there was a first timer. Go ahead, Garrett.
Okay, there was another point that I wanted to allude to, which has just been mentioned, which is about Facebook posts and so on. So another fallout from this is that the Mirror reported on Friday that British counter-terror police are discussing whether or not to open an investigation into Musk, because we now found ourselves in a situation where a foreign billionaire is peddling known and provable racist lies that stir up riots in our streets, and there have already been
fucking luck, motherfucker, and try it. And by the way, here's something you don't know about the
If
U.S.
I could just finish, for fuck's sake.
No,
You can't
finish. You can't finish on this point, because I'll tell you what. Did you know, according to the U.S. Code of Justice, that we can anyone that tries to interfere with free speech in the United States, we can extradite them to the United States and try them for violations of the First fucking Amendment. Yeah, look it up, motherfucker. It's true. So
I wouldn't be at all surprised, because of course Americans insist on imposing their own law on everybody else.
Exactly.
It's not surprising
and
in the slightest.
you're going to have to fucking deal with it. You're going to have to take it. You're going to have to bend over, grab the ass cheeks, and take it.
You are performing so perfectly what I expect of a conservative. Anyway, the point that I was just going to make is that we now have
By the way, I'm not a conservative. Everybody knows I'm a tribalist.
Would you just shut up for 5 minutes? The point remains is that we now have a situation where a crony of a foreign head of state is trying to overthrow our government, trying to determine which people lead our political parties. As I said, peddling provable and known racist lies. So if I were Musk, I would be rather worried that if he doesn't tell.
You said it was provable and known. Okay, well then prove it in a court of law. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
It was proven in the
No, it's not. It's not a foreign head of state. It's not a foreign entity. It's a we own your country. The United Kingdom is part of America. Get used to it. Elon Musk has every right to interfere with your politics.
I don't understand.
Thank you for the mask of Americanism. I appreciate your honesty for a change.
No. Are you going to cry? Yeah, I've been honest about it. What's the for a change?
United States is a sugar daddy.
You're against war, but you're not at all.
Who the fuck said I was against war, you fucking retard?
I'm all for war, as long as it's
Go fuck yourself, Gareth. Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck off of this fucking open mic, Gareth. Nobody wants to talk to you.
Let him say.
No, don't let him say anything. Fuck Gareth. Fuck you, Gareth. You're a fucking disgusting piece of shit. You are disgusting. You're a horrible person. And disingenuous and pretty retarded.
Oh, you goddamn
cry about it. Cry about it. I'm not a rape. You're the one that's a fucking rape apologist. You're the one that's out here saying, "Oh, well, it was the Tories. It was the Tories that are to blame," as though your entire fucking country isn't rotten from fucking start to finish. As though you yourself are
the corrupt ones.
I am not defending anyone. I think your entire fucking country should be nuked, starting with you. You fucking disgusting person, Gareth. You're a fucking
what a wonderful
horrible pedophile. You know that
you're making.
I don't give a fuck about discourse. There shouldn't be any discourse when you're involved. You should just be relentlessly bullied. You're a fucking disgusting, slimy, crippled, unemployed, childless, fucking waste of oxygen is what you are. You've accomplished fucking nothing in your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, is the right-wing
enjoyment. Oh, this is the right wing. Oh, where? Fuck you, faggot. Fuck you, faggot. No, shut the fuck up, Lambo.
Do you want to let me respond?
When confronted with truth, all you can do is resort
shut the
to
fuck
abuse.
up. I'm gonna talk over you until you fucking leave, Gareth. Fuck you.
No, super chat. Wait. Super chat. Trump is president in 8 days, Gareth. By end this. And can I respond? So firstly,
please, Commander, put some sanity into
it's a miscategorization to say that I deliberately misinformed people, because it's wrong, because I simply read the news. The sources are there. I read the headlines, I read the article, I put out the tweets.
But you didn't, because if you'd actually read the news, you would have been found all the information. It was available on
the You should have blamed the Tories. Fuck you, Gareth.
Let me reply. Let's say, for example, the previous administration didn't do something. The current administration can do something. The current administration did not do something about something that what the previous didn't do. Then both are guilty. It's simple as that.
But the current administration is actively trying to do it, and the past administration is actively preventing them.
The thing is, there is a
the reality is there is massive attention on this issue. If they grant the inquiry, it doesn't really matter any more than what they have already previously done. They simply probably just form another new committee and they just get another inquiry. Things can get done.
But you guys don't even know what the inquiry is supposed to be looking for.
Shut the fuck up and let him talk.
No, the thing is, it does not matter. The reality is, because they blocked the bill, so now this is the press they get. That's all. I simply reported the news. I did say exactly as I know. I said I do not understand why they rejected it, and I say it as it is. To say that I misinterpreted, I think that's very wrong of interpretation of what I was reporting. Second thing,
Gareth, Wyatt, in order to make Gareth happy, you should have just blamed the right wing. That's all he wants.
And not just that. If you look at the other stuff that I brought up in the video, we have victims, we have people that was censored for talking about this issue. That is wrong.
Okay, what's the proof of that?
If it's Tory.
Okay, what's the proof of that?
I freaking pull up the tweet. I have the sources.
The tweet.
In the video.
The tweet.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I could see what you put in the video.
Yeah.
So, for example, one of the things that you put in the video was a picture of some Pakistani men. Yep. The mugshots. No.
Hey, Gareth, you fucking retard. I know what you're about to say. You're going to say that, the Pakistanis were actually a minority among the rapists. There was only 42% of them were Pakistanis. They were still fucking overrepresented according to the population. They were still overrepresented.
A woman is 40 times more likely to be raped by a white man than a Pakistani man.
Get the fuck out of here with this 40 times. That's a lie. That's bullshit.
That's fucking ridiculous.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Speaking. Let Wyatt finish speaking. Bigari,
can we let
Wyatt finish speaking?
Wyatt speak?
Shut up, Bradley.
Relax. Chill. You cannot just look at the picture and then just make a conclusion. When I draw out the tweet, it was never.
Well, I know that.
I'm saying that. I say that this Twitter account said this. The picture, you concentrate on the picture. I didn't concentrate on the picture. I'm saying that these people are saying these things. Then I put out another tweet saying that this is a victim and she's claiming that she's being blocked and she's being asked to do something by the police. I'm claiming that these people, I'm simply reporting that people are complaining about certain things, about certain censorship. And then you couple with the parliament blocking a certain inquiry, attempt, which is reported as such. I simply read the news. If you say that there is no political intrigue about it, then there's something wrong somewhere in your parliament. That is not my problem. I simply reported as it is, and the parliament and the government could have done better. No. The government
but you absolutely did not.
Hey,
you completely literally did what was going on.
Let him fuck
up, you fucking call me leader.
Thank you, Bigari.
As per the article, how they wrote it, that's the headline. I just simply say it. And that is the source is not the only news article that is talking about this. You can just simply search. A lot of news sites is saying using the exact headline. I'm just pulling one or two out of it and just report on it. I say that it's very weird. Why do they block it? Because the problem is now
it's not weird at all, is it?
Hey, shut the fuck up! He's talking.
The problem is not the substance of what is all the intricacy of the politics behind the bill or whatnot. The thing is now the reputation of the Labour government is now in tatters simply because they are blocking it. That's all. No,
but no, that's not what's happening.
Matter. So
we're telling you what's happening for you to know. We're not asking you what's happening.
Other people arguing with you, or 6 other people arguing with you because whatever
none of whom live in Britain.
The Labour government has done has broken the reputation of the government. That's all. This is simply as that.
Okay.
It does not matter.
Well, no, that's not true.
Hey, let him fucking talk, man.
You ask them what they feel. For me, I didn't care. For me, it's that I just report.
Hey, before the starting match continues, when Wyatt finishes,
can I explain why?
Please come down, guys. All of you, don't interrupt. And also, Madeleine did email me the statistics from the official national statistics. She cannot put a super chat. It's about the sexual offences in England and Wales overview in year ending March 2022. In her email, she claims that 90% of the rapes in the last 20 years are by whites. Although I don't think that is the issue.
Yeah, but what is the
things.
proportion of interracial rapes?
Hey, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
so the thing is,
It
I
doesn't
scroll
matter. It's
through the
not what we're
census.
talking about.
I cannot find
What?
I'm not sure exactly where she picked that number out. So I'm not going to comment on that. But 20 years is a long time. The grooming thing is like a rather recent thing, and and of course people are just focusing on that specific subset of issue because it's like on its own it sounds very
you got a
scary.
foreign culture invading another culture.
Yeah,
and
that's why the focus is that it's about the grooming, it's about this very scary shit. It's just like
from the late 90s. It's more than 20 years.
Right, but you're right.
Yeah,
It's been going on since the 1990s, but it didn't
the
reach
key thing is that
acceleration until very recently.
So the thing is, the issue is, it's not about how many rapes is by certain people. The key thing is just that this particular story about these few people, it's not that many people. I think like it's not even 100. I think the number is not that big in terms of it's like a few people in this city, a few people in that city, a few people in this city. That's the rough thing that I understand, and people are just focusing on this thing. That's all. And people wanted more answers to these things. It's just like, there are hundreds or thousands of people dying every year. But people will be very focused on a certain specific murder, that kind of thing. So, it's
Exactly.
it's
public subjectivity. It depends on.
Put your fucking finger down, Gareth. No one wants to hear from you.
Yeah,
hey,
I think when Wyatt finishes, let Bagari go.
So the thing is, for me, is I just simply read the news because it's such a inconsequential thing in the grand scale of things. Like many of you guys say, geopolitically, this is nothing. But the thing is, I know Gareth is something expert. For me, I don't understand. I just read the news. If there is certain intricacy to the politics, to the bill, then I just have to blame the Labour government for not doing a better PR job. Because that's a failure of a PR job. They didn't put themselves out correctly. And Elon Musk, let's say Elon Musk is a state actor for the United States attacking UK, then they have failed miserably in defending UK's reputation. That's all.
Exactly.
That is what it is. It is nothing to do with any other issues. I don't really give a damn.
Gareth should be able to respond, but everybody wants to kill Gareth right now.
No, wait. Gareth spoke a lot, and it's a shouting match. Hey, I was before Bugatti. I just want to make a quick point to clarify the situation for all the viewers who might be like in the air on what's going on here. Wyatt made a video
Your points
about
are never quick, man.
Wyatt made a video in which he exposed a political situation happening in the UK on account of Elon Musk bringing into light this whole minor situation. And the thing, Gareth, maybe Gareth is right in his criticism. We don't know, but all we can see from here...
definitely not right. No, because he miscategorized. He said that I deliberately lied.
That's absolutely wrong.
All right, Gabriel, we got it.
Hey,
could you let someone else fucking talk?
Gabriel, everyone knows what's going on already, Gabriel. Everyone's aware of the context. So, guys, the United Kingdom is a country that is an island off of the coast of Europe. Oh, okay. In this country, there are different groups of people. It has a population of. I mean, we don't need all the fucking background, man. Okay, we know what's going on.
I showing this post, this message because this is exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that it's not the details. It's just the vote.
It's a fallout.
It's causing a massive problem. Yeah.
Okay. Now
and
let
Gabriel finish. Let Gabriel finish.
No, shut the fuck up, Bradley. Gabriel is done. Let Bagari talk.
You've been yelling like a retard for half an hour.
Oh my God, man.
Now shut up for 5 seconds, okay? You've been yelling like a retard without making any point, okay? And so have you, RG, for all that I respect you. And so, okay, the thing is, Gareth is criticizing Wyatt for something that makes no sense. He's grabbing on whatever he has in his mind and whatever information he thinks he has that Wyatt doesn't, and using that to criticize Wyatt on something that he never said, and that wasn't his point at all. And what Wyatt pointed out was absolutely factual, which is the media impression that the Labour government has made of itself in these past days on account of the strike of the Elon
Okay,
attack.
yeah, enough, for fuck's sake. Bagari, please go.
Dude,
Jesus
who are you
Christ,
to speak, man?
fuck up.
Let him
Who are
finish.
you to speak?
JS, let him finish. He's
You're
still
so
talking.
funny. You're so fucking
No,
funny,
that
man.
was it. That was it. Go on, Bigatti. Just JS is retard
Yeah.
right now.
I said it like earlier, like 2 hours earlier, like it's the end of Labour Party, basically. Because this is like you cannot go you cannot go back from this. Like if the fucking list of 50 people convicted of pedophilia from your party is posted on Twitter, you're done. But anyway, what's funny, like Gareth, also I don't respect you because you're a fucking commie and you can go fuck yourself, by the way. But anyway, what he was saying that Elon Musk is interfering in our policies. Like you fucking need. Okay, I will censor myself. You fucking retards, trying to interfere in every fucking country policies, like in Georgia, Romania, everywhere. And when somebody is trying to regime change you, oh no, how dare you? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Also, communist, go fuck yourself. I hope fucking Pakistani gang rapes you, Gareth. I hope fucking Pakistani rapes gang rapes
No, Gareth
you.
does not get to
You
respond. Fuck
fucking
you, Gareth.
No,
No, Gareth doesn't get to talk. Gareth has lost the right to speech.
The UK said
Come on.
No, you go fuck yourself, Gareth.
I can't follow the beat of the censoring for the bad language. Sorry, guys. I tried to beep everything, but
Garrett, go.
Yeah, Lambo, why are you cursing so fucking much, Lambo? What's your problem?
yeah,
I missed
I
out
am
one more
actually
point.
losing today, Archimedes, and cursing. Not good.
In my response, I missed out one more point.
Gareth, respond. Gareth has been trying to respond for 10 minutes.
No, you fucking call me apologist Bradley. Shut the fuck up, Gareth. No, don't respond. Gareth, you can't talk. Nobody wants to hear from you, Gareth. You're fucking disgusting. You are a horrible fucking loser. You're a fucking communist. Nobody likes you. You're a fucking transgender apologist. You're a fucking pedophile apologist. You're a fucking homosexual. You're a fucking commie. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking waste of space. Shut the fuck up. You think that you can just blame everything on the right wing and then that's gonna absolve everything. Your entire country is a fucking garbage dump. Your entire country is a garbage dump, and so are you. You're the king of the fucking garbage, Gareth. You're a piece of trash. Fuck you, Gareth. Don't talk.
Yes, have you got it out?
No, shut the hell
Did
up.
somebody forget to change your nappy?
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about nappies. You don't have any fucking children, Gareth. Your dick probably doesn't work. You get fucked in the ass on the daily basis, you fucking homosexual. I don't care if I'm a child. I'm doing a service for the people. I enjoy the sound of you not talking, Gareth. I enjoy the sound of anything that happens over your voice.
Archimedes,
Yeah, well, tough. Too bad. Sucks for you then, doesn't it?
No, go fuck yourself, Gareth. I'm not going to let you talk. Go fuck yourself, Gareth. Hey, unlike you, I actually have a job, so I'll be, I'm willing to work. I'm willing to sit here and put in the hours. I'll fucking sit here until the open mic ends. Fuck you, Gareth.
There's one more point just now I wanted to say.
Hey, Gareth, don't you have something to do? Don't you have a fucking, don't you have a job to get to or something?
Wyatt, before you go,
don't you have maybe you have a union meeting?
Lambo, I have a short point. Wait.
Shut the
Just
fuck
now
up.
in my response, I missed out one point.
Are you gonna cry, Gareth?
I haven't been able to make the point
Shut
yet.
the hell up, Gareth. Shut the hell up. Hey, Gareth, you're being a racist by talking over me, you asshole. How dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare you? This is exactly what you white people do.
This is
ridiculous. This is exactly what you white people do against us Pakistanis. This is horrible. This is I feel like I'm being raped right now. I feel like I'm being groomed by you, Gareth. This is disgusting.
Oh,
you're a fucking skinhead Nazi. That's what you are. No, don't tell me anything. Fuck you, Gareth. Fuck you. I'm gonna stop talking like a retard as soon as Gareth fucking leaves, okay? Then you guys can go back to normal. No, you go fuck yourself. Gareth, you should get the fuck away from the entire open mic community. You're a fucking disgusting satanic pig because nobody fucking likes you because you're a fucking loser. You're a fucking horrible. Go fuck yourself. Kill yourself, Gareth. Kill yourself. Maybe then you'd actually be useful for once. You know, why don't you fuck off and die? Fuck you, Gareth.
Maybe I want to
complete uselessness of this.
Oh, you're fucking useless.
Listen to that idiot.
Listen to yourself. I've got no argument. You're right. I literally don't have any. I'm not even claiming to have an argument. I'm just here to shut you the fuck down. Fuck you. I know I'm not. I don't have an argument. I literally don't. I'm not here to have an argument. I'm here to fucking yell at you. Fuck you, Gareth.
You can't win an argument.
No, I don't give a fuck. Of course I can win an argument. I've won 100 arguments against you, Gareth. It's no fucking use because you're too fucking retarded. Yes, I have. You just haven't realized it because you're so fucking stupid.
Sure,
Ask anybody in the voice chat. I've fucking destroyed you over and over. Shut the fuck up, Gareth. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear from you.
But it definitely happened.
Gareth, why don't you go home to your fucking wife and children, huh? Why don't you go hug your mother or your father? No, they probably disowned you. Go fuck yourself. Oh, you know what you should do is go invite some Pakistanis to go fuck your asshole. That's probably how you spend your evenings.
Thank you. You just keep proving the point. You just keep proving the point over and over again.
You're a fucking retarded loser of a communist, okay? You're the worst type of person. You're not even a good communist. You're a fucking faggot apologist communist, okay? At least you're as a fucking masculine communist. This is ridiculous.
And this.
This is a fine example of the right wing.
Oh, you're a fine example of a Brit. That's what you are, Gareth. You're a fine example of a country that's going down the fucking drain.
You make yourself look more stupid every word that comes out of your mouth.
I don't give a fuck. People already know what I am. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit, Gareth. You fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
A lot of foul mouth races. Wyatt.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
So can I make the points yet?
No, you don't have any points. You're just gonna say the same fucking thing over and over. It was actually under the Tory government. It was the Tory government. The Tories are just as bad. Nobody's saying that it's not the fucking Tories. It was always the Tories.
Why are you only attacking the Labour Party?
I'm attacking the Tories right now, you fucking retard. I just attacked the Tories just right now. Everyone knows that it was the Tories. It doesn't fucking matter.
An attack on the Labour
It doesn't fucking matter. It's not because Labour's in power right now. They're the ones that are responsible for what is happening right now. The Tories were in charge before.
They're the ones
and they accepted the responsibility for what's happening before. Nobody gives a fuck. Oh, boo fucking who, okay? Your entire country is rotten, Gabriel. Gareth? No, you're not Gabriel. Gabriel's fine. Your entire country is rotten, Gareth. Your whole country is rotten.
Would you guys like to know the truth?
Gareth, where'd you get the money to fucking roll that cigarette? Oh, did you fucking rob somebody or something? I thought you smoked cigarettes off of the ground. I thought you were that fucking poor.
Give me your email. Check the private chat. Matthew, check the private chat. I need your email. And let me respond. I wanted to say there's one more point I haven't managed to get.
But hold on, I still haven't been able to respond to the claims that you made.
No, you don't get to talk. You don't get to respond. Fuck you, Gareth.
The boss is
well, too bad. I'm going to
let Wyatt talk. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to talk over Gareth.
Why does Wyatt get to? Why does only one side of this conversation get to?
Because he's actually the fucking leader of this whole thing. It's his fucking show. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Yeah.
Gareth, I will let you. You're the leader of fucking nothing, Gareth.
So let me.
I didn't
never will be.
There's one more.
Yeah, you never will be. You fucking loser.
Hey, Archimedes, let me talk. There's one more issue that I had. The other problem was that.
No. We don't get to move on to another issue until the last claims have been addressed.
Let's move on. Let's move on to another. No, we are going to move on to another issue. No one gives a fuck about your stupid island and your rape problem. You should get the fuck off of this open mic, Gareth. Get the fuck off this open mic. Get the fuck off this open mic. Nobody cares about your stupid pedo island. Nobody gives a fuck.
No, you don't care about truth. You don't care about the girls who were attacked. You don't care about anything.
Oh, I don't care about you. Actually, I do care about you a lot. I want to fucking stomp your fucking head in.
Yeah, you sure you
go fuck yourself.
That much is clear.
Yeah, obviously.
So can I respond to Wyatt's
No, you can't. No, you fucking can't. You already did respond 100 times over. You've been debunked.
No, I haven't.
You've been debunked. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You're just going to say, oh, it was the Tories. It was the Tories. You have nothing else to say except it was the Tories. I know exactly what you're going to say. You're going to say it was the Tories. It was the Tory government. It was the Labor is not the issue. Why are you attacking Labor? You're a fucking broken record.
Truth is your enemy.
I have the truth. I have the
You
truth.
don't.
The truth is
You
that
do
the
not.
Tories
You
are at
absolutely
fault.
do not.
The labor, the whole fucking island needs to be sunk into the ground, into the ocean. That's what needs to happen.
Yes, that's
That's
all
what
very
needs to
well.
happen.
Doesn't make your life
That's what
any more
needs to
true,
happen.
though.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Wait. Let me
No,
talk first.
I'm going to. No. I'm going to respond to the things you said earlier.
No, you're not going to respond to anything.
Wait,
Yes, I
have
am.
one more point I need
No,
to
you're
add
not.
first. There's one more point I need to add first.
No, I have to respond to this claim that the Labour Party has been damaged.
Wyatt, you asshole?
You unrespectful bitch you are. Gareth, let the boss speak, dudes. Let the fucking boss speak.
There's one more point.
Why should I let the false claims go uncontested?
Gareth, shut the
I will let
fuck
you
up.
talk.
Do you understand that word? Shut the fuck up. Let Wyatt.
Yeah, I understand the word very well.
I will
Shut
make
up,
Archimedes
Gareth.
and let you talk.
There's no point in
But you have
just
to let me
letting
talk.
falsehoods
If you
be
don't let me
peddled
talk,
without
you're gonna let
challenge.
Archimedes continue to talk. No, you have to let me talk first. So I want to add. There's one more point that I just now missed out. I want to say, and I need to spend 15 minutes to say this. Another issue that I have with the Labour government, I'm not sure if I say it in the video, is that the people who said something wrong that the government don't like get jailed longer than this kind of sexual offense. That's one of the issue that I'm really unhappy about. So it's like this generally, it's just this trend. It's not like I have a specific understanding of certain things. And just now there was a Matteo that came into the backstage. He didn't hear that I wanted his email. He needs to see the private chat. So and Archimedes let Gareth reply. And yeah, Gareth, go.
Fuck you, Wyatt. I'm not going to let Gareth reply.
Okay, well, as I was trying to say, the claim was made. The claim has been made several times that the Labour government's reputation has been damaged by this. Okay, I don't know why you have that perception, because what has actually happened is that the media has dragged a whole series of Tory ministers to come and explain why they are excited about this now, when they haven't been for years, when they've never expressed any doubts in their own inquiry, and when they never even implemented their own inquiry. So in actual fact, the Labour Party was in real trouble before, but now it's energized it because the attacks from the Tories are so blatantly dishonest, and their corruption has been brought into the public eye again, that I expect the Labour Party to get a boost. That's all I was trying to say. Thank you.
Garrett, but if that's true, hold on a second. If that's true, Garrett, why are the most recent polls showing that the Labour Party approval rating has been dropping?
Well, as I said, the Labour Party was already in a huge amount of trouble. Most recent polling shows that 53% of people think that Elon Musk's intervention was bad. There's not public support for it.
You're not answering the question. You're dodging the question.
Well, okay.
This is what you always do, you fucking slimy communist.
I'm answering the fucking question, you ignorant idiot.
Hold on a second, Garrett.
You're literally not.
You could say
I'm
that
just
it's like
trying to explain to you that the Labour Party.
You can blame it on Elon Musk.
I'm not blaming anything on Elon Musk. Can you just let me actually state facts for a moment? What I said was that the Labour Party was already in severe trouble. Starmer's reputation is already lower than that of Sunak and other his previous predecessors. Okay, right. So he was already in the shit.
Right.
So the Musk thing has actually strengthened his reputation, not damaged it. Okay. The fact that their polling is going down.
You said it strengthened his reputation, but why is it that his polling numbers have gone down? Because that seems like a contradiction.
Okay, as I said, because they're in lots of trouble, not least because of the fact that I shouldn't have to go through all this detail. Rachel Reeves strapped herself to a set of spending commitments, which meant that she is basically anything to do to fix the mess that the Tories have left us in. And she's been cutting things that make her own party very, very unhappy. And there's been a lot of rebellion. There's talks even in the Labour ranks before even this broke that Starmer would be out before the end of the year.
Right.
This year.
In other words,
Starmer was in trouble. The claim, no. The claim here was that it is the scandal that has dragged the Labour Party's reputation, but that's not true at all, because you don't understand the situation in England.
Well, actually, neither you nor I can positively say what the reason is as to what it is, because we could say that causation isn't equal, correlation is equal causation. The point is that the current government in Britain is less popular now than they were when Starmer got elected. Now that's just a truism. Now you can deny that all you want, but
Yes,
that's
it's true.
fact.
I didn't deny it at all. I said that was already the case.
It's already predicted that Labour is going to be a one-term government. Like people are already saying it when Tory was kicked out, Labour got in, but they didn't even got in the convincing fashion. It's just because a lot of people didn't vote. So that is already a given that Labour is going to struggle. For me, the issue is that I don't find I find the argument that you always push back that it was a Tory thing, then now Labour you cannot blame the Labour. I think that's wrong. I think the current government need to do their best to elevate people's concern and anxiety. And if this is the current concern, even though maybe in statistic it's actually nothing, it's a nothing burger, it's a small thing, but the government is not doing their part to let people relax and feel better. And that's a problem. And it creates this window of opportunity for outsiders to attack. And the fact that the media just run with it. And I simply report. No, I just read the article. I just report. No, I can't possibly know the facts.
Okay, but
and from what I've searched, simply on Twitter, and I see the victims and people are complaining about censorship, and I'm seeing people complaining about the sentencing is much lighter on these people than the people who just simply said something wrong on social media, and that is true. That is all real. So there's a problem.
Yes, and I know that. I know that's the case.
So the thing is,
because if I explain why that's the case, I'll just be jumped on again.
Just one question I have for Gareth.
Yes, man.
All right, I gotta go.
Wait.
I have shit to do on Gareth. See you guys.
Don't come back.
I'll be back. Fuck you, Gareth. Gareth, I hope you people enjoyed listening to Gareth. He made his retardation manifest. This is the corruption inherent in the British Isles. Look at this fucking loser. He is the specimen of the fucking degeneracy that's infecting the West.
Okay.
Fuck you, Gareth. Have a nice day, everyone else.
Right, guys. We have to let Wyatt speak. We have to let Wyatt.
Fuck you, JS, to bring that conversation right now on the table.
We have to let Wyatt. Everybody.
Let me talk. I haven't finished my sentence. I just to say, which is why, like, you agree with a lot of things I said, which is why I come back to the same point. I didn't lie at all in my video. I didn't misinterpret anything. It is what it is. It's just that you interpret it wrong because maybe you have more information. Or just like, a person, a pro-Ukrainian guy would insist that I lied, that there is no North Korean curse. But I will insist that there is no North Korean curse. Simple as that. No, it's a different in opinion, but you cannot say that I lied. So that's why I find it offensive.
But he did say you lied. He said that you were not only did you lie.
He said I deliberately.
You were purposely disingenuous.
JS, let him finish. Yeah, he's addressing that. He's addressing that.
The news.
Wyatt's calling bullshit on that without you interrupting.
That's my main issue, though. For me, I just report the news. But the thing is that I take issues is that I deliberately misinterpret or misrepresent the issues. It's not true. It's just that he understands the issue differently from me. And so that's the main issue, the difference. But I did explain, the problem is that Labour destroyed their reputation by not dealing with this problem correctly. It's not
but that statement is not true. It's just that statement is completely false. Every word of it is untrue.
You'll know in a few months' time.
How many statements
in a few months' time.
Are we seeing in the media?
Because reputation, just like
Okay, and
just
let me also
Trump,
say
right? Trump,
that it's not just enough to say that I read partial sources and repeated them. I mean, that's a basic violation of journalistic ethics. If you're going to publish an article and make claims, it is your responsibility to ensure that those claims are true, and you did not do that.
No, I say that I don't know. I do not know why they voted that way. That's all.
Right.
I say that this happened,
and you didn't bother didn't even bother 10 seconds of Google to find out.
Really doesn't matter because the factual thing is.
Well, it does matter because you painted a thoroughly dishonest depiction of what's going on.
No, there is this inquiry. There's an argument.
It's not an inquiry. The inquiry is finished.
No, they wanted a new inquiry And then
there's no new inquiry. They didn't propose a new inquiry. They didn't nominate a person. They didn't assign any funds. They didn't set the terms of the inquiry. They didn't do anything.
Yeah, they just asked that they want a new inquiry, right? No?
No, they didn't do that. All they did was express a wish that we want eventually, while they were sabotaging legislation that would help children.
So why not they just say yes, okay?
Because then it would have stopped the bill, and then it would have blocked the legislation that was currently going through Parliament, which would help children.
It's a
But Gareth, listen to yourself.
No, they're not. There would only be two separate things if there were two separate bills, but they weren't. The Conservatives put forward an amendment on an existing bill.
In what country are you living, for fuck's sake? We are in 2025. We are not anymore in 1900. Making a bill to protect children or to make good to children. What are you fucking talking about?
But that's exactly what they were doing. That's exactly what the Tories sabotaged.
You're living. Your fucking country making a bill to protect children. That means they are not protected.
Do you mean like the children's well-being and schools bill, which the Tories sabotaged?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Then let's wait 10 years more before a bill that protects children with school thingy came up. You fucking retarded country.
But what are you talking about? It's that they are trying to implement those measures that came out of the inquiry.
The
current government is trying to do so.
Why are they not targeting Pakistani rape gangs?
Oh, please, please. Just the fact that you are mentioning that your parliamentaries have to come up with a law to protect those every child in UK school thingy. That mention is problematic in the first place. You are not in Rwanda. Sorry for Rwanda. You are not in Syria under HTS rule. Sorry for Syrians. You are in UK.
Yes.
Okay. That's the main problem. It's that
it's not like your government just decides things at will.
Gareth touches kids.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I have two questions, and then I will go back to enjoying the fucking shit show. Why fucking every communist that is propagating communism has never lived in the communist country? Because when I meet
of course,
people
that's
that
not
lived
true
in
at
the
all.
communist country, they hate communism. That's the first question. The second question is why did communism go from Germany ideologically? Why did Germany never went into communism? Serious question. Maybe it's shit. Maybe it's shit, and it's just as a ploy to destroy other countries. Okay, I will enjoy the shit show now.
Okay, so
the answer to the second question first. Can I answer the questions?
So let's read the bill. This is the amendment. So,
okay,
this is the amendment that was voted down. So the clause, to move the clause, the Secretary of State must, within 6 months of the passing of the act, take steps to implement each recommendation in the final report of the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. So after 6 months has lapsed, then at 12-month interval, published a report detailing the steps taken by the government to implement each recommendation. So the report published under subsection.
This is not the bill that was going through Parliament, though.
Let him speak first, Gareth, please.
This is not that.
No, stop it.
It's the wrong bill.
Okay.
Let him speak first.
Let me find another one. Then it must be this one then. Is it this one?
Children's welfare, children's safety and well-being bill. Sorry, children's well-being and schools bill.
Is this one?
This is the one, right? The date.
That's the one. This is it. This is what he put up.
Okay, sorry, then I misunderstood.
6 months. This is the same. This is the same. And this is the same. So this is different. Consideration of any challenges, full or successful implementation of recommendation with proposal addressing the challenges, implementation
So basically, they actually have more. Still have more amendments being tabled to replace this one, but it's largely like more or less the same thing. Explanation of why implementation
Well, this is the
is
second
not
reading of the bill, so it can't be changed anymore.
So this is the 8, right? This is the one that was rejected. So yeah, blah 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 blah. Yeah, this was the one that was rejected. So honestly, what is the problem with the inquiry? The amendment? I don't see the problem with the amendment. They just don't want to report in 6 months or 12 months interval, right? That's all.
Okay, well, because this is the second reading of the bill, so the bill can only be changed in its first readings. So if this amendment were accepted, then the whole bill would be blocked.
So why can't they just do it separately
why can't they just
outside the
pass
bill?
the bill as it's written?
That's not how
Well,
works.
they could have just negotiated and say that, okay, we'll do this separately from the bill. We want to
That's
pass
within
this
the
other
purview
bill
of the
first
British Parliament. They could have
and
passed
do
that
this
bill, but
separately.
they refused to do so.
Well, yes, they could have. Well, the Tories could have
be
brought a
handed
separate
back
bill.
to the Parliament from the House of Lords to be amended. So, like, Gareth doesn't actually understand the legal process. But listen, I'd like to comment on this if I could. Right?
Yes, Toby, cool.
Yeah, Toby,
Okay.
I want you to, but you got to fix the mic, dude. Man, I love you, brother, but we can not hear you too well.
Is it you can't hear it, or anyway?
You
sorry,
can, but you're
guys.
like 50% lower than everybody else.
Okay, I'll try and turn it up. How's that? That no good.
No, we hear you. It's like
It's
you're
good.
sometimes. I think you're
Okay,
touching
whatever.
to your mic.
He's got the
All right,
CIA.
so here's the
against us.
thing. Here's the thing. This hasn't really been a hugely edifying conversation because Gareth's complaint, as I understand it, is he did not like Wyatt's reporting and felt it was dishonest. Now, that's not the end of the world. Like, people can have that opinion. I don't see what's so bad about that opinion. And I'm not even going to bother saying whether or not I agree with Wyatt's defense of that accusation. I have taken part in a lot of criminal trials, and I've read a great deal more. I find it unsettling the degree to which Gareth is personally upset and emotionally involved in this issue. It is peculiar, to say the least. It hints at very
Why
dark
is it peculiar to be upset that children are being assaulted?
Shut your mouth.
And not intervene.
I grow tired of your lack of basic decency and manners, Gareth, and the point I'm making you should listen to, because it would serve you well to shut up about this issue. You are clearly emotionally invested in this issue to an extraordinary degree, given the subject matter. If, as you claim, your beef is with bad reporting, you have no business being so personally and emotionally agitated. The only time I have ever seen that is when somebody is disguising a secondary motivation. And I will leave it there. And I think that we should move on to something else.
Yeah, please.
So really quickly, I guess I've been waiting to speak for a little bit. Open mic doesn't have many rules, and many of the rules aren't even really so much hard rules as just kind of like etiquette. But it is important for everybody to remember that when the commander speaks, everybody needs to STFU, because if we have absolutely no ground rules, then it's going to be difficult to maintain any form of any sort of order. Then secondly,
1,000%, Bradley.
what I don't know what the problem is with letting people you strongly disagree with speak. Wyatt has a history of a high tolerance for a wide variety of behavior and views and speech, including the disingenuous. So the price of admission to DPA Open Mic is your face and your email address and enough guts to come on. So we've had some very different panelists, and we've been really tolerant of nearly all of them as much as it's reasonable. I mean, so I think that it's really important to remember that kind of DPA open mic philosophy, just as a broad point.
No disagreement. Garrett, your turn. You get your finger up.
Thank you. I just wanted to rebut Toby's scurrilous rumor spreading and point out that to the extent there's an ulterior motive, is that I may well have to go out and fight the racist scumbags that have been riled up by this nonsense. Thank you.
Super
Garrett,
chat,
I mean,
contest
you
not
said
where
you-
whence the blood flows.
Hold on a second, Garrett, because you talked about like fighting them. You mean like physically fighting them, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but Garrett, you've expressed to us and like everybody else that you're so disabled that you can't even hold a basic minimum wage job. So how are you going to fight?
With difficulty.
Yeah, so wouldn't you, just be like basically a wounded soldier from the, I mean, my great
If there are
grandmother.
enough of us, maybe we won't have to fight.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. There's not enough of you.
Of course there are. At the protest from a few months ago when Elon Musk was also spreading ridiculous racist lies, all of the right-wing protests were massively outnumbered by left-wing protests. So I don't know what's going to happen on the day. You can't predict, but there certainly are enough of us available.
Well, why don't we, find out? So tell us where you're going to be and when you're going to be there, and we can, fight it out and,
If you really want me to post the to put up the poster, I will.
Yeah, I do. Oh, I so do. Please do that. Let us know where the Antifa are going to be. Even in Seattle, they're running for their lives.
So I think this topic is definitely is a dead horse. RL, where have you been? Long time no see. Everybody's asking about you.
Just whatever. And congratulations to Vaughan for being the best, most admired DPA Open Mic.
Vaughan's been a pussy ever since he quit smoking. I'm sorry.
But just one things. I'm surprised that Gareth is mentioning Elon Musk intervening in internal political affair of UK. You have the same topic, the exact same topic in Germany. He just met with the leader of AfD, the candidate chancellor in Germany. And you have
George
about the same thing. Shut up.
Labor Party
Shut up.
involved in the United States elections.
Shut up. And you see, you have to understand that if you look at France, you don't see that. Why? Because in France, the political spectrum in France, you have no political parties who can potentially align with Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's why France is dying.
Exactly. Doesn't exist. If you look at Macron, if you look at all the former president, since Sarkozy, they are all young leaders. American, French young leaders, because it's France, but you have the same in Italy, you have the same in Spain, you have the same in Germany. They're all young leaders, global young leaders. That means they are all linked to the neocon faction of United States,
Jesus Christ.
with hijacked mainly the Democrats, but are also present among the Republicans. But it's mainly the deep state Democrats.
Yeah, so Trump is a fucking neocon, right?
No, Trump is a Trump. That's why he's looking to have his own political allies within each European countries. If it can find a potential political party. Because
Trump
even
is
if the
not looking.
Democrats...
Here's the thing.
Shut up, you fat pig. Shut up, you bag of fat,
what's going on in the United
fat
States.
Burger and cheese with American. Shut up.
Because this guy has no idea.
Shut up, you fat ass pig.
Slant-eyed.
Try to sit straight instead of lying like a fucking large
even
cow.
Wyatt will admit that he's not a good driver.
I didn't finish.
How can you drive well when your eyes are three-quarters closed? But he can't understand that.
I didn't finish. It's not because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris went out that Donald Trump won the Senate won the House of Representatives. That the deep state Democrats are dead in the rest of the world.
Exactly, and you'll never understand that. So get over yourself. Take a back
No,
seat.
no, you fat
Not a
pig.
European.
No, you fat pig. You are not aware that Macron was a young leader.
No, I'm aware that Macron fucked his fucking or was fucked by his teacher, and who's probably a fucking tranny, and that's a person that's leading your country.
No, no,
my
gosh. No. I told you. I already told you. I already told you. I already told you. It's his biological father. I already told you.
Fucking degeneracy that you French
His biological father. I already told you.
Seriously, fucking 5 minutes of goddamn transgender shit.
Guys, it's like two gay pigs. Gay people, kinky gay people speaking to each other. Who's the biggest fat pig? You are the biggest pig. No, I am. No, you are the biggest pig.
I will never allow a
own biological father.
Try to school me about anything.
Got fucked by its own biological father.
Yeah,
who turned to be who transition and yeah. It's more than just a trans dude. It's its biological trans dude father.
Hold on, let Gareth say
For
something.
fuck's sake, and I already told you that.
You're starting to bore me. Gareth, say something.
Oh, well, I mean,
No, I'm
perfectly happy seeing you insulted. I mean, I think we have a good example here of American politics, nothing but slander and insult.
So I was just gonna say something to like what RL was saying. I mean, you can kind of see what he's saying, how it's playing out. Like they already have some allies in certain countries, or at least guys that'll lean towards Trump a little bit. Probably Orban. I'm sure a few others. Fico. Yeah, Maloney maybe a little.
Oh, she's wet, dude. She's wet.
Yeah, but you know, and if and then maybe they get a change in Germany, probably not in England, but they still put pressure and get them to do kind of what they want if it's about ending the war and stuff. And I'm sure they'll keep doing it, but I mean, it'll be easy to pick off small countries, you know, with these, you know, little media blitzes. But I could see them getting Germany a pro-Trump leader, but maybe not England. And then just a coalition of peace that would, you know,
yeah, but that's fine. We can kind of like strangle everyone economically, like
just I think Arel is still speaking. Arel did not finish speaking. After Arel is going to be Gareth.
I didn't say that he did.
Donald Trump won in United States. You fat pig.
Listen,
oh my gosh!
Listen,
oh my god!
Listen, you fat pig.
Listen.
Wyatt, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Wyatt.
You fucking slope. Don't you fucking tell me anything.
You big snail.
You fucking slope.
Yeah, you big snail. Even your finger
stream was demonetized a long time ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, I really given up, you know.
Donald Trump. I would like to finish my point. Donald Trump won fair and square.
Let him finish. Yes, let him finish. Please let him finish. Just let him finish.
No, not because Bradley asked. If someone else asks, I will, but not Bradley.
Please, somebody else on my behalf. Can you ask?
No,
JS?
I don't think anyone else has, Bradley. So
I mean, Donald Trump won in United States.
No, Bradley.
He beat the Democrats.
Shut the fuck up.
He beat the Democrats in United States. He won the presidency. He won the House of Representatives. He won the Senate. But the fight against the Democrats is not finished because there are still the colonies of the United States where Democrats have their hands.
And everybody knows it.
Thank you, you fat pig.
You are
Best
irrelevant.
open mic in years. Fix. Talk to text to speech. Super chats. Wyatt. Vice left. The problem
is RL.
is troublesome. You know, it's very troublesome.
No, I want RL. I want RL to keep going though.
Oh, he like it. Oh, he like it.
I just said that Donald Trump won in United States. He beat the Democrats, but he beat the Democrats in United States. The Democrat network, especially in
no shit,
foreign
faggot. I mean, he's in the
affairs,
United States,
are
so
still
who's it going to be
going
the
on
Democrat?
and
It's
raging
going to be the
on.
Democrats in France. What the fuck kind of?
And Olaf Scholz, SPD,
Scholz.
CDU, they are all part of the young leaders who are linked to the Democrat Party, which are linked to Wall Street, which are linked to George Soros, who are linked to the parasite amongst the billionaires,
Right, but how do
the
you drive with
financial
your eyes
sector,
shut?
and so on.
That's a real question.
All billionaires are parasites.
They lost in United States, but the battle is still continuing outside of United States.
Fuck, hold on, I gotta
That's
take
what
this
you
call.
see with Elon Musk.
Nice feet, JS. Short toes. By left. The Maloney just mentioned George Soros recently, right? Like when people is complaining about Elon Musk. So she was like calling
What
out
is
George
up?
Soros and saying that, yeah, like George Soros spent
The
billions.
struggle between Donald Trump and the deep state is continuing, but now outside of United States, in their
Let's
colonies,
go.
in their possessions of Europe, among others. In South Korea, they tried something also. And the power of money war behind the Democrats are not dead. They are still there. They still want their fair share. And they will not lose their grip on their colonies and their puppets in all the international institution and European institution and so on.
Okay,
That's what
but
you are
You say that as if there's no money behind the Republicans.
No, but how does RL? How does any of this deal with
It's
the
not
fact
the Republicans, it's Donald Trump. Remember,
you just said
all
that the money
Republican
behind the
establishment
Democrats
were
hasn't gone away.
against
So why do you
him.
think the money behind the Republicans has gone away?
Donald Trump is not a politician.
Sure, buddy.
Listen, that
It's a
makes all the
difference.
difference. He was never
come on.
paid to suck any dick or to promote anything because he got money from it.
Garrett honestly believes that the Republicans have embraced Donald Trump. By Republicans, I mean establishment.
No, I didn't say that.
Garrett actually
I
believes
didn't say that at all.
Garrett believes that Trump is an insider. That the establishment.
Oh, he definitely is.
The establishment party is that's where that's where he's dead wrong. I mean, well, that's pretty much his whole life. He's dead wrong about, and that's how he's ended up the way he is. Alone. Garrett, here's something that you might, you will die alone, unmourned, and unloved.
I wonder why
Just go fuck yourself and make an actual argument. All you're revealing is that you don't know anything about anything.
Why are people going out of their way to be shitty? Why? JS, you're a
Why?
pretty cool
I have
guy
sent
and you're
you-
pretty smart.
Wyatt, I have sent you an email explaining American politics and just how Trump and Obama is so intertwined. Read it and explain to the children. Feel free to show on screen. I haven't checked the email yet. I'm going to check now. And I think there's one more super chat. And
Thank you, Mommy, for this.
nice family show. Yeah.
Right.
Nice sponsor.
Nice family show. That was actually that was good. Nice.
Let RL speak. Let Gareth speak. And we want to hear what everybody has to say. Yes, please, Gabriel, please talk.
Yeah, let me go for a moment. It's a common misconception. People usually think about these issues in binary terms, like either they have volition or self-determination, or they're puppets. Either they're on this side or on that side, and it's usually a wrong assessment. There's always like a certain percentage, and like saying that someone is an oligarch doesn't put them in a block where everyone thinks the same and does the same things. Saying that someone is a communist doesn't put them in the same block and makes them all think the same things and do the same things. And it's important to assess what are the degrees of influence that a person has, or an individual or character has, according to his You can see that pretty clearly in his stated intentions and also in the network of support that he has. And you can clearly see like what are the particular gradients in which he's located on a political spectrum, on a like the economic interests that are backing him. And you can clearly see that it's not a monolith on any side. Oh, and by the way, I think it's wrong to call Gareth a communist, both because of his own incoherences, but also because it's flattering, you know. So you pull it out like it's an insult, but you're just flattering him, like he feels honored every time you say that. So it's better to go to the specific like distortions or lack of
contradictions,
of logic in his
contradictions
in his own argument.
Gabriel, on that specific point, Gareth has called himself a Trotskyite. So I don't know if that helps with the distinction. He has said that he was a Trotskyite.
So the next thing that you need to do, okay, so
of this conversation,
if you care about that, what you need to do is you need to find a way to turn that into a punchline, and then it'll be extra devastating. And then you could make that point in a short period of time, and then just allow him to speak for a long period of time, and everything he says is just more damaging for him from your perspective.
Yeah, that's also something.
You can do that instead of completely uprooting the conversation, is all I'm just saying. Sorry. It's not just you. I'm really pissed off at the guy before. Archimedes. I love Archimedes, but he really threw me for a loop. I really apologize, Gabriel. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I think it's a very charged discussion. Like it's definitely an issue that has a lot of emotional baggage, and that creates all sorts of passion. And it's hard to discuss, and you know, like.
No, fair enough. 1,000% fair enough. But like, is it true? Because people we're talking about, everybody's calling Garrett a communist, and I guess there's certain permutations of communism. Garrett could speak about this with more authority than I can, but Garrett has personally said to me that he is a quote unquote Trotskyite. He made a distinction between the different types of well, I don't know if the different types, but
people that care about communism will care about that. Sure.
I don't know if Garrett wants to.
Do you want me to explain the difference between the two?
Well. One, to define what you actually believe, so we know where the fuck you're coming from.
So he wants a response from you on that. Do you have one? Can you please make it kind of short, if it's possible? Go
on what I believe.
On what we just said. Respond to that as fairly as you can without bullshitting or being a weasel, or not betraying whatever it is that you think. I mean, I don't know. He's the one who asked
it.
Okay,
I'll give it a shot. I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'll give an answer. For the purposes of this conversation, there would be no reason to distinguish between Trotskyists and Stalinists. The difference between the two is that they were both parts of the Bolshevik party in Russia. Trotsky led the left opposition after they had won the war, and that was the lot that got persecuted and executed and exiled from Russia. Trotsky was exiled and ended up in first the United States and then Mexico and some other places.
No, not the history lesson. Gareth.
Yeah. Well, you asked the question, man.
The philosophy.
Okay, the point is the point is that Trotskyists are anti-Stalinist communists, if you want me to put it that way.
Okay. So Trotsky ran away. He got killed by Stalin. Trotskyists continued the communist tradition, but from a different than Stalin perspective. Okay, that's his explanation.
Okay, Super chat. By Slav, Gareth is a garden variety boomer liberal. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Yeah, but yeah. Thank you for
I don't
the
think he's a
but yeah, like
I'm not even a boomer.
SJ, the thing about calling him a communist, there's certainly different types of communism, and the Trotskyite variety is definitely like the most mainstream, at least in the Western world. It's the predominant Western.
No, I agree. I'm not saying that. In no way saying that Garrett's type of communism or flavor of communism is what's the word?
Yeah, it's not necessarily wrong.
Well, let him answer. Let him finish, I guess.
Okay, sure. Go on.
No,
but we don't need to get stuck on this. My point is. Oh, sorry. Go on. Commander?
No, because I want to change topic. So
Gabriel, Gabriel, finish. Because JS wants to respond to you guys.
My point wasn't to discuss about what are the flavors of different ideologies. Just to first of all state that like the fact that Trump is has been receiving a massive attack from like the mainstream throughout his entire political life since he started running as a president doesn't mean that he's a complete outsider, and that like the fact that he has certain points in common with like the neocons or the rhinos or the mainstream in general doesn't mean that he's a complete puppet. There are levels of agency in every character in politics, just as in every vassal state and government. There's levels of agency, and they try to find their wiggle room to get their own interests, but they end up complying in like strategic matters that would be devastating if they don't. The same thing is going to happen with Trump. Like if he goes against something that's too like entrenched, he's probably going to get smoked, which has happened to presidents before. Like you need a certain level of approval of the establishment to be able to get to the presidency itself. But if you try to wiggle your way out of that, then you might get crushed. And that depends a lot of
Gabriel. In other words, water is wet. Like we all know that.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like we all know that when we start discussing about like the binary position of is Trump is going to be a liberator, or is he going to be a complete tyrant, or is he a puppet? People forget that when they discuss about those.
I think that most of us here are pretty
so that's why I'm making that point.
I think most people here know that like Trump is not going to be like the savior, and he's not like the second coming of Jesus. You know, only you can do that because of your hair, but the rest of us can't, and nor can Trump. I don't think anyone. Well, maybe there are some weirdos that do honestly believe that, but I don't think
maybe they are.
Trump can do that. Okay, Gareth, go ahead.
No, but my point about that real quick is that the opposite point is equally ridiculous. Like believing that Trump is the coming of Christ is just as ridiculous as believing that he's a second coming of the Austrian painter, or that he's a complete puppet of the permanent state.
Yeah. I think, and I think even most liberals don't honestly believe that Trump is Hitler, quote unquote, when they were calling him Hitler. I think that they just did that for affect. But anyway, Gareth, please.
Well, I disagree with that last point. I certainly don't think they were doing it just for affect. But more to the point, from my perspective, the government.
No, Gareth, I'm sorry.
Calling Trump a fascist. I believe that was sincere. I've always used it sincerely anyway.
Okay,
on the point, the point that I was actually going to make, though, is that from my perspective, the government is just a mask that the rich wear. So Trump is not something different. He's just the rich ruling openly instead of behind a mask.
Well, you see why I had to clarify that point, John? It's important because
I understand your point, but I guess the challenge I have with Gareth's overall philosophy, because he would say like basically it's kind of a circular logic the way I interpret Gareth's political philosophy, because ultimately then who is in charge, right? Because he would say the people, and then basically the people get represented by other people. So, and those people have specific agendas or interests. So it ultimately doesn't matter whether you like. I've always subscribed to this view, and I think I said this. This was like about a month or two ago. I said the form of government you have, whether it's communism, parliamentary democracy, a direct democracy, constitutional republic, that is much less important than the people in which you're governing. So it's the people in which you're governing that depends whether or not you will have a success. Now, there are other variables that will be involved. Like if you're undergoing a natural disaster, for example, you probably would do well under some sort of dictatorship. But I mean, if things are going really well,
state of emergency.
I'm sorry?
The state of emergency is pulled for that.
Right, a state of emergency or whatever you want to call it.
War.
Right, or a war or whatever. But generally speaking, so it's not so much the form of government. Like I'm not like a big into this like theories of that there's a specific form of government that's going to work better. Like I believe that's ultimately bullshit. I believe it
I do too.
Oh yeah, okay. So it depends on the the genus of the people that you're ruling over, and the current circumstances that they are involved in at the moment that they're being governed, that really decides whether or not you're going to have successful governments or not. Even what's his name, John Adams, even said, talking about the Constitution of the United States, he said that excuse me, no form of laws can govern an immoral people. So it doesn't matter how precise you write the law, you'll always find somebody that can, the skirt around it. You know what I mean? So that's my feeling, and maybe I'm wrong.
Go ahead, Wyatt.
So just now Madeleine wrote this. This is about she sent me an email regarding the American politics. So I just want to show you what she sent. I just copy and paste onto the notepad because I don't want to show my email.
Private information.
But yeah, this is what she wrote.
Can you read it? Read it.
Look at the dates carefully. Obama took out Syria, not Biden or Trump. Let me explain about American elections and who Trump is. No terrorism in Africa before AFRICOM. So 6 Feb 2007, Robert Gates announced to Senate Armed Services Committee that George W. Bush given authority to create AFRICOM. A black president was therefore needed to exploit the situation. Even better, it was constantly referred as African by Donald Trump. So Obama announced he will run for president 10th Feb 2007. So let me see. 6th Feb, 10th Feb. Okay. Then the president election in 2008 was a pantomime. Well, I don't know what's that word.
Pantomime.
Pantomime. It's like a kabuki theater. It's
okay.
A big fake show.
Yeah, a theater. Okay, so then was picked by the Pentagon on the 4th Feb, and then Trump did his part. Then until that date, Trump was a solid Democrat. So, and then no Islamic terrorism in Sub-Sahara Africa before Obama. Even Boko Haram had not launched any attack. Americans brought terrorism to Africa with AFRICOM and the one paying for terrorists and pretend to fight while building military base all around the continent. It is about money. Yeah, maybe makes sense.
But that leaves out the one that I don't necessarily disagree with what this person is saying, but it leaves out all the facts that there was all these civil wars or conflicts going on in Africa long before this. I mean, if you look in the 90s, they were the most violent ones, right? I mean, you look at Sierra Leone, right? You look at what happened in Rhodesia, South Africa, and all these other places. So you can't just say this is like a modern phenomenon. It's totally bullshit.
Can I respond to that as well?
I don't know. Can you?
All right. I would like to say that you don't have to be wrong for it also to be correct to say that people came in and took advantage of that situation. Like that's happened a lot in the history of colonialism.
Right. Well, but people will always take advantage of, it's the expression nature abhors a vacuum, right? So you will always have that. Like that. That's
about this
idea
example.
That to blame it on.
Okay, fine. Finish your point.
No. That's it.
He just wants to blame the US, but because
I have a counter example. For example, let's take a look at Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union right after the Russian Empire. So there's a lot of things that went wrong with that, but one thing that Stalin managed to do was develop an military industrial base that didn't exist before. So I mean, there's a lot of criticism.
What was the cost of that? Like there was
the cost of that was many lives, many trees, many resources,
millions,
many things. It was an extensive and expensive cost, and over a long period of protracted time. But what happened was, in the end, when Hitler invaded, this is one of my favorite examples, and this is a quote that I remember reading it when I was a kid, but since then I've had a hard time finding it on the internet. But there was at one point in time somebody asked Hitler about something, and he said, "Well, if you told me that when I invaded the Soviet Union,
it was a recording that was made in Norway. I know the exact thing you're talking about. It was a recording made, and I believe it was in Norway, in a train." And he said that if he had any idea of the amount of tanks that the Russians had, he would never have invaded. That's what you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but
I've listened to it. I've heard it.
yeah,
I'm
and
sure
think
you
about
have.
what that means, what happened, because during the Tsar's empire, the Russians were making 5,000 trucks a year. So that is not and that's an example that is not equally applicable. You know, you could look at and say, you know what, also the Russians and the Slavs in that general area also had a different kind of history. But when an existential threat came around, they were able to get their shit together. And look at India right now. India is no longer a colony. Look at North Korea. They've withstood all the efforts at colonialization despite all the odds. Like, there's a lot to point to say that that's not a blanket assertion that you could just roll out there. Cuba is still around even. But anyway.
Actually, I was going to say Cuba. It's funny that you beat me to it. Anyway, Garrett, you have something to say?
Yes, which is just to point out that you can talk about the costs of industrialization in Russia, but it should be borne in mind that there were horrific death tolls in England when it industrialized. In the industrial cities, the life expectancy of a laborer at birth could be as low as 16. So it was absolutely horrific. There's that poem about the dark satanic mills. They broke up families. They transported people to the colonies. If it happened today, we would call it a genocide. So I don't think that is a fair comparison, because we tend to just brush over all the death and suffering that was involved with the development industrialism in the West.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly true, Garrett. I think that a lot of people have called out about the especially at least the child exploitation that happened in Britain. Maybe not so far as the rest of Europe, but I think at least in Britain, child exploitation. I mean, we even have books and movies about that. Talking about
I'm not saying it's unknown.
Right, but not. Go ahead.
Only that if you're going to level that allegation at Russia and also against China, then it needs to be set in its context. In fact, both of those did a much more humane transition to industrialism than occurred in England.
Well, I would not necessarily agree with you that it was much more humane. I would take exception with that. But the challenge when judging like levels of humanity is that the metrics are totally subjective. So are you just going to say, well, the number, life expectancy? Are you going to say the number of people who died? Are you going to talk about family formation? Are you going to talk about, I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's like an
not just that. When the UK, when the British Empire, industrialized, that was like the first time a country industrialized. Nobody know what's going to happen when you industrialize and you have machines and oil and
right.
oil,
but no, it was
pollution.
bad.
It never happened before. Yeah, those pollution never happened before.
Yeah.
And China, where by the time they start to really industrialize, they actually seen what happened in the Western world and how they developed. But actually, despite all this experience, they still industrialized pretty dirty. And actually, they could have done way better, but they went for the fastest way. So I agree, it's not the best comparison because it's a different time frame. Unless you say that at the same time as they develop, then you can actually see whether is it really better or worse.
Yeah, it's not a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's not 1-for-1. It's like you can compare the industrial in China and Europe today. Then you can compare, and you will still see that China is still more dirty than Europe. Europe is still way more cleaner. So yeah. But compared to India, maybe it's a different standard.
you can't compare the industrial output of Europe with the industrial output of China. It's completely uncomparable. It's an order of magnitude. But back to the original comment of like the American influence in Africa. Yeah, I think that more than like pointing out a particular evil that happened in the world, it's the current state of affairs. It's like the maneuvers that have been made into that particular theater of geopolitical conflict. But more to the point of it's all about money. I think it's mostly about money, but there's massive differences on how you make money. Like there's countless ways in which you can make money, and the particular method and way of making money is more of a cultural or ideological thing. And so, for example, one way to get profit out of a territory is through corruption and chaos, and that's been like the sort of the jihadi strategy, to sow chaos and to put forces there and keep that area subjugated through the threat of abandonment or violent takeover. But there's other ways. You can also, for example, foment the development of a place to convert it into a market. But that meets a different geopolitical end. So like if you want rivals against the common enemy, then you like in the case of the Marshall Plan, then it's convenient to empower your occupation area, your colonies, so that they can join you in the containment of the enemy. But if you have no enemy, then you can just sort of ransack it, and it's convenient to keep them as underdeveloped and as crushed as possible. So that way there's no possibility of them having any sovereignty against your influence. And that's a lower profit margin, because if you have a developed, like, you can make more money out of Europe than out of Africa. And it's not because of its natural resources. It's because of the purchasing power of their population, because of their level of development. And why not make Africa another like vassal state like the European Union? Well, because that would make it a threat to your own influence.
Well, also,
so
but you're
it's more
leaving out the
convenient
point, you're leaving out the
to keep them
point that
broken.
you're kind of assuming the fact that the Western powers could simply just turn Africa into Europe, which I don't believe that they could. But anyway, that's my opinion.
It's not a statement of fact. It's a conjecture. You could pursue that type of policy, or you could pursue the Banana Republic policy. Which one is more viable? It depends on the future and how it's going to unfold. But one has more prospects of profit than the other, definitely. Like, you can definitely make more money out of a vassal state like Europe than out of a vassal state like Africa.
So, Super Chat, Slav wrote, when is JS Gareth cage fight peak content?
Rio, what you say by giving the example of Europe can only be valid if United States have kept its factories in United States. What they have done is they have also shipped their factories in countries with low wages. That's the way they decided to make profit, huge profit. And the counterpart were the American working class. And who made empowering Europe and selling them what except for weapons? Come to Europe and you will see. Tell me how many American cars made in USA you will find. Even the Coca-Cola and McDonald's we are consuming are produced locally or in the continent. It's Coca-Cola is not shipped from United States to Europe in market. No,
Actually, they just put franchises.
So how can that empowering can work? Just by parasiting, it's only benefits the big corporation and big money, but not the American people as a whole. That's what the elite in United States have decided to do since I don't know how many decades, but here is the result. And what Donald Trump wants, it's to bring back factories. At what cost will he succeed? Future will tell. Like in Argentina with Javier Milei, future will tell if what he's doing is not that bad or totally bonkers.
Oh yeah, something I wanted to comment about that is that if Javier Milei was able to become president in Argentina, it's not completely illogical that Andrew Tate will become prime minister of Britain. Just saying.
Actually, he might have a very good chance. All the guys will vote for him. I just want to say the super chat by FE again. OMG, I remember when my government took in a terrorist prisoner from Guantanamo during Obama's time and thinking it was an attempt to destabilize our region. Yeah, FE got some PTSD from Obama. Yeah, Obama was a huge disappointment for me. But yeah, going back to Milei, but that's an interesting point, because Andrew Tate, like if you look at the political situation in UK, you only have Nigel Farage at this moment that it looks like, a possible third way rather than going with Labour or Tories. So no, but then now you have Andrew Tate. So no. Maybe we start to see a 4-party, breakup of UK. Maybe, eventually.
I think I've heard a lot about like right wingers in.
Oh my God, we got fucking Alan. How much?
Alan,
are you still a fucking virgin? You fucking faggot. Anyway,
He's Peter Parker. He's Peter Parker.
The point is that I believe that England is in for a total shit show. Because they are so divided, and it's not like a binary divide. It's like divided like 4 ways to Sunday. So I don't see any way out of them. Like I really don't know. Basically, it's going to be like a bunch of the elites, like totally trying to hold on to power, and the rest of the populace saying like, "Fuck this!" Like it doesn't matter anymore. Because, I mean, once you got to the point where they're kicking down the doors of grandmas based on what tweets they're actually not even posting, but liking, like, you got some serious problems over there. And especially when they're trying to threaten, like, people like Elon Musk, and they don't understand that Trump is coming to power. Like, he's on the ascendancy. And, like, it's so, like, especially, like, like people like Gareth, like the smugness of them, who are, like, totally on the dole. Like, it's people like Gareth who don't actually have a job, who never actually worked, at least not in the. Well, yeah, tell us if you had a job.
Again with a personal insult. You got no argument.
No,
you don't know anything. Literally trying to tell me about my own country.
No, it's not an insult, Gareth. But have you had a job? Like, I mean, have you worked in the last 24 months?
Come on, man. Who cares about that? No, but a point I wanted to make real quick was
that. Gabriel, I wasn't finished yet. Gabriel, relax, calm down, relax.
Please,
calm down.
If we're going to talk about something, if you
want
to talk about
my personal circumstances on a public stream, go fuck yourself.
Wait, super then wait, you're gonna go off track then. Super chat first. FE said add on the emergence of Boko Haram out of nowhere, request of a base in Ghana and other events just seems odd at a time where West Africa was very peaceful. Yeah, I do agree. No, for me, I believe that a lot of these Islamic extremists are all CIA funded.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah. I don't think that's a controversial.
Or Mossad.
There you go.
Yeah,
they're the same thing. You have to say MI6 then. If you say Mossad and say
MI6,
say MI6.
Yeah, but hold on a second.
Whatever.
The more important question is, I would have to Wyatt after he just made that statement is like, why are you so anti-Semitic?
Hey, don't say that. He's Semitic.
Because Alan insists that I must say Mossad. So it's like, why would I resist saying Mossad? No, I just say Mossad.
Yeah, but why do you hate Jews? Why do you hate Jews?
I don't hate Jews. I can't even recognize a Jew from a Caucasian. They all look the same to me.
Yeah, no one can recognize a white from another white. But the thing is, doesn't matter if he worked or not. Like, it matters what his opinions are, like how correct or ridiculous they are. It doesn't matter what he actually did.
Well, yes. If they can stand on their own, like, yes, they're true, but you have to understand.
Can we move the fuck on to something else? Like, please, a fucking war, or a plane, and tanks, some fucking thing.
If you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to talk about African fusion reactors. So, chill, motherfucker.
If you don't shut the fuck up, we'll start talking about the Seattle drug cartels, bro.
Exactly, right? So, Vaughn, shut the fuck up. But my point is, like, it's fair enough to say that, like, yes, that you don't want to necessarily, like, just talk about someone's circumstance. But the whole point is that, like, in Garrett's case, because he's a communist and unapologetic about it, that means that he wants to parasitically survive on the fruits of your labor. I mean, that's what communists do.
That, of course, is just a total lie. See, this is exactly why it's not worth talking about in the public forum. It's not going to go anywhere.
We have new revelation coming. Mike F is here. He's going to
Mike,
tell us.
hey Mike, tell us about fucking Skynet drones somewhere, for God's
Mike,
sake.
can you tell
please.
us about the AI robot drones Ukraine is using to
Yeah, tell us about how.
front, please.
Tell us about how. Tell us about how Negroes have just discovered cold fusion reactors.
Good one. Before all of that, and before all of that, and before I leave, I have to go. So let me finish what I was saying before. No, let me finish, and then you can go. I have to go. So, like, just to finish that, one interesting aspect, because it's really interesting what's going on in Britain politically, like beyond the susceptibilities of whoever wants to defend which side. And one thing that I've noticed is that a lot of right-wing pundits and influence from Britain have, before the elections, they were all talking about 0 seats for the Tories. Like their strategy is to demolish the Tories, because they've been such traitors to the conservative and right-wing cause of Britain that they're worse in the eyes of many British conservatives and right-wings. They're worse than Labour. And their strategy is to destroy the Tories. And it's funny that people like Gareth and other self-proclaimed communists, they're so desperate to defend one side of the political spectrum, when most of the right in the world, and I'm not saying this as a right-wing person, but most of the right in the world is definitely attacking the uniparty. Like most of the criticism that comes from the right is attacking the permanent state, the rhinos, the uniparty, and some people that self-proclaim themselves revolutionary, they're all in for the status quo. They're defending it claws and teeth, just because it gives them a tiny wisp, a little token of influence through their completely unorthodox.
You mean like Garrett and his support of Labour? Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, they support it like really irrational. Like any criticism of Labour, which is not a communist ideal or even composed by communist people. It's completely oligarchic, and it should be criticized just the same as the right if you were actually a Marxist. But they don't. They defend it because it gave it the slightest intuition of influence, because of some token policies that they uphold, which aren't even actually Marxist or communist at all. But so yeah, that's what I want to say.
That's all sheer fantasy.
And that discussion is pretty sterile, because there's no logic behind it. It's like a hypnotism. It's like he can be denying it the next day, and I'm talking about him in a general sense, because it's people I discuss with every day or every other day, and nominally they will criticize the government or whatever, but or they'll deny that they defend the status quo, but they're actually the most staunch defenders of the status quo and of all the oligarchic takeovers of like people's rights, of the rights of the proletariat. But somehow they still defend it because it I don't know, it gave them some hope or some illusion of influence.
All right, Gabriel. Garrett has his hand up. Let him talk.
Yeah, I'd like to go after. I'd like
thank
to go
you.
after
Thank
Garrett,
you.
though.
All of that is
peace.
Of course, it's going to run away. All of that is bizarre hallucination. I don't know what kind of influence you think anybody like me has. It's not like we don't even stand for parliament. We can't get anything passed. We're doing something completely different. So this is sheer hallucination. I only defend the Labour Party against outright lies that are peddled against it. And even then, not because I have any sympathy for the Labour Party, but actually because I care about truth. It's as simple as that. So if you make an allegation against the Labour Party that is actually true, I will completely back you on it. In fact, I probably know a whole bunch of them that you've never heard of. So, I mean, this is just bizarre nonsense.
Would you do the same for the Conservative Party?
I would defend them against an untrue allegation. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. It's okay. Oh, you would? Okay.
I am more disturbed about. I'm more disturbed by
Wait.
you know, one news source that is 100% correct.
Wait, if truth is your primary goal, how do you come to know truth? Because I do remember you and I have had a conversation before where the main topic of debate essentially boiled down to truth can be based, or at least it can be understood to be subjective based on the culture, group of people, or society you find yourself in.
Well, you see, that's a very strange statement to make. I mean, my position on how you ascertain truth is by interrogating the physical world that we live in. I mean, if you can come up with a statement that is reliably predictive of how the real world behaves, then I think that you can trust that statement as true. I mean, you may eventually come across a scenario where it doesn't work, in which case it has to be reassessed, but that's basically how I would proceed. Not by, say, reading ancient books or taking peyote in the desert and communing with spirits or something along those lines. I don't think that's a reliable method of ascertaining truth.
Right, but you didn't actually answer his question. It's like, what is this a reliable method? Are you just talking about past experiences?
No. I actually think he did. He answered it in a little bit of a roundabout way, but he did answer it. He said essentially that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Gareth. Truth can be known, right? Can be discerned through sense data. Is that right?
For some values of truth, I recognize that there are some things that might not be testable or might not be easily testable. But
which are what?
Then I think it is.
Which are what? Because you can't just like gloss over that, because that can be very
finish. Let him finish. Maybe he'll say.
Okay, well, things like claims to God and stuff like that.
Well, you're an atheist. You believe that belief in such things are counterproductive.
Hold on.
As I said again, I think that it is sufficient to interrogate the physical world. I understand that it's limited, but I don't make claims beyond that limitation. Okay, I don't claim to understand the origin of the universe or anything along those lines.
Well, that's
I don't
not
claim
that's
to be
not
able to
the
say
root of questioning I had for you anyway. I was more curious because you said you would defend truth, whether it be a political debate, whether it be lies claimed about a group of people or something like that. That
Yes.
was where I just wanted to kind of get some clarification because of that previous conversation we had. Maybe I misremembered or whatever the complicated philosophical depths we got into.
Well, the second part of that conversation is itself a politically, let's say, loaded conversation. On the one hand, I think it is definitely true that you can look at different societies and see that they had different moral codes and behaved differently. So I think it is therefore difficult to say that there is some kind of absolute moral code which is inherent to all human beings. However, I don't think that means that we should say that all forms of social behavior that have ever been practiced are therefore equal. And I think that that is a complete misrepresentation of the argument to moral relativism. The idea behind moral relativism is that when we understand somebody behaving inside their own culture, we need to comprehend how they understand the moral weights and what is considered good and bad in their society, rather than just demanding that they adhere to our morality as we understand.
Okay. I just want to clear. I want to make sure. I mean, everyone heard the chat or heard what you just said, but I want to really make sure I didn't just hallucinate what you just said. Did you just say that there is a true right and wrong in the world, in the universe, or no?
Well, I think that there are some. Basically, I think you can predict what is good for humans from an evolutionary basis by seeing how we develop and how we behave and how we interact. I don't think that there is some kind of abstract truth that exists in an ethereal realm or something along those lines.
That's
so. I think he says
what
no.
I asked.
I think
well,
his
so
roundabout.
Maybe, like you said, in an ethereal realm, in a utilitarian realm, is there?
Well, in a utilitarian perspective, I think it is entirely reasonable to say, I won't kill you, and in exchange, you won't kill me. I think that can be a reasonable basis for debate, for constructing a relationship. You don't need to contemplate questions of deep morality and existential angst and all of that stuff. You just make a pact to do unto others as they do unto you. That's a completely reasonable
that's
thing.
like what Jesus.
But this is the issue. This is the issue. This actually ties into a truth argument, to even to politics, right? What prevents the majority from imposing its will on you? You may even have an agreement with me for you and I not to do violence. But if I'm part of the majority that says, actually, we need to kill that guy, and when we kill him, everything is going to get better, and everyone starts getting along once you're dead, there's then, because of the group dynamic, because of the group morality, there's nothing wrong with killing you and everyone having a better time because of it. This goes with the political argument. What you may find repulsive about how people may lie or manipulate or change the situation, right? As long as we get rid of the thing we don't like and everyone starts living better, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, that's an argument to outcomes and
But it's
appeal
not a
to
fallacy.
consequences.
It's not a fallacious argument, according to a relativistic perspective.
The problem is that if you're just going on subjectivity, then you're not going to end up with repeated results. And that's why I think it is useful to interrogate multiple societies rather than just, consider one in isolation, the particular social contract that it established.
Yeah,
and I think that when you look at the broad...
That's a dodge of the question that he asked you.
Well, hold up. I have a follow-up to maybe see if...
Go ahead, brother.
Finish that answer.
Oh, yeah, well... that was really the main point. I wanted that whole line of questioning to come to that circle.
Well,
if someone else has something else to say, if Gareth, if you have something to add, if Brad,
I guess
you have something else to say.
Well, no. Well, then go ahead, Gareth. I guess respond. Does he ask you a question?
Well, I mean, if you're not satisfied with my answer, then perhaps I have misunderstood it, and you can try to make it.
I know this thing's been running for 6 hours. I'm not going to make Wyatt take a 45-minute detour on philosophy.
Okay,
that's fine.
Sure.
We can talk about this later. Whichever one should join the open mic so that you guys can come to the open mic panels and mic lounge so you can argue with us more and we can call you names. So
yeah, Wyatt, does everybody have the email that you said there was?
So why does it? So my question. Wait, well, I have a question real quickly for Gareth. Like, why does it matter? And actually for Alan too, if this is like an ongoing debate, especially like, why does it matter if somebody believes in an objective or objectively verifiable or a metaphysically relevant and moral grounded, maybe is a good word, justification for their societal behavior or their desire to buy into the social brainwashing and be part of the society and stuff like that? Why do you need to have that religious undertone for it be objective? Like, there's a lot of religions like Buddhism that allow you to have a little bit less of a metaphysically grounded, as you say, approach. I feel like. Why is that a big deal?
I have an answer, but I see why it's been pointing at Mike for like 5 minutes.
Oh, it's Mike's been talking.
Oh, is it Mike? If it's Mike's turn to talk,
Mike was waiting for you guys patiently for a long time.
Mike, go.
I didn't know he was trying to speak. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry for that. Thank you for guys. Nice to see you guys again. And I just want to say before I start, rest in peace for those who have died on this war, and for those who are about to die, hopefully you die in peace.
Mercy.
The thing is that I'm about to say, I say something like maybe a year or 2 years ago about the Ukraine. I mean, Russia is gonna find unusual ally, and I think that process is about to happen right now. So what I'm saying right now is that the way I'm looking, I might be wrong, but the way I'm looking at things right now is like the things about to go wrong. I mean, the way something that's going on in Ukraine that I'm talking about is like I know they keep saying that some Ukrainians are going AWOL. I don't think the story is quite right. things is go beyond just a war in Ukraine. The way I'm looking at it, I think right now it's like some of those soldiers are now frustrated with the officials for what they are doing, because like the officials are not the one on the front line and they are selling their life out. So now they are about to start rebel. They think a war is not enough anymore, and they are start about rebellion against the official, right? Because now officials are selling their life. They are not the one that are getting shot at. They are not the one that are getting blown apart, right? The soldiers are the one suffer. And again, most of the soldiers are not voluntary for this war. They don't ask for it. It's not those who are really like, oh, we are going to, mess with the Russian. So the way I'm looking at it is like now the Azov battalion cracking try to find a way to communicate with the Russians, possibly, or take a rebellion on their own against. And then when West are noticed that too, and now West are about to send their own soldier into Ukraine, first straight out all these soldiers, right? Because there are so many of them that they start to fight, start a rebellion, because nobody will allow somebody to start selling their life, like, like the way they want to. So now the West are sending, they're about to send their soldier, and what they are the excuse they're about to use, because this is a thing I'm about to say for like almost 4 or 5 months ago about when they keep saying about the North Korea soldier in Russian. What they was doing is not that they are asking for weapon. They are not using that opportunity to ask for weapon. They want to use that to bring West soldier into the Ukraine. That is what they try to do, because if Russia can invite other country into their own country, so why Ukraine can't do that the same thing too? That is what the Ukrainians are going after, not about weapon. That weapon is just just like a little bit excuse, but yet they can't find a North Korea soldier. And like I say, if Monte do not go to Moses. I mean, Moses do not go to Monte. Monte will come to Moses. If they can't find no Korea soldier,
Mike, don't you believe that if the West, like let's say Poland, Romania, those Eastern European countries, were actually to send
necessary before he finishes his point,
real combat troops into the West?
Yes,
don't you think they would? That would change things.
Yes, the Poland and others are sending soldiers to the Ukraine, but it's not official. Like they are officially sending their own military. They're about to make it. They want to make it official. That way, it will be much like, okay, if that's all the contract the Zelensky has been signed with all the West country all this time. Like when Russia bring other country in to their own territory, Ukraine can also bring other country to their own territory. Because Ukraine will say this is our own territory, Russia brings somebody else to their own territory. So it's like a 50-50, no cheating on there. That's how the game goes. So now they are trying to bring North Korea, but they can't find North Korea. And I think I might be wrong on this. It's just exaggeration. I think they might go with probably in the South Korea. They might have some or North Korea military down there, bringing them in as a capture. Because if they can't find North Korea, I know they've been trying hard to find North Korea in Russian. I think that's why they send additional more soldiers to capture as much as possible. But yet, all they are finding is not what they are looking for. That's my own view. So they can't find North Korea to make excuse to let West bring their soldier in to straight the Ukraine soldier, then going after Russia. That's the first thing and the other thing I also want to say is about the way things is about happening. Like I said before, that God help us, because even with Trump's, they already set him up. They already laid out a lot of traps on his way. No matter how much it try to avoid this, it's going to it. Except they take him out. And 60%, 60 to 70% chance of they are going to take him out if you refuse.
Yeah.
Not like
you finish. Yeah.
Lambo?
North Koreans and Kursk, what are they doing? Denis Davidov found a few of them hurt, wounded. He's like using it as propaganda because, telling about other bad news from Ukraine he's not going to do. So he's playing with that game, bullshitting on the Americans. But Mike, you forget a big detail. In 8 days, Trump is going to be president, like you said. He's going to come in, and he's never going to.
If they let him be.
Yeah, you dream.
No, I think
Dude,
no. Hold on. I think
can happen in 8
Mike
days.
is saying that, like, I wouldn't be surprised. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. I wouldn't be surprised they take Trump out. You think I'm crazy? I wouldn't be surprised he gets a bullet in his brain.
I am still counting down. He still have 8 days to survive, to have the Air Force One and all the cover he need to have. Yeah, of course. But saying that Europe is going to enter Ukraine, nah, they're already doing. Actually, they are using the Patriot systems. It's not Ukrainian soldiers. They're actually doing. There are a lot of mercenaries, and I think there were a lot of mercenaries. A lot died also. But I think
it's not official. It's not official yet.
Yeah, but they can be just named mercenary and actually being military. We just don't know, and it can be.
That's Mike's point. That's Mike's point. They're not official, but they've been doing.
Yeah, but that's it. But a real military is going to enter like in big numbers. Forget it. Never going to happen. If that's going through, never going to happen. And
sorry, never say never.
Yeah, but I think even the West is not that stupid to take conflict with Putin because
only because Trump won. Only because Trump won. If Kamala had won, yes. If Kamala won,
but you see, Biden and his entourage are still playing stupid games for the moment to try to counter Trump. So I can't believe
the saying, right? Play stupid games. What's the saying?
With stupid prizes, And that is actually the point I want to make. If they do something stupid, they're going to be punished by Trump or by Putin. But they are actually trying to attack Trump already. Like they do everything in their power.
You're saying the Americans are going to get punished? America, right? The American leadership is going to get punished?
The anti-Trumpers.
Yeah. No, but. Like now, still Biden is in power, so they can. But I mean, Putin is going to be naughty against them, But I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Mike will be focusing. I think Mike is going to be focusing on it for 2025 as positivity. Positivity. It's an existing word, being positive and hoping that Ukraine is going to stop having a war. And if that not happens, it's going to fall. If they're not going to be... I still got
to answer Bradley's question, and Wyatt just said something in the chat for us that I think is pretty important.
So I'm not even allowed to finish my... I said nothing for like an hour or two, something like that, because...
Lambo, I only got here
that was literally
and I'm being
all
an
of
asshole
us
by being here. Like, Wyatt has been here for nearly 7 hours, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I was waiting to jump in and I had other plans to do also,
Well, you want to schedule a one-on-one?
Hey, gentlemen, stop! Come on, get over yourself.
Okay, what the fuck are you going to want to talk about? So let's fucking figure it out. Are we wrapping it up? Or are we going to talk about?
We are wrapping it up.
So I need to shut up.
Can I please go before Lambo, because Lambo's going to take 10 minutes, please?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that I'm going to do like last time, that I actually wanted to apologize about my stupid long closing that was useless, and then say something about the woman that is 49 and looking 30, being offended about that. Ooh, crazy.
Don't apologize to me, brother. I
just need to do real life stuff, and I gotta close before.
Yeah, so
I need to work also in like 5 hours, so I need to sleep also. So I just try to survive and try
you guys
to.
are fucking hopeless, bro.
Sorry about that.
Closing. So
can you take
let's start off
control
with.
and just delegate who we're gonna wrap it up.
So let's start off with Lambo closing.
Yeah,
Lambo
voilà.
closing.
So like I was just busy explaining, I just hope that fucking war is going to end. Like I say every open mic about my long closings. I apologize for the long one. I listened it myself.
Hey Lambo, I hate to interrupt.
Shut up! I'm busy doing my closing. Stop interrupting
I
me.
want to do my closing first.
Do your closing first, then. We need to be earlier than me.
I gotta leave. I'll be real quick.
Yeah,
I just want to say, keep watching Ukraine. Obviously, there's some hot spots. Catch the sit rep and the Frontline Changes report. Like, subscribe, and share. This is a free speech platform. That's why it gets crazy like that. Hope you all don't trip out too much. And I was thinking about the politics and all the stuff we talked about today. And it reminded me of this song. Been out all night, and I fucked till dawn. Smoked my drugs till they were gone. Rolling home at 9 a.m. But you want me to fuck again. If my dick wears out a little too fast, girl, I'll get you off with a finger blast. Peace out, Lambo.
I was just going to say you just hacked my phone or something like that. I was sending a message to a girl. Where did you find that text message I sent to a girlfriend of me? Oh, I just been hurt.
Lambo, time. Wrap it up.
Yeah. So I was like I was saying, I was apologizing for my too long closing, but I don't give a fuck actually, because the response I get afterward, I'm like, do I talking to gay people that like going out and gay clubs and say like, you're the big piggy, I'm going to fuck you so deep in the ass? If I'm not allowed to say I like a woman that's 49 years old and I just saying she's like looking 30, you can just fuck off and fuck yourself very deep in your own ass, fuck. Just being clear about that. But John, I do my closing. I'm not allowed to talk, so you need to respect that also. And in my closing, after all that bullshit about that woman singing, I was saying like, I hope 2025 is going to be a year full of respect to each other and positivity. I think this open mic today wasn't like that good and respecting each other. At first place, I just hope that everybody respect our king, Sir Wyatt of the country open mic DPA, or DPA in generally, with the province open mic. It's disgusting that we're not respecting him. He is allowed to speak over everybody. And actually, if he's starting to make a point, everybody just need to shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Let our king speak. That is calling being respectful to each other, and trying to being the ass and interrupting each other because you're not agreeing about the subject is fucking childish. It's disgusting, but it's entertaining. So I'm going to postulate I'm going to ask to Wyatt to maybe do one day a DPA Jerry Springer version. Like a 2.0. It was like today like that, like Jerry, he's going to show his titties. Look at him, he just fucked his two sisters. I don't know. It's actually disgusting. I think if some people are going to rewatch the open mic, their section where they were arguing, they're going to be a little bit ashamed about themselves, about what happened today. So I am not going to be ashamed about myself like the last time I came and I did my too long closure. I don't give a fuck. I have my right to speak also. And if I want to talk about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I'm going to say something about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's my problem, it's my closing, So I don't give a fuck about, Alan, actually 2 minutes already. But you know what I mean? It's actually disgusting. And guys, respect each other. The world is already so toxic. The toxicity in this world, 2025, is just started, is already a big disaster. I am praying very hard for all the citizens around LA, and I really hope that the new government of Trump is going to do a very big cleanup in California, just doing a fucking cleanup. And I hope there's going to be a lesson for the United States that is game over with the woke. You're not going to put your whole firefighter department with women because you just say we need to have more women. No, put the woman in the right place and the right profession. You don't put women there. You're not going to cut off budgets because you are in like the biggest fire territory, you know? Are you going to cut off a fucking budget for that? You're fucking nuts to do that, you know? It's crazy. It's unbelievable. I hope United States is going to be moderner than countries like in Europe, like Belgium. If you have like every fucking square meter upground power lines are going to be blown off by a tree and going to start a disaster, they're going to say only that and then blame. We, our power lines are like for 99% underground in our little Belgium. It's a disgrace to see how far behind United States is in technology, and it's you just can't understand it. You go to Saint-Tropez in France, the fire department is the most modern fire department of France. Why? Because a lot of rich people living that. I take it as the same example like LA. A lot of rich people are living there. You know what they're doing there in Saint-Tropez? They are sponsoring the firefighters. The guys have the most modern aperture. Why? Because you're afraid to lose their houses. Why? Because they live in the exactly same type of area. The police are driving there with stupid cars. Why? Because they prefer to pay private security companies because they know they're going to pass with their cars every 2 minutes in front of their house to see if there's not a burglar. And the firefighters are needed because if there is a forest fire, they need to be put very fast out. Otherwise, big disaster is going to happen. Just look what happened in LA. You just can't understand what happened there. Even if it's a criminal, a guy that put the fire on, you need to have your fucking water reserves full with water to put that fucking fire down. It's fucking nuts. You just can't believe it. I hope Trumpy is going to clean it up. America first again. I just hope he's going to do it. It makes me very angry about that. What's happening there is so fucking sad for a country that's saying we are big, we are everything, we can destroy everything, but they are not even capable to protect yourself. You're Democratic or Republican, I don't give a fuck. You're a fucking big shame to let that happen, something like that. And please start to build brick houses and stop at your cardboard wood houses. That is fucking medieval compared to here in Belgium. We are concrete and bricks, you know? Yeah, that was my closing. But please, guys, be peacefully to each other. I respect the finger and respect each other in the next open mic. It was entertaining, but this was fucking stupid. Thank you.
Thank you, Lambo. But no, just want to add, no, we are all quite shameless, so no.
I know I am fucking shameless myself, so I don't give, you know. I have Mr.
So
Gareth's closing.
Gareth's next, I think.
Sure. Just let me say to that last point, I find it completely bizarre that anybody would think that Trump is going to fix anything. He is the personal epitome of the cost-cutting, tax-cutting right wing in America. It's neoliberalism on steroids. It seems to me if they really going to talk about trillions of dollars in cuts, then that pretty much is going to be the end of America as a state. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say, except for the fact that, again, I say it is not enough. It's not good enough to say I repeated a lie that somebody else told and I didn't bother to look it up. I just don't think that's an adequate response. I'm sorry, but Wyatt's video article was thoroughly misrepresentative of the truth and should not have been made. It was just false. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Gareth. Bradley, closing.
Yes, it was a shame that we weren't able to really dig down and get to the meat of the disagreement between Gareth's point and other people's points, Wyatt's point, because there was just such a massive, huge disagreement. It was like impossible to talk. It was crazy. But so anyway, that was a wild open mic. I don't know exactly why everybody went at each other's throats, but I hope it was entertaining. Thanks to everybody for being part of the open mic. Wyatt does really bend over backwards for the entire DPA project, including the open mic, because this whole thing took hours. So, thank you to all of our super chatters.
You're welcome.
Madeleine, Takam, exactly, our comedians, you as well. A lot of people did great sums, so it was like awesome to see that. And I guess so. For my closing, I'm getting tired. I'm just gonna say, let's remember to be good to each other and keep open mic interesting. All right, goodbye, everybody. Peace.
Thank you, Bradley. Archimedes closing.
Yeah, sorry it's dark. I'm outdoors at the moment. Yeah, I'm not even gonna address the whole thing with Gareth. I hope he deserved every last bit of it. And there you are. I want to actually say a little bit about
And he's gone.
Did we lose him? Did we lose him? Archimedes, are you there?
The Rothschilds got him, guys.
oh shoot.
Fuck.
Hey, can you hear me?
You're back. Yeah, back.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Can somebody else go? I need to pull something up. I want to pull up a thing I'd like to read. I'll go after the next person.
Okay, JS, closing.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. First off, Wyatt, major thanks, major props for doing this. I'm sure it's time. I know it's time consuming because you always look like you haven't slept in 5 days every time you do these things. Like the bags under your eyes are like getting like, so extreme, it's like, but I do appreciate it. This is the first time I've been on here in a little while. I took a huge break from this. So I want to thank you for, letting us do this. Archimedes, I love you, brother, but sincerely, but you should have let Garrett, what's the expression when somebody is digging their own grave? Don't interrupt them. So that's what I want to say about that. As far as the what's going to happen in 2025, I think it's pretty much impossible to predict. I think a lot of people have really strong predictions about this, and I think a lot of people are going to be upset on all sides of it. I'm not someone that believes that Trump is a savior, and full disclosure, I didn't vote for Trump, but I will give the caveat that I never voted for anyone in my life in an election. But anyway, I wish everybody here the best, even Garrett. I wish you the best, as long as you don't come into my sphere of influence, because then I would just literally beat the living fucking shit out of you. But anyway, peace to everybody.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can make this out then.
So I want to read a post that's on the that I came across from the DPA Open Mic Speakers Lounge on Telegram, which is a really great channel that you guys can join by joining the open mic as a speaker, and then you're going to get a chance to be part of it. It's a great place. We all hang out and have spirited discussions with voice, all the time. It's basically like the open mic, but a lot better, and people share a lot of really interesting things. And Yura, as you all know, Yura Jordan, he posted a very interesting forwarded an interesting post from this account called Russians with Attitude, which some of you guys may be familiar with. And I just want to read this because I think it really sums up a lot of the thoughts that I've had about the meaning of the recent talks about Greenland and American expansionism and the end of the sort of liberal world order and the rules-based order. So I'm just going to read this. It's quite short, but I'd like this to serve as my closing. So, on American expansionism, the incoming administration seems to have a more realistic image of the state of American hegemonic decline and wants to take proactive steps to try to counteract and reverse it, breathing new life into the American global empire. In this context, it makes perfect sense for the US to increase pressure on its vassals. I'm not using the term in a pejorative sense. The US does not have allies in the traditional meaning of the word. It has vassals with different levels of feudal obligation and elite integration and different tasks. Extracting more value from vassals, whether through tariffs, increased NATO budgets, meddling in local politics, or potential territorial concessions, is an absolutely logical step in cementing and renewing America's position as overlord of its sphere. There are three ways that America's European vassals can react to this. One, to look for protection outside of the sphere. Two, to try to make themselves more useful and necessary and advance the integration on their own terms. Or three, to take it on the face. Were we in, I don't know, the 19th century? Denmark would just ask Russia for military support in Greenland in exchange for mild economic concessions and never worry again. As it is, the Royal Danish Army does not have any artillery anymore because they gave it all away for the purpose of firing cluster ammunition at Russian children in Donetsk. They did not receive anything in return for that, and it did not help any Danish purpose. They cannot defend themselves if push comes to shove, and they can't ask anybody to help because most of their fellow vassals have done the same. The most likely opinion is that they'll take it on the face, not just for pragmatic reasons, but also because they genuinely enjoy being dominated geopolitically. America has no obligation to treat its vassals better. I've seen Danish people complain on here that supporting the US after 9/11, participating in the American wars in the Middle East, etc. That's ridiculous. You know how a colony is rewarded for sending its troops to its overlord's wars? By not getting beaten. That's the reward for a lackey. Any person who takes any of the NATO democracy liberalism pill seriously is just not a serious person, because it was never real. It was always just voluntary submission to be absolved from existing in history. The world that existed in 1991 to 2022 does not exist anymore. It's not coming back. You can just invade your neighbor. You can just fire missiles at international shipping lanes. You can just threaten to annex members of your military alliance. Quote, you can just do things, as the tech bros like to say. You can just do things. The mirage of a post-historical order that only has to be policed from time to time, but it's never seriously challenged, has disappeared. What did you think that canceling the end of history meant? Vibes? Papers? Essays? It's not pleasant to be suddenly confronted with all the above. It's not pleasant to have to admit to yourself that your existence has been a coddled theme park that is existentially dependent on the relative position of someone else and how he feels about that relative position. America's vassals will have to confront this state of things and make hard decisions about their future. This means reckoning with their geopolitical impotence and either embracing dependency with open eyes or seeking pathways to autonomy that will inevitably involve risk, sacrifice, and a recalibration of national priorities. The era of coasting on borrowed security and ideological rhetoric is over. What lies ahead is a world where historical agency must be reclaimed or forever relinquished. And for many, the question may not be whether they are ready to make that leap, but whether they even remember how. America has now understood this and is mentally preparing to switch back to the cold logic that comes with actual history. Times they are changing. So that's my closing, guys. I think it speaks for itself. We're entering a new world with a lot more defense and a lot more politics and a lot more Asia. So here's to a great 2025 with DPA.
Thank you, Archimedes. I have also forwarded the entire post to DPA's Telegram for those that want to read yourself. From I
thought it was a great post. Thanks for sharing that.
I'll share it to my Telegram channel as well.
So, in Alan, closing.
Yeah. So, I mean, to pile on what everyone's already piled on, Wyatt, I mean, what you do here is an incredible thing. The time you take away from both your friends and family, you know, the effort you put into DPA, this whole project, everything, it's something a lot of people just don't understand, can't comprehend. And I deeply respect you for it. I'm sure everyone else here very much does, even those who disagree with you. It's something that's you have sacrificed whole chunks of your life. As you've spoken to me and others before, even in the open mic lounge, we've talked about some of the really big things that have happened in your life that you had to be away from. So at least take it from me, I get it. Really, really appreciate you. Now, outside of that, I know I joined in late. I didn't get to partake in the the ever elusive insanity that whatever happened 3 hours ago happened. But I'm very excited to rewatch the stream to see what that was all about and potentially talk with everyone in the lounge about it. To all the viewers, again, guys, please join. It's always great to have new people come on. Yes, things can get spicy, heated, but once you're in the lounge itself, there's so much to learn. There's so much to just find out about that you had no idea what was going on around the world. Additionally, I think I don't really have any predictions for 2025. I've personally had a pretty crazy start to the year myself, and I'm just hoping things get better from here. But moving forward, I think I voted for Trump, and I'm curious to see how things will end up turning out. We've all faced, I'm sure, some sort of backlash. If you've expressed that to at least the Americans have experienced some backlash. Vaughn's expressed that before. John, I know you said you didn't vote, but you do hold opinions that closer align to someone who would have voted that way. So I'm sure you've had your fair share of interactions with friends, family, and loved ones. Assuming you have any, you hopeless bastard. Now, other than that, I think is Bradley still here, or did Bradley? I think Bradley left. That's right. But there was a point Bradley did ask, and why is basing truth in any culture, or why is basing any culture in objective truth important? My argument to that is, I believe if you allow things to run subjectively, why is truth good? You get the insanity of secularism. Take a look at Weimar Germany. Take a look at the late stage Roman Empire, the decadency and insanity that ensued there. Many, many cases throughout history. And I usually come on here and I ask a lot of philosophical questions, something I'm still personally learning a lot about. And I'm no master at it, but I think the more people question the world philosophically, the more we can grow, the more we can learn. I believe it's at least for the men in the chat, which I'm sure it's probably like 95+%. The knowledge of truth, the knowledge of the world around you is one of the most masculine things you can do. Mastering the world and your understanding of it. But you always chasing the truth and chasing reality. Additionally, on top of that, to some of the more secular crowd, what I'm going to say is going to sound like a hilarious contradiction, but to those of you on your on a spiritual journey, this may make sense. That being said, go to church, pray, be humble yourself, and always seek a way to better yourself. That doesn't mean that you ought to suffer, but that does mean you always have to question what you are doing. So to do, and excuse my voice, I'm sick. To those of you who are still watching, please share, and subscribe to Wyatt, and hope to see you guys around.
Thank you, Alan. And Mike, closing.
Just want to say, we never say never in this world, and I never say never for what's going on right now. And in 2025, never say never to what's about to happen. So nobody knows tomorrow, and the way I'm looking at things right now, it's like you never know. Hopefully, we don't end up in the front, because the way things are going, only God can tell right now. And other thing I'm gonna say is that a lot of people are dying daily in the front, in the hospital. Some people are sick. Some people has a lot of things going on in their life, and hopefully we can put them in their thoughts, in our prayer. God help them. And the other thing is that most of the people come here, say things, express their feelings, which is make us to understand each other, because nobody is perfect in this world. By us sharing and learning from others, good, bad, and whatever it is. One more thing I'm saying is that I hope everything I'm saying I'm wrong about and doomsdays, because you guys also know me as a doomsdays guy. So hopefully I'm wrong, and I'm praying to be wrong. I don't want to be right. I just want to be wrong. That everything I say is totally wrong. And I'll be glad that you guys even say I'm wrong, because I don't want this world to end in disaster. I just hopefully we all could live in peace, no matter what it is, understand each other, love each other, take care of each other. So we come from different religion, different background, and we are all here to express our feeling, and hopefully we understand each other. And I just want to say thank you, and what you do a wonderful job. One thing you say, I'm about to make a comment to you on the last time you make one of the Russians, one of the say no Korean, you make a passport, and my coworker was watching the video with me, and then you were saying, oh, they look like the guy the guy by Anandi Putin look like Chinese. My coworker say, "Oh, they look like you." Why are you gonna say they look like you? He said, "I didn't say they look like Chinese."
I'm Chinese.
When you put the bandage around your face, then you.
So it was so funny to me. I'm gonna say it to you when I see you. So anyway, good to see you all. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Mike.
Also, one more thing. Just to add to the FOMO to anyone still watching, I will be launching a open mic speakers lounge chat immediately when this ends. So we're gonna keep having a great time without you guys. So make sure you guys join next time.
Al,
so you
it's
can be
already
in it.
going. You fucking you boomer! It's already going, bro.
Oh, is it? Fuck me. Well, but we're gonna be getting into that. We're gonna be having a great time without you guys. So get in on that. Wyatt, sorry.
Let's move.
Okay. And Gabriel closing. Gabriel came on to do closing.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't think I was going to make it, but I managed to make it, so why not? I hope I'm not extending it too much for you. But no, I just wanted to, like White Knight and defend the commander's honor. Like everything he reported was in good faith and like stating the facts of the information that was available on the media space. Like, so I think that Gareth's criticism of like not stating the whole facts, that's completely irrelevant and ridiculous statement, and it's really worrying or preoccupying that sort of self-proclaimed Marxist revolutionaries are worried about how they defame the disgusting oligarchic liberal party that's ruling his country and tearing it to shreds, instead of like being outraged for the actual horror that the situation is. But it's ridiculous that he's calling him out for something that he didn't say. It's ridiculous that he's calling him out for something that he didn't say when he's reporting the actual state of affairs in the media sphere. I mean, that's what's happening. Okay, people seeing Britain in that lens, in that. But he didn't.
He did not.
Hey, I'm not talking to you, dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Gareth, this is closing, Gareth. Gareth's closing.
Okay, so it's ridiculous, disingenuous, dishonest, and really bad faith, and really ungrateful, like a really ungrateful little worm, like trying to undermine a service, a work that is extremely hard and taxing, and that you benefit from, and like really biting the hand that feeds you and interrupting him and shit. And I hope that this type of behavior, like, is not identified with people who are actual communists that actually understand about class struggle, and yeah, like, don't use communism to call Gareth, because it's an insult to that whole doctrine and discipline of thought. And yeah, thank you, Wyatt, for your work. And you did nothing wrong. Your reporting was spot on. And if someone's offended by it, then like, try to make your country better and stop whining like a little bitch. So with that, I'll peace out. Thank you all. Like, share, and subscribe. See you later.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, everyone, for attending the open mic. And it's my time to closing. Gareth, do you want to respond? Or is it's okay?
No, that was just a ridiculous pack of lies. There's no point in tackling it in any detail.
Yeah. All right. Then my turn to closing. So thank you everyone for watching this very explosive 111 DPA Open Mic episode, where as Trump is getting closer to presidency, the world is going crazy, everything is changing, and to be honest, the liberal, progressive, left, woke is all going crazy. Everybody on that faction or that group, I don't even know what to call them. They are all now desperately fighting in this like last battle, to survive. Because even if you look at even like Disney, whatnot, they are all like changing. Everyone is changing. It's just very weird, very weird. Everybody suddenly become very mature. Like Disney also start to change. Then suddenly we have Mark Zuckerberg talking about they're gonna stop censoring, and and he's also becoming more manly, more normal, like with no more rugged looks, and go to gym and whatnot. I'm not sure how authentic is that. I don't really trust Meta, so I got censored too much on Facebook until to the point where I have zero trust on them. But yeah, so that's the world we live in. And for those that were complaining about how the open mic is is derailed, or is whatever, some negative words. The reality is this is free speech, free expression. This is how it works. I don't mute anyone, because then I will be censoring. Then there's no point if I do censor anyone. Like the open mic is an open mic because it's open. The mic is open, everybody can talk. So, and which is also why I also don't get into like trying to stop people from fighting each other, like to the point where like you have to let them fight, then they become friends. People usually fight and then they will know each other better, and that's just how it is. And you to let the conversation run its natural course. Yeah, I did sometimes I didn't even able to get into the conversation or try to just finish my small points, but they just open my it's okay. Like I almost never mute anyone, only once, because I just can't stand him. That was Spash, I think, because he just can't stop admit that he's like totally invalidated and whatnot, and that's very irritating. And yeah, and then he just keep talking over people, so I muted him. But that is the only one instance. I almost never mute anyone at all. So yeah, this is just let the conversation go on. Then of course, then when there is difference in opinion, people get very angry with each other, and then they start calling each other names. And yeah, that's also why I say people who can come on to here tends to be like we are very thick skin. We are quite shameless. So yeah, and Madeleine super chatted, I'm okay about the swearing. I'm strongly offended by the old racism. Yeah, I think some of the things that of course, I think maybe like JS said, I don't agree. Like I honestly don't agree. I think that the of course I also think that like the entire thing about the Pakistani gang thing, like is like I look at the numbers, it's actually very small. It's a very small numbers, but they're very spread out. Like different cities have a few, the 3 here, 5 there, 6 there. And like it's very overblown, but of course it's also very shocking. And yeah, there's something for UK to fix. I was simply just reporting what was happening. And yeah, and definitely this government, doesn't matter what they do, they're just going to get kicked out eventually, for sure. But then there's no good alternative. Reform, I don't think is strong enough, although it's growing. So, and then Andrew Tate is throw his gauntlet in the ring, so that's going to be interesting. But is he going to get enough candidates to really compete to become prime minister? Because this is not the United States system. You can't just run for president. You must have a political party winning a majority. It's a Westminster system. So Singapore have the same system. So you can't really choose the prime minister. You can only choose the party. So, which is also why the Tories were so bad, because like people chose good MPs, but the MPs cannot choose good prime ministers. So, and then, yeah, everything went to shit. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I think on the grand scale of things, this is all very small, not very important things. I think the big thing is really happening in the United States, which is because of Trump. Everything is changing, and Trump is throwing a lot of smoke grenades all over the place. It's very hard to tell what statements is he going to do, or what statement is it just a part of the deal, you see, where he's trying to set the stage for making a good deal that is beneficial to the United States. But what is for sure is American first. He will always put America first, and that is something that people negotiating with him need to understand, that he will take advantage, or he will try to make the best deal for his country. So and if the best deal for the country means you lose land, then yeah, sorry Denmark, you might lose Greenland. But let's see how this goes. Everything is still in flux. So anyway, thank you for watching. This is I actually wanted to do only 5 hours, but the fierce, intense debates, let's call it debates, or rather insults, the fierce, intense insults have extended the open mic to 7 hours. Yeah, if not, I was actually very sleepy. But yeah, which is why at times I was like, I decided to go to the backstage because I just want to relax a bit. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. Thank you for everyone for supporting through the super chats. It helps a lot because it is a huge commitment to do long hours open mics. Everyone asked me, why you can do this? No, but I thought that yeah, this is just important. And it is helpful. Definitely the super chats are helpful because the viewership is pretty low nowadays. I think maybe Ukraine war is losing interest, or maybe competition is just too strong. It could be all sorts of reasons, or maybe my videos are all shit and then I'm always lying and misleading you. So whatever, So anyway, let's see how this goes. So anyway, thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and I'm gonna drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. 40 seconds. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like others, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like others, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.